Right now, I'm here in Himachal Pradesh, a similar kind of enthusiasm we have seen among the women as well as male voters here. And you rightly said that final countdown has begun, and tomorrow one will get to know what way the political pendulum will swing once the EVM will be opened. Let me speak to people and find out what they have to say. हालांकि बताया इस वक्त एग्जिट पोल तो बता रहा है कि बीजेपी आ रही है. आपको क्या लगता है प्रधानमंत्री कौन होगा?
प्रधानमंत्री तो अपने नरेंद्र मोदी जी होंगे.
आपको क्यों लगता है इतना कॉन्फिडेंस?
ऐसे है जो कांग्रेस सरकार 17 साल में नहीं कर सकी, मोदी सरकार ने वो 10 साल में किया है.
मोदी सरकार के आने से पिछले 10 सालों में जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोगों को मिली और जो विकास कार्य हुए वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा हुए.
You know what, here I am finding that most of the people here are supporting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are saying that Modi Sarkar is going to be there because what actually they feel, that what has given them a sense of security, because you need to have the secure border. Then they are saying that there had been development that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been promising. And already we have seen that before this EVM buttons are to be opened, we have seen that already Prime Minister has spoken about how there is going to be, he said that we have to reform, perform and transform. And here they are the people who inform us that it's again going to be Modi Sarkar. Whatever the Congress leaders have to say, whatever the INDA bloc is saying, people here in Himachal, at least most of them, majority of them I'm talking to, seem to be quite confident that it's going to be Teesri Bar Modi Sarkar, and they are even saying 400 par. Let's see what will be the outcome of the result. I am not the one to predict, but yes, once the EVM buttons will be, the EVM machines will be opened, one will get to know what actually the India has decided.
It's going to be a very tough and a very interesting battle for both the BJP and the TMC. Happens to be the major parties in the state of West Bengal currently. But of course, I will directly go to the people here and try and talk to them. So, sir, first I'm asking you, as a voter, what do you think are the pressing issues in Bengal, and how much do you think that the politicians this time were able to come and reach out to common people?
हाँ, देखिए, जितना लोग भी मतलब जितना पॉलिटिकल लीडर वोट मांगने हम लोगों के पास तक पहुंचा है, कोई किसी ने भी स्टूडेंट का बात तो नहीं बोला है. जैसे हम लोग अभी यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ते, हम लोग नेट देते, नेट इस साल में ओएमआर सीट में आ गया. अगले साल से हम लोग सुन रहे हैं कि नेट साल में 2 बार होता था, अभी 1 बार होगा. ये लेके कोई नहीं बात कर रहा है. मैं इसमें ये नहीं बोला कि ये सही है ये गलत है, पर बात तो होना चाहिए ना. एकेडमिक्स में फंड कम रहा है, हर साल प्रोजेक्ट नहीं आ रहा है, एमफिल उठ चुका है अगले साल से. अगर ऐसा चलेगा तो हम लोग जैसे जो लोग ये मतलब अभी कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड रहने से भी जो लोग एकेडमिक्स में आना चाहता है, वो लोग धीरे धीरे आना बंद कर रहा है.
एग्जिट पोल्स का तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, क्योंकि एग्जिट पोल्स कल ही फेसबुक में कमेंट दिख रहा था कि जो एग्जिट पोल का हिसाब करता है, तो उसके ही एक एम्प्लॉय वो बोल रहा था कि एग्जिट पोल में जो होता है वो कोई हिसाब ठीक से नहीं लगाता, हमें ही फॉर्म भरना पड़ता है, हमें ही जमा करना पड़ता है. तो एग्जिट पोल पे ऐसा कुछ विश्वास नहीं कर सकते. वोट हुआ है इस बार, तो इस बार जो बोल सकता हूँ, इस बार जो हुए पिछले बारी की तुलना में शांतिपूर्ण वोट हुआ है बंगाल में, तो कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Well, despite being confident of securing a victory when EVMs are open tomorrow, the opposition is already preparing a post-verdict strategy should their prediction go south. Sources within the Congress party are saying that all the senior leaders of the India bloc have been asked to camp in Delhi till tomorrow night or day after. The opposition is planning to hold a meeting in the capital after the election results are out. Sources also suggest, should they fail to get the magic number of 272, the India bloc is planning their next step, which includes holding a demonstration or press conference or meeting the president to complain about how the Election Commission of India has been misused by the ruling establishment. Let me go across to my colleague Niyamika, who's joining us with more details on this. Niyamika, the opposition now strategizing as to, how to plan forward from tomorrow onwards, whatever the result is, but also help us understand the details of how, the Congress party has even set up helpline numbers for their workers to share any sort of, misuse or hacking of the EVMs that is being done.
Well, this time we must admit that the India bloc leaders are on an alert as just ahead of the result day. It is a communication department of the Congress party which has released an official message to all the workers and the senior leaders of the Congress party that they need to be attentive while the counting will be going on, as 2 helpline numbers are also being released by the Congress party, in which they have mentioned it clearly to all the workers of the Congress party that they need to go to various counting centers, and if they will find any kind of suspicious things happening at their particular counting centers, then they have to record a video and they need to send all those videos to the helpline number so that the legal team of the Congress party can take the appropriate action. Not just the Congress, but the other India bloc leaders are also on an alert, and that's the reason why they have been called to the national capital either tomorrow evening or the day after tomorrow, as they are also going to hold a meeting for the future strategy, because they will find any kind of discrepancies or even irregularities being reported at some of the places all across the country. Then they are going to approach either to the Election Commission of India, or they can also hold a protest. And for that reason, now they are going to hold a meeting to prepare the future strategy, because we have seen that how the India bloc leaders are quite confident that they are going to get at least 295 seats in the general elections 2024. And for that reason, now they have said that BJP can do some kind of irregularities during the counting, and that's the reason why this time the Congress party has asked its party workers to be attentive, to be alert, and to recheck the tally which will be given by the Election Commission of India with Form 17C.
Right, Niyamika, thanks very much for joining us with all those details. So that was about the opposition parties strategizing for tomorrow. But let's shift our focus now to the politics that's going on in the national capital. Mr. Atishi has alleged a BJP plot to torture Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in Tihar jail. The AAP leader has claimed that despite unprecedented heat, the Tihar jail officials are not providing Arvind Kejriwal with something as basic as a cooler, which even the notorious criminals get access to. Now, this allegation comes a day after the Delhi Chief Minister surrendered himself at Tihar after his 22-day interim release for Lok Sabha election campaigning ended.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को प्रताड़ित करने में कोई भी कसर नहीं छोड़ रही है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने सरेंडर किया, उनको एक कोठरी में रखा गया है जहां पर कूलर तक की सुविधा नहीं दी गई है। एक ऐसे समय में जब दिल्ली का तापमान 48 डिग्री पहुंच रहा है, 50 डिग्री पहुंच रहा है, जहां पर तिहाड़ जेल में कुख्यात क्रिमिनल्स को कूलर की व्यवस्था की जाती है, कूलर दिए जाते हैं, वहां पर दिल्ली के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को इस तपती हुई गर्मी में कूलर नहीं दिया गया है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी से ये पूछना चाहती हूं, मैं उनके एलजी साहब से ये पूछना चाहती हूं, कितना नीचे गिरोगे? क्या आपकी क्रूरता की कोई सीमा नहीं है?
All right, keeping with updates about the Delhi liquor gate scam, troubles clearly are mounting for BRS leader K. Kavita, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate on the 15th of March in the alleged Delhi liquor scam case. Now, the probe agency has made some startling allegations against the BRS MLC in its charge sheet. The ED has claimed not only did Kavita and the South Group give 100 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party as kickbacks for favours, she also participated in the use of proceeds of crime amounting to almost 293 crore rupees. In its charge sheet, the probe agency is also alleging that the BRS leader deleted digital evidence to hide her role in the scam. She's also being accused of trying to influence the witnesses. My colleague Rame is joining us with more details on this. Rame, troubles clearly not ending anytime soon for K. Kavita. What happened in the court today? What was the reason that the court gave in extending her custody?
Absolutely. So recently, the Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court had taken cognizance of the 6 supplementary charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate. And after taking cognizance, production warrant was issued against BRS leader K. Kavita and produced today before the Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. Now, for the first thing, that judicial custody in both the CBI and ED cases has been extended. So there seems to be no release for the BRS leader K. Kavita. Now, coming on the charge sheet part filed by the ED in the Delhi exercise camp case, Enforcement Directorate submits before the court that K. Kavita gave rupees 100 crore in kickbacks to Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Now, ED further went ahead and stated that K. Kavita deleted evidence from phone to conceal involvement. Further stating, the ED stated that K. Kavita, by way of conspiracy and formation of window spreads, participated in the generation, acquisition and use of the proceeds of crime amounting to 292.8 crore rupees, which was derived by her as a result of the conspiracy. Now, further stating, it was even stated before the court by the Enforcement Directorate that K. Kavita received undue benefits in lieu of the kickbacks in connection with a money laundering case, which is now linked to the scrap Delhi liquor policy. So after considering all these submissions, after going by all the charge sheet contents put forth by the ED, the Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court had taken cognizance of the matter, and now finally, as per the judicial order, K. Kavita has been arraigned as an accused in this whole Delhi liquor exercise policy scam case. A next date has been given in this matter where the trial will proceed further against BRS leader K. Kavita.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate.
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
I have to follow the constitution.
State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondia, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct content.
Government high-handedness. We voice your concerns and demand answers for your questions.
4 से 5 घंटे की बिजली कटौती हो रही है।
बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है मैडम।
Because we believe in fighting.
Define the state of the nation with me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो। We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street. We expose the lies, uncover the truth, and demand accountability, all for a better tomorrow.
Was a transformer plan? Oh, arrest has been made.
On Mirror Now, we take the road less traveled, fight all odds, risk everything, only to highlight your plight. I am Neha Hebale, reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Hello everyone, good morning. As always, it is great to see you, great to have all of you with us this morning. Approximately in an hour from now, ladies and gentlemen, ballot boxes will open, and by noon, which is in the next 4 hours or so, we'll have a crystal clear picture on who will form the next government in India. If exit polls are to be believed, well, that decision has already been made, but we'll wait for the next 4 hours or so. Before we get down to going across to our reporters who are spanning the length and breadth of this country, a quick check of the big headlines we are tracking this hour. The stage is set for the counting of votes. In less than an hour from now, ballots will open to decide the fate of the BJP and the India bloc. Now, while all pollsters have predicted a third term for Mr. Modi, the opposition claims that it will get 295. Laddu preparations already underway at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. A confident India bloc prepares Plan B should the verdict go against them. Sources say senior leaders of the opposition will be meeting the verdict in Delhi and possibly hold a press conference post that.
AAP is accusing Tihar authorities and the BJP of torturing Arvind Kejriwal in jail. The Aam Aadmi Party says Mr. Kejriwal has not been provided with a cooler despite a record-breaking heat wave in the capital. Mr. Kejriwal returned to Tihar on Sunday after his 22-day interim bail ended. After 15 months behind bars, former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has knocked the doors of the Supreme Court seeking bail in the alleged liquor scam. The top court will hear his plea today. The chorus for Maratha quota reignites in Maharashtra. Activist Jarange Patil will be resuming his indefinite hunger strike from today. And former Indian cricket team skipper Rahul Dravid breaks his silence. He confirms he will not be reapplying for the job of Team India's coach, says that the 2024 T20 World Cup is his last assignment as head coach. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and it's great to have you all with us. It's a big day for us as journalists, for you as viewers, and for all of us as Indian citizens. A day which only arrives once every 5 years. Now, it won't be an understatement to say that today is a day that will shape the future of the nation for not just the next 5 years, but for the next decade at least. First, let's take a look back at what we have pulled off in the world's largest democracy. India has created a world record, ladies and gentlemen, with 64.2 crore voters, including 31.2 crore women. That's a world record participating in the Lok Sabha elections this year. Over 68,000 monitoring teams and 1.5 crore polling and security personnel were involved in the world's largest electoral exercise. Nearly 4 lakh vehicles, 135 special trains, and 1,692 air sorties were used for conducting elections. So a big thank you to everyone who was involved in conducting these elections rather peacefully. The big highlight, Jammu and Kashmir recorded its highest turnout in 4 decades at 58.58% overall and 51.05% in the valley. That's historic. The overall turnout has been 66.33 across the country. Not a record, but still significant enough to deliver a decisive mandate, something we are looking forward to. And what will that mandate be? Well, this perhaps has been the most bipolar election India has seen in several decades, thanks to the umbrella grouping of most top opposition parties under the India bloc. That hasn't held back the BJP, which has also found some new allies and rediscovered some old ones to redefine what constitutes the NDA. The result is that comparing today's numbers to 2019 will not be a simple apples-to-apples comparison given the sea changes that both the principal alliances have seen in the last 5 years. However, if one were to reorganize the 2019 numbers according to the 2024 alliances, then the baseline numbers read like this: 358 for the NDA and 120 for the India bloc. Now, Mirror Now on Saturday carried out the poll of polls, which gives 373 for the NDA, which means a clear mandate, and 141 for India. But here's a statutory warning. As always, exit polls are known to have gotten it wrong in the past, both the direction and the magnitude of trends. In any case, exit poll numbers will become meaningless when the real numbers that will start coming in will happen in an hour from now. Numbers that will answer some rather burning questions. Number one, can NDA hit its 400 par target and script history by becoming the only second coalition to ever do so? It's only happened once. 400 par has only happened once in 1984. It was a sympathy wave after his mother's death that had propelled Rajiv Gandhi to those numbers. Secondly, can the India bloc prove to be more than the sum of its parts, given that they are no longer taking votes off each other? Then, Will the BJP break new ground in the east and south, especially Bengal, Odisha, Tamil Nadu and Kerala? That is something exit poll numbers are predicting. If that happens, it'll be big. It'll be a big sea change in India's national picture. Can Modi's magic help BJP hold on to its Hindi belt bastions, or is there anti-incumbency in the saffron strongholds? Exit polls are telling us that the BJP will hold on, will continue to maintain its hold in central India and parts of North India as well. And then, of course, there are the regional satraps. Will Arvind Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee realize their expansionist plans and prove themselves to be potential leaders to challenge Modi at a national level? And finally, of course, NDA versus India. Who has nailed the alliance arithmetic and chemistry? So all these questions will be answered in the next 4 hours also. And I, with my team, cannot wait to take you through all the numbers that will start coming in. Of course, it's result day for all the candidates who had fought in this election. Madhvi Lata has created many headlines this election season, pitted against Usauddin Owaisi in Hyderabad. She was bright up and early today, speaking to reporters. Let's quickly listen in.
I'm pretty excited, and all of them who have voted for BJP in the entire country are looking forward for especially this particular seat, that we win and bring justice to Lok Sabha Parliament Hyderabad. We all know that Modi ji in the entire 2 terms have tremendously worked, meticulously worked for the nation. And he has not just worked and left the love, but he has also left a beautiful autograph of Modi Ka Parivar in the hearts of all Bharatiya. I'm so sure that the entire country today would have been in their own prayers, blessing and wishing for 400 par, and these blessings have a tremendous storm of positivity in the nation, along with winning Hyderabad seat. Today I prayed that let the justice prevail, let the people's pain get rid of this 3rd time under our Modi ji's rule, and I prayed that let there be no more hatred speeches in the nation. Let there be no more dividing the nation on the name of religion. And let there be no more corruption in this country. And let there be truthful party like BJP under Modi ji's leadership to take this country towards Ujjwal Bharat.
I'm quickly going to introduce my guest to you this morning. Again, up and early, Karan Verma. You know which side he's batting for. He's wearing it on his sleeves. Hi, good morning, Karan. Thank you. Thanks to good to have you on the show. And Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay is a senior journalist. Good morning, Nilanjan. Good to have you on the show as well. We'll just get both of you a cup of coffee because this is promising to be a rather long day. Actually not a long day. 12 baje tak sab ho jayega, Nilanjan da?
Very difficult to say. We really do not know. Exit polls are over now. They're a dead story now. Now we will tell the actual story, which is going to determine fate of India for a long time.
By what time?
I think the actual story is not going to be much different. So I think in the next couple of hours, we'll know where it's heading.
My assessment is that by 12 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, we'll know. Karan, Nilanjan, before I come to you, a quick word from our reporters who are stationed across the country. We have Deepak joining us from Bangalore. Hi, Deepak. Good morning. Dharani is joining us from Chennai, and Neha is joining us from Trivandrum, where an absolutely delicious contest is brewing. So who do I start with? Maybe I should start with Trivandrum. It's fairly humid in Trivandrum. Neha, that's what it looks like when I see you, though you're smiling. The monsoons have hit. What's the mood like? This is a high-profile contest that is playing out in Trivandrum. You have a sitting union minister from the BJP, and then you have the very articulate Mr. Tharoor from the Congress side, from the India bloc. What's it looking like? What's the mahal, as they say in North India?
Well, Shreya, you've summed it up there so beautifully. There's really not much left for me to say. But, of course, having said that, we are in Trivandrum. It is, of course, the heart of a lot of action over here. We're seeing 3-time MP Shashi Tharoor, in fact, going up against also someone who's considered to be a BJP strongman here, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. I'd just like to give you one glimpse here of the counting center, the Maravanyos College that we're at right now. Just look at the kind of, atmosphere here. People have come out and extremely large numbers here, all just to try and, of course, get a glimpse of what's really happening, who's, of course, going to be ahead in this race. And, what's quite interesting, Shreya, is the fact that exit polls, as far as, the seat of Trivandrum is concerned, have been quite differing. While you have several of the exit polls here suggesting that Shashi Tharoor, in fact, would be coming back for a fourth term, there are many others, including one of the local exit polls here, which is considered to be quite accurate year after year, the Manorama exit poll, which suggests that the BJP, in fact, wouldn't be able to open its account in Kerala yet again as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. We'll really, of course, have to wait it out and see how this key contest goes on.
That's actually right. So national polls have given us one picture as far as Kerala is concerned, but there are local exit polls that have also happened, not reported in the national media, for example, Manorama, which are very clearly saying that though the BJP may increase its vote share in the state of Kerala, opening its account, well, they'll have to wait, maybe for the next election. We'll see how it plays out, because if it happens, if the BJP does manage to open its account in Kerala, Neha, it'll be a big headline tomorrow. It'll be a big story, because this is one very strong southern bastion that the BJP would have managed to breach, and how much level of effort that has been made by the Prime Minister personally it's pretty impressive, I would say. We'll get to that in just a bit with my guest, but Deepak, hi, good morning. Good to see you. Deepak looking nice and bright this morning, as always. Deepak, what do I even begin to ask you about Bangalore? The fact is, if you look at the numbers from last time, we know that, yes, there is a Congress government in place in Karnataka, but when it comes to the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP tends to sweep it. It had swept it last time, and all indications are that it is going to do very, very well this time as well, if you believe the exit polls. Now, the exit polls are done and dusted. The results, Deepak, will be out in the next couple of hours. I just want to ask you again, much like I asked Neha, what the mahal is, whether the entire sex scandal, actually overtook muddas that we should have been speaking about, because, by the end of it, every headline and every show you did from Bangalore, Deepak, almost every show was on Prajwal Revanna.
Well, several factors really at play this time around in Karnataka. It's going to be, the image of the Prime Minister on one hand. It's going to be the Congress guarantees that propel them in the assembly elections. Whether they hold good when it comes to the Lok Sabha elections, that will be the litmus test for the Congress party. The leadership of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah is also something that needs to be looked at. Vijendra took over as the party president for the BJP. So this performance of the BJP, and compared to last time they had won 25, it was a thumping win for them. To come anywhere close to it, Vijendra considered a victory. The Congress was looking good for about 8 to 10, but the exit polls don't give them, that many seats. As far as, the entire, sex tape scandal is concerned, we should note that the controversy, of course, began after the first phase. That is when most of the Vokaliga votes really came in. And in the second phase, it was predominantly North Karnataka. 14 out of the 14 went to the BJP last time. And after the FIR and all the drama that began, the JDS was not contesting any of the seats in North Karnataka, has minimal presence really. So whether it will really have that much of a bearing in this time's elections in Karnataka, well, time will tell. And time, when I say that, it's only a couple of hours more. So a lot of factors really coming in the state of Karnataka. It's going to be crucial. It's been a gateway for the BJP. Now they're hoping to expand its wings, of course, to the neighboring states. But the numbers that they get here will be absolutely essential for them.
Deepak, do stay on with us. Going to another southern state, Dharani is joining us from Chennai. Again, a lot of question marks have been raised, Dharani, about the national exit polls that have come out to say, whether the BJP will actually manage 2 seats in the state of Tamil Nadu, because that is the number of seats that are being given to the BJP in a land which is ruled by the DMK. I just want to ask you where you are, what you see around you, and what the mood is looking like. And where Mr. Annamala is, very importantly. He very well could be the man of the moment of this election.
most of the exit polls are giving 1 to 3 seats for the NDA here in Tamil Nadu, and we all know for a fact that Tamil Nadu BJP chief K. Annamalai himself is contesting from the Coimbatore parliamentary constituency, and as far as Coimbatore is concerned, the exit polls are showing a mixed result. Some say Annamalai will win and some say Annamalai is going to lose, but we have to wait and see. But for the moment, I'm in South Chennai, the counting center. So South Chennai is a very interesting battle. It is a three-cornered fight between former governor of Telangana, Tamilisai Soundararajan. She is representing the NDA, and from DMK we have Tamilachi Thangapandian, who is an incumbent MP, and from ADMK we have J. Jayavardhan, who is a former MP from South Chennai. So it is a three-cornered fight between DMK, ADMK and BJP, and most of the exit polls as far as South Chennai is concerned, it is showing a DMK win, but we have to wait and see. And altogether, in the bigger picture of Tamil Nadu is concerned, the exit polls predict a 35 seat win for the DMK. Remember, in 2019 the DMK swept the elections by winning 38 out of the 39 total seats in Tamil Nadu. So whether it's going to be a DMK sweep again or not is something that we have to wait and see. But all eyes are on the Coimbatore seat, in which again there is a three-cornered fight between Tamil Nadu BJP chief K. Annamalai, ADMK Singai Ramachandran and DMK's Ganapati Rajkumar. That has become the hot seat as far as this Lok Sabha elections in Tamil Nadu is concerned. And Annamalai himself is in Coimbatore at the moment, and once the trends starts to show, he'll be coming to Chennai for a quick 4 hours is what we're given to understand, and we'll try and talk to him at that time. But for the moment, Coimbatore is the hot seat that we are looking at this point.
All right, we'll leave it there then. Thank you very much, Dharani. We'll keep coming back to you as and when. Deepak, thank you very much. Neha, thank you very much. Stay hydrated, stay well. It's going to be a long day for all of you. Nilanjana, we've seen pictures. We've seen some pictures coming in. All right, I believe there's a piece of breaking news that is coming in, and we'll quickly go across to that because leaders already reacting. Even those who don't get up in the morning are up this morning. We have Akhilesh Yadav. Hey, Karan is smiling and laughing because I said Akhilesh Yadav.
Leaders who don't generally get up. So Akhilesh is known to get up around 11.
Chalo.
So that's when his day begins.
Today we'll leave the personal jibes. Akhilesh Yadav has tweeted ahead of the counting. He hopes the Election Commission will be impartial. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Akhilesh Yadav is saying even before the first ballot box has been opened. Actually, what will happen is that postal ballots open first. There has been Ladai Jhagada over that as well. We'll talk about that also. Now, this is what Akhilesh Yadav is saying. He's saying it is hoped that the Election Commission will carry forward its glorious tradition of impartiality and will continue to maintain its respect in the minds of the public by eliminating the possibility of any kind of rigging. Today's Panch Parmeshwar is the same. Long live democracy. I wonder what prompted that. Karan, would you want to hazard a guess?
He started doing this since last night. I mean, he started saying, "Kafan bandh ke nikalne ka din aa gaya hai." I mean, this is really sick in the sense that we've had one of the best elections conducted. 64 crore people vote. Election Commission does a stellar job, and we already have people casting aspersions on this decorated institution. It's not fair for 1.5 crore personnel who've toiled in this heat to make sure that, democracy is vibrant. And democracy is vibrant. We don't need a certificate from Akhilesh Yadav to come up with that. So I think it's already a case of sour grapes. That's what I see.
We are hearing from O.P. Rajbhar as well, the SBSP chief. Let's quickly listen into him.
जनता ने मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री चुनने के लिए ईवीएम मशीन में इतना वोट भर दिया है कि गिनती होने दीजिए, तो देखिएगा दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। जो एग्जिट पोल आया है उससे भी बेहतर प्रदर्शन एनडीए गठबंधन। विपक्ष के लोग चाहे जो कुछ भी करें।
Is it a case of sour grapes? The opposition has been raising one point or the other through this election, putting the Election Commission in the dock. Yesterday, the Election Commission did a press conference to say, we can see this is an agenda being run. This is an orchestrated agenda being run. How do you explain the way the opposition has gone about berating the Election Commission? Do they actually believe that this election has been rigged? I mean, election ka to result, election shuru hone se pehle hi sabko pata tha, right, Nilanjana? In April, almost everyone knew that Mr. Modi is the next Prime Minister of this country again.
I don't know. I wouldn't actually go by this belief that the election results were known even before anything was announced. There is a certain process, we have to maintain the decorum of that. We can't take anything for granted. There's a lot of difference between how many seats that even if you think that Mr. Modi will continue as Prime Minister, there's a lot of difference between the fact that if the BJP gets 300 plus or 303 minus. Listen. So, that magnitude of the victory of the BJP, for a moment accepting that what you are saying is that the result was known. I, as an analyst, say that nothing is known till the last ball is bowled.
It's not over till it's over.
No, not till the last ball is bowled. That is the way I look at it. I find very strong analogies between politics and cricket. So that's the way I look at it. This election has gone down to the wire. It's a different thing that at the end of it, it might turn out that there has been a wave in favor of one of the parties, but then none of us actually saw this entire wave. The Election Commission, right from the beginning, there have been various questions which have been raised right from the fact that just before the elections were due to be announced, one election commissioner dramatically resigned. Let's not forget certain things. Big question marks were raised, no answers have been provided. What led to the fact that an election commissioner resigned? Why was the vacancy of another election commissioner not filled by the government much before they actually had to do it? So you had this fairly questionable fact that two election commissioners got appointed, and on the same day, within hours, the schedule got announced. So it looks very peculiar that you appoint two election commissioners out of three, and then within a few hours you actually announce the schedule. Even through the entire period, we've had brilliant election commissioners. I'm sorry to say, that election commissioners in the last few years have been a pale shadow of the TN Sessions and Mr. J.M. Lingdos of the world.
Why will the BJP need to rig this election? I'm just playing the devil's advocate here.
I'm not saying that rigging. I'm not using the word rigging.
I am. So Niranjan, hear me out. My limited point is this. Ultimately, by the end of it, 303 ho, 400 par ho, jitna bhi ho. Ultimately, what is the figure you need to form the government? 272? सुनिए हाँ ठीक है 272 चाहिए तो उतना ही ना उसके ऊपर is all bonus. It's all psychological victory उसके ऊपर. Look at where the BJP is starting from. BJP is starting from a place where the last time they won 224 seats of all the 303 they won, 224 seats. Their vote share was above 50%.
Exactly. Yes.
I think if you put these two numbers together, it tells you the story of where this election is going to go.
I think we then need to revisit the 1984 election, which we keep on talking about.
So that was a different election.
No.
That was an election that was propelled by a sympathy wave.
Also by national security. That was the first election where the bogey of national security was raised by the Congress party. The Congress party used a very divisive campaign saying that the borders will arrive at your doorstep if you do not vote for the Congress. I am no admirer of the Congress politics. For the major part of my 4-decade plus in journalism, I have possibly written against the Congress party because they were the ones who were in government. It's only the last 10 years and the 6 years previously when Mr. Vajpayee was the Prime Minister that you had the BJP as a ruling party. For the other years that we have been in journalism, it was the Congress party, and our job is essentially to show light on the government. That is what is the job of the media. What news is, we learned. What somebody, somewhere wants to put it down, does not want to make it public. That is our job, and that is what we have been truthful to.
Okay,
to find out what is not being said. That is it. No animosity against anybody. We may have our ideological positions. That is different. But our job is to find out what is not going right, what is not being done correctly. And I do not believe that every government does absolutely cleanly. I do not believe that.
Even elections?
Not elections. I am talking about there are shortcomings in the way in which the Election Commission conducts the elections. In this process also we have done it. But I do not want to get into a very detailed post-mortem of what the Election Commission has done.
Sure.
Today is not the
day
for that.
Today is not the day. It's 7:24.
Yes.
So we are approximately 36 minutes away from the first postal ballot being opened. Meanwhile, I do believe that there is some more breaking news that is coming in. And this is coming to us from Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen. We can, I think, go across to that. The Uddhav Sena, via its mouthpiece, the Samna, has taken a dig at Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. It says in its editorial this morning, they are preparing in Delhi for a third term based on favorable exit polls. Decks have been cleared. However, democracy is going to win this time. Ganga Shuddhi will happen. Dramatics and treachery will lose. That is coming in. That is coming in to us from Maharashtra. Well, I mean, I think all the reactions we have seen so far this morning are on expected lines. There's a certain degree of confidence, and then there is a certain degree of raising doubts, at least as far as the opposition is concerned. Let me go straight across to my colleague who is joining us from Pune. Abhishek has been actually covering the Porsche accident/murder case in the city that has rocked Maharashtra's politics in the last 2 weeks. Today he's smiling because he's not on that assignment. Today his primary job is to look at Pune, where there is a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress party. Also his job to look at the very interesting constituency of Baramati, where there are two Pawars in the fray. But, you know, before I get to all of that, anything else that Samna is saying? They are taking a dig at Prime Minister Modi and the BJP saying कि अभी लड्डू बनवाने आपने शुरू जो कर दिए हैं अभिषेक, essentially it's too early. You should have waited.
Definitely, you know, we have to understand the point that entire India Alliance partners, in fact, they had a meeting also. They are not ready to believe the exit poll. In fact, they termed that the exit poll is been made from the BJP's office. In fact, a meeting of the All India Alliance partner in Delhi, after that, they claimed, in fact, Mallikarjun Kharge said that we are winning 295 seats and are forming the government, and this will be proven today, is what they said at that given point of time. And similar sentiments have been echoed in the editorial written in Samna today, that let BJP daydream, or, you know, let them prepare for what they want to and be happy with the exit poll. But the real exact poll, what they want to say, that the people will change the course today, and definitely the democracy will win. And most important to note, you know, when we talk about the state of Maharashtra, where we have seen how there was a split in regional parties engineered by the BJP, and first the Shiv Sena and then NCP, and then we saw how there was a formation of Mahavikas Aghadi. Mahavikas Aghadi is at the state level that was replicated at the national level as India Alliance. You know, these are the differences, because that's what keeps Maharashtra state different from others, where we have one side BJP versus Congress, or some alliance partner versus other. But here we have similar regional parties fighting against each other. NCP versus NCP, Sena versus Sena. And that's how the politics of Maharashtra has changed the dynamics. If you understand, in 2019, and now we are in 2024, the results will be out today. So that's where the dynamics have changed. And definitely, I am standing at the counting center, where 2 Lok Sabha constituency voting will be decided. So Baramati is where Pawar versus Pawar is, and definitely both are, at this given point of time, they feel that they are confident of victory. But definitely, as the day passes by, we'll come to know whether Priya Sule or Sunitra Pawar wins the race.
Okay.
Back to you.
Okay, we'll leave it. Thank you very much. We'll leave it there. Before I slip into a quick break, Karan, 20 seconds on the Samna editorial. Ganga Shuddhi hone wali hai, they say. The BJP is celebrating too early and Karan is smiling too early.
No, I think Uddhav Thackeray is a man on a redemption path in this election. I agree that he will regain some of his lost pride, but taking a dig at the Prime Minister, who's all set for a third term, I think that's immature. He should have taken a dig at Eknath Shinde. I think that's where he can score today. I truly believe that. But the Prime Minister, I mean, he has no alternative. You just pointed out the baseline thing. Last time around, in a direct-to-direct between BJP and Congress, they won 171 out of the 186 seats, and 155 of them by more than a 10% margin. So it's very, very difficult to dislodge them from that position. So the baseline effect is going to be in play. And it's not anyone's surprise. It's not just that the exit polls are telling us that. Any sensible person who has been analyzing the election knows we cannot see such a mass transfer of votes from the BJP to the other side. There's no resentment of that magnitude.
Okay, so we'll quickly take a break. And coming up next, we are patching up with someone who won this election even before the elections had started. That's the Surat MP. You remember him, Mukesh Dalal. There was a very interesting story that played out. He's joining us on the broadcast next. Do stay with us.
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate,
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
if we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
have to follow the constitution.
State government of Karnataka is very clear saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondia, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In approximately 30 minutes from now, postal ballots should open, and then by 8 o'clock, we should at least start getting our first trends. 8:05 usually, that's the time we start getting our first trends. But even before this election concluded, even before the voting began, Mukesh Dalal of the BJP had already given the BJP one win. The first win of the BJP was courtesy the Surat MP. Mukesh Dalal is joining us on the broadcast. Mukesh ji, good morning, namaskar. मतलब बहुत सारे अभी मैंने देखा कैंडिडेट्स को जा रहे हैं भगवान के पास हाथ जोड़ने के लिए, जैसे इलेक्शन रिजल्ट से पहले 12th बोर्ड के रिजल्ट से पहले सब बच्चे जाते हैं ना हाथ जोड़ने मंदिर में, तो अभी मैंने देखा बांसुरी स्वराज को, फिर उससे पहले माधवी लता जी थी। आपको तो कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप तो सबसे पहले ही कैंडिडेट बन गए जो जीत गए, तो कांग्रेचुलेशंस, फर्स्ट कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू ओनली।
थैंक यू, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग एंड नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। तो बताइए क्या लग रहा है बीजेपी के लिए? आपने तो पारी जो शुरू की बीजेपी की, आपकी ओपनिंग तो काफी अच्छी रही। अब सवाल उठ सकते हैं कि मतलब गलत हुआ सही हुआ, लेकिन बाय द एंड ऑफ इट द बीजेपी गॉट इट्स फर्स्ट एमपी फ्रॉम सूरत एंड दैट इज यू। कैन आई आस्क यू कि आपको क्या लग रहा है? सब जितने ऑपोजिशन वाले बोल रहे हैं वो एग्जिट पोल्स को बिल्कुल कचड़ा पोल्स बोल रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं ये मोदी पोल्स हैं। आपको क्या लग रहा है कि बीजेपी का क्या टैली रहने वाला है आज के दिन के बाद?
देखिए, इनका हमारा ओपनिंग अच्छा रहा, हमारी एंड गेम भी अच्छी रहेगी और एग्जिट पोल के कारण गोखलाए हुए हैं सारे विपक्ष है, क्योंकि बीजेपी अपने अकेले दम पे 370 प्लस क्रॉस करके जा रही है और एनडीए 400 प्लस क्रॉस करके जा रही है। और नरेंद्र भाई मोदी फिर एक बार हिस्टोरिकल जीत हासिल करके किसी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं, तो अपोजिशन इज डिसअपॉइंटेड एंड डिस्ट्रेस्ड।
हाँ ठीक है। तो मुकेश जी, यू नो अंग्रेजी में बोलते हैं वेल बिगन इज हाफ डन, लेकिन ऑपोजिशन के लोग बोलते हैं कि जो बीजेपी का आंकड़ा इस इलेक्शन में 1 से शुरू हुआ है। आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल आवर व्यूअर्स, जो आप लोग नीचे नंबर्स देख रहे हैं, द नंबर्स दैट यू आर सीइंग ऑन द स्क्रॉल्स एंड यू आर वंडरिंग व्हाई द एनडीए इज एट 1 गिवन द फैक्ट दैट द काउंटिंग हैज नॉट इवन बिगन। इट्स कर्टसी मुकेश जी, इट्स कर्टसी मुकेश दलाल, हाँ, हु हैज ऑलरेडी वन द सूरत सीट। लेकिन मुकेश दलाल जी, ऑपोजिशन के लोग तो बोलते हैं मुकेश दलाल और बीजेपी ने चीटिंग करके ये पहली सीट जीती है इस इलेक्शन में।
You see, they could not defend themselves anyway. It was a backdoor face exit found up by Congress itself, because Rahul Gandhi has MOD Samaj and OBC Samaj as well, and they knew very well that this time we are going to look very badly and we may lose our deposit. That's why the themselves found out the backdoor safe exit. We have nothing to say or comment upon that.
Acha. And so, Mukesh Dalalji, is this then your hypothesis and theory that once the election results are out, more people from the India bloc and the Congress will join the BJP? मतलब election season में तो आयाराम गयाराम बहुत होता है, but after elections also you think that will happen?
It is most likely that more and more people from opposition will join the Vichardhara of BJP and they will join hands with Narendra Modi to lift the country towards the third biggest economy of the world.
Okay, Mukesh bhai, thank you very much for joining us. That was Mukesh Dalal. That was Mukesh Dalal, responsible for the net one that you're seeing on your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mukesh ji. We have Prakash Javadekar as well, confident of the BJP winning. Jai Shri Ram. We have Prakash Javadekar joining us for the moment. Quickly, let's go across to him.
What is the mood like in the saffron camp? While exit polls have predicted...
People have voted and trusted Modi's leadership for the future of the country, and therefore we are very sure that we are winning. Today opposition is desperate and they really are putting up bravado, but there is no meaning. People are with, people have given the mandate and it will come.
Okay. Sir, the opposition parties across the country today after the exit polls have said that, this is nothing but politically motivated. How are you viewing this?
See, there is no ban on daydreaming. So if they are doing something like this, tomorrow votes are now opening in the morning. And therefore, I think that we are very sure of victory because of work, because schemes have reached people, because people have faith in Modi's leadership, and this is the cause why people are voting.
The people have spoken. Everybody will get the verdict by 12 noon or 1 o'clock. So therefore, this is the democracy which we hold once every 5 years. I am extremely hopeful that people would have spoken wisely, and we await the outcome.
What is the planning of Congress party on this big day?
Well, there's no plan. There is a counting center. They are counting agents. The counting agents will assist in the process of counting the votes. The officials will count the votes, and the returning officer will tabulate the result, and he will announce the result.
And your smile is telling us that you are quite confident regarding the results. Your expression is telling us.
As I said, the people have spoken. Their verdict is something that everybody will accept with due deference and a bowed head.
मतगणना की इस प्रक्रिया में सारे कार्यकर्ता जा रहे हैं. आपने देखा होगा कितना जोश था, कितना उत्साह था. सभी लोगों को तिलक लगा करके, साफा पहना करके, सबको शगुन दे करके यहाँ से भेजा है, और निश्चित रूप से हम सब विजयी होकर के लौटेंगे, ये विश्वास है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजयी होगी. भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी.
Okay, before we move on, I quickly want to get Annie Raja in. She's the left candidate who had contested in the high-profile constituency of Wayanad against Rahul Gandhi. She's joining us from Wayanad, in fact, this morning. Annie Raja, thank you very much for your time. Can I start by asking you, as far as Kerala is concerned, the BJP is very hopeful. They are saying that we are going to open our account. And exit polls, national exit polls actually are giving them, if not more than at least one seat. Though, state-level polls done by the local media in Kerala are saying that is not going to happen. I want to ask you, which one of those polls do you believe?
No, after the last vote is polled, that means after the last phase of the election and till the result, there must be some activity about election. So in that way, the exit poll and the debate and discussion on that is a very good thing. Otherwise, of course, you said that the local channels exit poll says that BJP won't get, BJP will have to wait. And I go with them because that is a local channel and they must have interacted with the people in their own language and so many things are there. And not only that, Kerala is a land democracy and secularism. There is no space for the communal fascist forces, and that is in whether the land of Kerala or the minds of people of Kerala. They are not for the communal fascist forces, but for democracy and secularism.
Okay. But whichever exit poll you look at, Annie ma'am, local or national, the news is not very good for the CPI and the left, and not just in Kerala.
No, let the results come. That is what I would like to wait till the last vote is counted. But by saying so, last time we have seen that it was a huge victory for UDF, and we got the left got only one seat. So this time it will not be the case. This time the left front will perform much better than the last election, and we are hopeful that we will have a very decent and very good number.
It's 7:40. I think by 11:40 it will be clear whether you have won your seat or not. But any predictions? Would it have been better in hindsight had the India bloc stuck together and just fielded one candidate in Wayanad, that is Rahul Gandhi?
No, the thing is that as a candidate, as a left front candidate, I have contested to win the seat, and the whole campaign was not for a friendly contest or something like, or to spend some time in Wayanad, or it was not like that. It was a political contest, and our campaign was purely on political issues, and because you are all predicting it is because of Rahul, all channels are in favor of that candidate, UDF candidate, not the LDF candidate. But I'm hopeful the people of Wayanad, the voters are also very much enthusiastic, and they are also hopeful that the left candidate will win.
Ani Raja, best of luck for today, and thank you for joining us. We'll speak to you once the results are out as well. Nilanjana, that brings me to two questions. Complete irrelevance of the left in this election, is that something that has been established, not just in the state of Kerala, where it is expected to win maybe one seat, maybe and West Bengal as well?
No, in West Bengal there has been talk during the campaign of some kind of a resurgence within the left. We have to see that in terms of vote, how much it happened. But on the ground, the reports which came that yes, there was much greater enthusiasm for the left and within the left cadre compared to the previous elections, from the time that they lost to the Trinamool in 2011. Thereafter, it's been more than a decade of decline of the left in the country. But I think, that as an idea, the left remains relevant, because I believe that democracy is not about having a hegemonic single voice.
Correct.
So the more voices we have, the better it is. We have to look at, a democratic country like India with the kind of, composite traditions which we have, as a big orchard with multiple, numerous types of trees, that is what is the country. And the diversity is something both in terms of not just the people, but also in terms of the political ideas and the ideologies.
So we need the left, we need the right, and we need the center as well.
Everybody.
We need everybody.
We need everybody who's within the framework of law. That is most important.
And therefore, Dharam Sankat for Rahul Gandhi, He's tipped to win Wayanad. Chances are that the only seat that the Congress wins in Uttar Pradesh, I think I'm being mean here, but anyhow, let me say it, will be Raebareli. Although they are expected to do better than last time, by the way, Karan. But Dharam Sankat for Rahul Gandhi, then what should he pick? South, where the Congress has been traditionally strong, or North, where, because there has been safa chat as far as the Congress is concerned, at least in Uttar Pradesh?
I think if someone were advising him, he should pick the North, because that is where they need to build a base. Honestly, if you ask me, the gloves were off in Kerala right at the start of the elections, and which is where the India Alliance never really got together. I mean, the first flashes of acrimony were actually between the left and the Congress in Kerala. And they never really got along after that. And in Bengal, that is, Nilanjana made a good point here, that there is a resurgence of the left in West Bengal, but that is only going to eat into the vote share of TMC and TMC largely, and it's going to come back to haunt them. The one place where they really needed an alliance was West Bengal, and they never really got their act together. So I think the India Alliance has also suffered because of the left. Whatever little is left of the left, I think it's left in Kerala, a few pockets of West Bengal, and JNU perhaps. That's about it. That's what's left of the ideology right now. And they really need to reinvent their ideology. Left in the traditional sense, which was liberalism, I think that eludes the current setup that we have. If only they can rediscover themselves, I'm sure it will find its relevance.
Rahul Gandhi, difficult pick between Wayanad and Raebareli if he wins both today. Because look, fact is, Karan is saying he should pick the North, given the fact that there is where they are weak, they need to build a base there. But if that was the case, and if messaging was the entire point of picking a second seat, then the second seat should have been Amethi, not Raebareli.
Well, yes, Amethi, yes, could have been there. There could have been somebody else, a very equally prominent leader of the Congress from Amethi. They have got
Gandhi.
Somebody who has been...
I can't think of anyone else being pitted from Amethi except Priyanka Gandhi, if you're saying high profile.
Priyanka could have, she could have, contested from Amethi. I had, in fact, in the course of the article, actually written an article, a signed article in my name, arguing that Priyanka Gandhi should have contested from Varanasi. That was a real challenge would have been posed. The contest would have become much more interesting. Just imagine that if it had been a Modi versus Priyanka Gandhi contest, it would have been a great media story. But also the fact is that for somebody to make a splash and create a long-term electoral career, it's important not always to look, that it's very difficult to say, would have been very difficult to defeat Mr. Modi and get elected, so let's not start on a wrong note. Those considerations cannot be made, because you have to be very bold and take the risks, which is important. But yes, I completely agree with Karan that till the time the Congress does not contest and emerge victorious against the BJP in the seats and the states where they are head-on against each other. Till that time, the Congress cannot actually make a recovery and become a party which has a claim to be power.
But traditionally, I mean, in the last 10 years, data that has been thrown up suggests that every time the Congress and the BJP are in a direct fight together, the Congress does badly.
No, the Congress has won, states also in the past. They did not, it's not that as if they did not win the elections. The previous elections in Madhya Pradesh or in Rajasthan, the Congress had governments. 2018, they did win those seats. They won Chhattisgarh. It didn't go well for them in 2023 for, I think, various self-goals. More than anything else, the Congress would have possibly won comfortably Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh had it been for better planning and management of the election campaign. They didn't do it, and that is possibly one of the reasons as to why the opposition was not really able to do very well in the early stages, towards the end of 2020.
He's right that they've won a few times in the assemblies, but the Lok Sabha election is a different ballgame altogether. In 2018, Congress won Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and lost all three seats to an absolute clean slate in 2019, because BJP's vote share, when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket, it goes up by 15 to 17% in the entire Hindi heartland. That's a matter of data. The fact is, Shreya, people respect guts in electoral politics. I remember when Arvind Kejriwal was out there to make an impact, he challenged Sheila Dikshit in her own constituency. That's the kind of guts people look up to in a leader. And that's what has eluded the Gandhis. Rahul Gandhi should have contested against Smriti Irani. He should have sent that statement that, okay, I am here in for a fight. We didn't see that. He chickened out. Similarly with Priyanka Gandhi, why didn't she contest an election this time around? She's done 107 rallies, the fourth highest by any leader, and she doesn't even contest an election. So that's a poor alibi that, oh, we were behind the scenes, we were managing things. You were pretty much the face. So why not have your name on the ballot? And Congress volunteers, the people who work hard on the road, they understand this. They were dejected and disillusioned in Amethi. They were all set to welcome Rahul Gandhi there.
Let's shift our focus to Delhi. Praveen Khandelwal is the BJP's candidate from Chandni Chowk. He's joining us on the broadcast. Good morning, Mr. Khandelwal. A big day for you today. What are you expecting?
Well, certainly it is a big day, not only for me, but for the country as well. We are going to register a very sound victory with a comfortable margin in Chandni Chowk, whereas the Bharatiya Janata Party is all set to retain all the 7 seats of parliament in Delhi, and at national level, undoubtedly the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to form a very nationalist and stable government under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. So there is absolutely no doubt, and we are coming with the flying colours.
चलिए, but sir, despite having swept Delhi in the last 2 elections, पिछली बार का तो आपका आंकड़ा 7 out of 7 था, the BJP still changed candidates in most of the seats this time. Is that an acknowledgement of the threat posed by anti-incumbency against your party?
Absolutely not, and rather I would say that there was pro-incumbency and not anti-incumbency. And as far as the change of names of the candidates is concerned, Bharatiya is a cadre-based organization, and therefore the party decides the role of individuals different times for different roles. So there is absolutely no replacement at all. It is all, if I say, is the decision of the organization to depute the individuals for certain responsibilities. So therefore, there is absolutely no anti-incumbency, and the people of Delhi and particularly in Chandni Chowk were certainly thrilled by the performance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi government in past 10 years, which has gained enormous confidence in the mind and heart of the people, which I saw during my campaign, when people whom I even don't know, they don't know me as well, they were coming forward with all those aspirations in their eyes, and they were confident that yes, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Prime Minister Modi is the only viable option that on which they can rely on. So therefore, there was no anti-incumbency. Rather, I would reiterate, it was pro-incumbency.
Okay, Mr. Khandelwal, thank you very much for joining us, and all the very best for today. May the best man/woman/party win. Speaking about pro-incumbency, do you think that is what has played out in this election? You know, we all understand that there was no anger against Prime Minister Modi, right? On the ground, there was some disappointment. But it's clear now, at least as far as exit polls are concerned, that the opposition was not in a position to convert this disappointment into votes. Then are we to say, by the end of the day, if the exit poll numbers hold, that this was a Modi wave once again, with the BJP and the NDA bettering their tally? It was a wave that none of us saw. I mean, the only wave we saw was a heat wave, actually.
No, you know, if at the end of the day, the exit poll figures turn out to be correct. I wrote an op-ed on the day the exit polls came out, you know, in the Times of India Plus website, saying what does it mean if the exit poll data holds, you know, the results hold. It definitely means the widening of the sphere of the BJP. It is no longer a Hindi heartland party. It is a national level party. I also made a very controversial and a very contentious argument that have not only, if it holds, if the exit polls are proven true, then Mr. Modi would have not only equaled Jawaharlal Nehru's performance of winning three consecutive elections, but he would have also done better than that.
Correct.
Because Mr. Nehru had the benefit of the legacy of the freedom struggle and the political blessing of Mahatma Gandhi. Against that, the BJP in the Modi era has actually weathered a lot of resistance, both from inside the BJP as well as from outside. For him to bring the party to 3 consecutive victories is a new kind of an achievement. Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru's achievement is history now. But today this becomes much more important for being able to convert a large number of people to its way of thinking, which is completely different from the consensus of the post-independence years.
So by the end of it then, was this election not about any mudda? Because there was no overarching mudda in any case in this election.
I think it was.
Was it about then just Modi? Do I want Modi as the Prime Minister or do I not want him as the Prime Minister? And I may be disappointed with him. I may have a problem with the entire Mangal Sutra, mutton, etc. comments. But by the end of it, I mean, I see no alternative. This guy is the best for the country. Isi ko vote dete hain, irrespective of who my MP is. I don't care.
No, I think, Shreya, we are discounting his achievements here. It's this election, the overarching issue is delivery. When someone delivers 10 crore tap water connections, 12 crore toilets, it's serious delivery we're talking here. Serious numbers, and that matters to people. Imagine Bihar, just take an example. There are 1.6 crore rural households. Only 1% had tap water connections. Today, it is 90% have tap water connections in the last 5 years. It matters to the Mahila. The M that really matters is Mahila, Shreya. And what Nilanjan Da said, it is an unprecedented phenomena if it happens in the history of the world. Roosevelt and Margaret Thatcher are the only ones who have 3 consecutive mandates, but they too did not increase their vote share. They too did not increase the mandate, the size of the mandate.
And it wasn't easy for Thatcher. The third term didn't come easily.
Unbelievable achievement
for Thatcher,
if it happens.
and in this case, it's coming easy for Modi. Give me a minute. Some breaking news coming in. The BJP, I believe, is holding a meeting before counting at JP Nadda's residence. So that's the big piece of news coming in. The opposition has already told us, irrespective of which way the elections go, they are going to be holding a meeting as well, post the results and possibly do a press conference. So a key BJP meeting, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, before the counting actually begins. Quick reactions coming in from a string of leaders from the BJP. Let's quickly listen in.
What do you think that the political pendulum is this time going to swing, and how confident you are?
I'm very confident, and I'd like to thank the voters in advance that they voted in favor of Prime Minister Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they have taken the right decision to bring back a strong and decisive leader. Also, the continuous support from Prime Minister Modi with the full majority is going to further help India to go to the next level from 5th largest economy to the 3rd largest economy, and also to achieve the roadmap of Viksit Bharat. You know, we are all geared up to work under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. The Parliament will see a lot of action in the coming years, and I'm sure the world who is looking at India with a ray of hope will finally see again Modi back in power.
ये मैंने कभी नहीं देखा था, क्योंकि मैं इसी गांव देहात के पर ही फिल्में बनाता था, इसी गैंग वॉर्स पर मैं फिल्में बनाता था, इसी गोरखपुर पर मैं OTT सीरीज बनाता था, और आज उसी गोरखपुर में आप खड़ी हैं, CC रोड है, 4 लेन है, 6 लेन है, कनेक्टिविटी है, एयरक्राफ्ट है, इसी पानी के क्रूज में बगल में मेरे घर के यहाँ अपराध होते थे और यहाँ पे जानवरों की लाशें बहती थी, अभी पानी का जहाज वहाँ क्रूज चलता है. तो ये देयर आर ऑल सो मेनी रीजंस.
आपने है, गोरखपुर की जनता ने तो मतदान कर दिया. अगाध विश्वास है और मैं पूरी तरह आश्वस्त हूँ कि आज भारत की जनता चयन करेगी भाजपा की लोक कल्याणकारी नीतियों को, चयन करेगी हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकास की नीतियों को, चयन करेगी हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकसित भारत के विजन को. मैं जानती हूँ तीसरी बार फिर मोदी सरकार.
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate.
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on
Good
issues.
conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
have to follow the constitution.
State government of Karnataka is very clear saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
I am a change maker at UPES. I am tomorrow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning once again. The big piece of news coming in. Counting has now officially begun for the 543 seats that went to the polls in this record-breaking election, ladies and gentlemen. The big piece of news coming in, counting has begun. The BJP, as you know, has already opened its account even before the elections had started. They had won Surat, so the BJP starts with a lead. In fact, the NDA starts with a lead of 1. Counting has begun in 542 seats, therefore. Shortly, we are expecting the first leads to come in. That should come in about 10 to 15 minutes. Quickly listening into some reactions coming in from top BJP netas.
देश की जनता पूरी तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को आशीर्वाद देने के लिए इस चुनाव में बाहर उतरी थी और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार, फिर एक बार देश की सेवा 24 घंटे सातों दिन 24/7 विकसित भारत 2047 तक बने, उसके लिए जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने संकल्प लिया है, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के एक एक कार्यकर्ता ने परिश्रम किया है, उसका आज मतदाताओं द्वारा आशीर्वाद भरपूर मिलेगा और देश में पुनः एक बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक ईमानदार, कर्तृत्ववान और देशभक्त सरकार आज स्थापित होगी। ये देश एक है, हम सब एक है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी देश की सेवा करते हैं। भाषा, प्रदेश, धर्म, जाति, ये सब कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस के और उनके कुछ मित्रों के विषय हो सकते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए का विषय एक मजबूत भारत, एक विकसित भारत।
इतना गर्व होता है कि हमारे पास एक ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री है जिनके प्रति विश्वास है, आदर है, सम्मान है और जिन्होंने बेदाग 10 साल काम किया। उस परिप्रेक्ष्य में कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है, इनकम्बेंसी है और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ही मिले ताकि वो सक्रिय रूप से काम कर सकें एक विकसित भारत के लिए।
Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to keep a very close eye at the bottom half of the screen. Not the top half of the screen, but the bottom half of the screen, because that is where you're getting the numbers. The first leads coming in, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens right now. So NDA has already won Surat. We know that. It seems there's a lead. The first lead that we are getting in is a positive indicator for the NDA. The NDA, just take a look. Rapidly, the numbers are changing on your screens. The NDA now at 8. These are just leads. Will they convert into seats? We'll know in an hour or two from now. But the NDA at 8, India at 5, others at 3. These numbers will rapidly change. Ruhi, well begun is half done, they say?
Well, it's just, as you mentioned, very, very initial leads, Shreya, so very difficult to say anything. But yeah, I mean, is it unexpected to see the NDA beginning with leads? No.
It was unexpected to see the NDA win its first seat before the vote was even cast.
Yes, I was wondering what's happening. I was looking at the screen and I was like, it's not even started, so how is this happening?
It happened courtesy Surat. Yes. And it happened courtesy Mukesh ji, who was on our show just a while ago. And I asked him, it said that the BJP opened its account by cheating. He said, cheating nahi, hum kya kare if everyone wants to join the BJP ideology. What can we do?
Well.
Abraham, any first reactions coming in? The NDA at 10 and India at 5, others at 3.
Yeah, it is a welcoming move for the India bloc where they have said that it will be cutting across 150 seats. But going with this speed, then they should be crossing the 272 mark, I would presume. And still, it is an early lead and we have to wait at least 9 past 10 so that we can have a clear leads to
But
get
with
processed.
NDA at 12 and India at 5, these are of course early initial trends. How is the India alliance expected to cross?
That's where the cephalogist work has to be in depth. With an exit poll was an average of 140 seats for the Congress. If it is going at this speed within 10 minutes of 5 for the Congress for the India bloc, it should be opponently go beyond 200 with this speed. So let us wait for the early. These are the early signals of how the VVPAT has been just opened within 10 minutes back. So we have to wait at least 10 o'clock to get the clear majority of the lead has been progressed.
But you know, people, the opposition has raised question marks about the exit poll. Just take a look at the numbers. Again, I'm saying these are early leads. We just need to be very clear about that. These are not seats. These are early leads. Will these leads convert into seats? We'll know in the next couple of hours. I think in the next couple of hours, I would say by 10:30, 11, we'll know. But look at how the NDA is running away with seats.
Right. Well, it also depends on where the ballot boxes have been open. I mean, where the EVMs have been open. You know, where the counting. So all those things, what numbers are coming in, all that also matters a lot. But as you said, these are very initial leads, so very difficult to say much. Except that NDA is clearly running.
And by the end of it, Abraham, whether you like it or not, how many seats does the NDA need to form the government, and what percentage of vote share? 30 to 40% vote share. उसमें सरकार बन जाता है. And how many seats? 272.
272.
उसके ऊपर anything is bonus and a psychological victory. That's about it.
Of course. Of course, but we have to wait and watch. The game is all about winning or losing. Beyond that, what is the undercurrent which was being played in this general election, and the Congress fought it well along with all the other regional parties. So we have to wait and watch whether the undercurrent which has been evident in all the states have been replicated to India bloc as a vote share. As you may rightly mentioned, the earlier 2019, there were been the NDA was forming a government with 37% of vote share. Now, whether it has been uplifted or whether it is in the downgrade, we have to wait.
That will be interesting to see.
We have to wait and watch.
That will be interesting to see.
Yeah.
And also the fact is, irrespective of whether you believe exit polls or not, fact is that even the Congress is expected to better its vote share. And better its vote share more than the BJP. So let's see if that plays out. Nilanjan Da, if you're looking at the numbers on your screens, and as I've been urging our viewers, just, ladies and gentlemen, keep a close focus on the numbers that are at the bottom of the screen. The scroll that you see, that's where the story is. हम लोग तो बोलते रहेंगे for the next 3-4 hours. So you can hear us, but your eyes should be where the NDA is at 35, 40 now, India at 11, and others is at 5. Nilanjan Da?
Tell me. I'm here.
Any first comments? Any first comments? The NDA seems to be running away with all the seats here.
Well, yes, these are initial trends, from the postal ballots, and the initial trends are definitely in favor of the NDA. Normally, we have also seen in the past that the postal ballots actually go in the kitty of the ruling party or the ruling front. So I am not at all surprised with the NDA really running away with a very early lead. This is a trend which could continue, or it may get overturned in time. Depends on what kind of a verdict it is.
But it's a great start for the NDA. It's bare 7, ladies and gentlemen, and the leads that are coming in, and we have leads in about 60 seats there, 60 to 70 seats there, and out of which the NDA is walking away with most of them, with 45, India Alliance at 15, and the others don't seem to be doing too well. They started with 3, they are up to 5, which means this is a clear, by the looks of it, the picture is very clear. The others will not matter, it's just the NDA and the India Alliance. By the end of it, you will not need anyone to form a sarkar, the verdict will be clear.
I mean, obviously, others, there are certain very significant others, but otherwise, everybody is in an alliance. India is also a big alliance, many parties parties in it. NDA is also an alliance. How many others are really left? I think that's also a significant question to ask, right?
And while we've all spoken about the India alliance and the India partners, the fact is that the NDA very smartly had also stitched up an alliance that we weren't talking about chota parties all come together to give it that boost that is required.
So I think we don't talk too much about it because it's also overwhelmed by the Narendra Modi factor and by BJP's election machinery, etc. But these small alliances also matter, like 3 seats here, 2 seats there, make a lot of difference when you're looking for that magic figure.
These numbers, if they do convert, and you know, I understand all of us can say early leads, but early leads actually point to which way the election is going. I think that is very clear, Abraham. If they do by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, is this then a clear victory for Narendra Modi, not the BJP, not the NDA, but for Narendra Modi? Is that something that the opposition will be willing to accept?
We have to wait and watch. Again, I am reiterating the same fact because where we had any kind of indices to be precisely, whether we have a food inflation also put on park, whether we have the money inflation put on stall, we have to understand whether the 2014-2019 the credit score has been converted into vote share to give the credibility to our Modi Sarkar for the last 2 terms. We have to wait and watch if the people's mandate is in that way. Other than that, everything will be speculations and insinuations. I don't want to comment on that.
Okay, but the women vote. Right. And every exit poll, if you look at it, if you look at the granularity of the exit polls that have come out, seem to be suggesting that of the 31.2 crore women voters, many of them, most of them, have voted for Narendra Modi. And that is what is propelling the early leads that we are seeing. And just look at this. This is mind-boggling, actually. 80 for the NDA, 30 for the India Alliance, 10 for others.
Right. So, Shreya, see, there is no doubt that this election was about whether you want Narendra Modi as Prime Minister again or not, right? So that was the main thrust of this election. All issues are around it. That is at the core of this election. The women vote, as you said, has been crucial to the BJP, has been crucial to Mr. Modi, and which is why he's talking directly to women voters with all his schemes, with all his policies, with, you know, and not just he, a lot of state leaders also doing it. So, of course, it's a very crucial vote, and he does remain very popular among the women voter. That's something that's hard to deny.
But is that I'm just wondering to myself, is that an urban take on the elections? Do I want Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister or not? That is what I'm deciding, because if you go to rural India, and we know that rural and urban India vote differently, मुद्दे हैं उनके.
See, Shreya, I have travelled through 6 states, and I mostly travel in rural areas because I think urban India is not always the right indicator of which way the election is going. And I would say the overwhelming factor was whether you want the BJP or not. Also because there is this bigger question of और कोई विकल्प नहीं है. Vikalp kya hai? What is the alternative, right? So local issues matter, issues do matter, but at the end of the day, this is a Lok Sabha election. People are looking at who the Prime Minister should be.
But is this also a ration election when it comes to rural India, when it comes to the poor, that this guy is sending us food every month?
Certainly.
This guy is ensuring that our children don't go to bed hungry. You know, this is what we want to continue.
So welfare is at the heart of Indian politics right now. It is
not Ram. It's ration that decides this election.
It's calm versus Ram. Well, that's the whole thing. No, but welfare is the star of Indian politics right now. Everybody's competing to give the best welfare delivery platform to voters.
But then, you know, we'll still wait for Andhra Pradesh's elections results to come out, especially the assembly elections.
But exit polls are very interesting on that.
But because if welfare is at the heart of Indian politics, and if that is what people reward, why has Jagan Mohan Reddy not been rewarded? I mean, his welfare schemes are stellar, especially for women.
Well, you know, that happens because look at Telangana as well. BRS rather lost in the assembly elections. Although KCR's welfare schemes are extremely popular and quite on point. So these things happen. Everybody is competing, right?
Everybody is competing. I think what also works for Narendra Modi and the BJP is that at least at the top level, look, no one can deny the fact that there is corruption at the lower level. I mean,
always,
all Indians, all middle class Indians, you know, you go out, you know there's corruption at the lower level, but at the top end, you know the guy's clean. And that is not something that could be said for Jagan Mohan Reddy.
Yeah, well, that is the perception.
That is not what you could have set for BRS?
I think the perception, yes, among voters is that about the Prime Minister. Also, you see, the BJP has a huge advantage in terms of its machinery.
Correct.
It's able to talk about its
100
schemes.
ka aakda paar kar liya bhai, as we speak. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll speak for the next 3 hours. You just need to keep your eyes on the scroll. The NDA, piece of news coming in as far as early leads are concerned. 101 ladies for the NDA. When we give 100 rupiah in a lifafa on a happy occasion, we never give 100 rupiah, we give 101. So 100 for the NDA. Ruhi's just, she just rolled her eyes.
I don't know what to say.
She just rolled her eyes and said, "Ye kya ho raha hai?" Hi Neoma, good morning. How are you doing? Happy to see the numbers on your screens.
Hi, good morning. It's such a good morning. It's not even funny, and so happy and so reassuring to see what's happening. I don't know if you can hear me because the voice is really breaking. The country's can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Neoma. And let me just tell you why Neoma cannot hear us and why there is so much background noise. This is the BJP headquarters. Neoma, you're at the BJP headquarters. And there are these little cubicles and all BJP spokespersons are
That's
there.
absolutely
So there's a lot
right.
of crosstalk. I understand that. Neoma, go ahead. हाँ, तो आप जोर से बोल दीजिए, हमें आपकी आवाज़ सुनाई दे रही है. Go ahead, please.
India has voted for development. It's going to be a historic win with the Prime Minister coming in the third term, which has never happened in the history of India. The women have voted, the youth have voted. So we are on an adrenaline rush, an unexplainable adrenaline rush.
Okay, it seems Neoma hasn't had much sleep. Neoma, by the looks of it, you've not got much sleep yesterday. Was it nervousness? Was it something else?
See, overconfidence for me is a buzzkill. So I had surrendered to faith after working really hard. And this is a culmination of hard work with pure intentions. So that's how I would project this election result for all the people who work towards achieving development.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first leads out, more than first leads out actually. It is 100 par for the NDA, 400 par we don't know, we'll see. But 100 par for the NDA, India at 50 right now. Early leads, I just want to qualify this as many times as I can at the cost of repeating myself and at the cost of you guys getting irritated that these are early leads. We'll just have to wait and watch if these actually convert into votes. But I think there's a fair indication as to which direction this election is going. Tausif, hi, good morning to you. I saw you in the guest room. I wanted to say hi.
Hi, good
and
morning,
then
sir.
I just had to rush to the studio. But before I come to you, good morning, HD Kumaraswamy at a temple in Vocaliga Sears, I believe. Hi. Maybe we'll get a cup of coffee after this because by the looks of it, हमारा काम बहुत ज़्यादा होने नहीं वाला है तौसीफ. By 10:30, 11, I think things will be settled and we can all chill and have a cup of coffee and let the BJP take over because once the very depressing early trends. Why do you call them depressing? Because as you speak, we can see Mr. HD Kumaraswamy at a temple. He's meeting Vocaliga Sears, and I understand that everyone can do with some divine blessings. Given that it's a big day today, we'll talk about that scandal in a bit. But Tausif, why so depressing? I mean, exit polls had told you what is coming today. You only said ye bakwas polls hain. These are Modi polls. These have been made in the BJP headquarters. Turns out they were correct.
Yeah, See, no, the exit poll has a reputation in Bengal in 2021. They had projected very less seat, around 140 to 160 for Trinamool, but Trinamool got 212. So I have a very good reasons not to believe the exit polls. And now the early trends, since as they are called, you know, whatever it is, now gone 130, is shooting up so high. So yeah, it is very depressing. We are looking for a change. We want some new energy in the government. We want to, you know, bring new people with new ideas, with the same thing, same Hindu-Muslim, same dictatorship, same Modi Bhakti. You know, we are all fed up with this. We were looking for some change. I mean, even if the Prime Minister face changes, we'll bring some new energy to the country. I mean, there's a stagnation, and a very, very important quote, very famous quote by Ram Jethmalani, and we all revere him. He's a very famous lawyer. So he said once that, like in swimming pool, we need to change the water periodically. So similarly in politics, we need to change the government, you know, periodically. So if for 5 years the one government gets okay, if they perform well, give him a second chance. But after second chance, after 10 years, even if they perform well, you got to remove them. If you really want the country, if you really want the system to keep going with, you know, allow new ideas to foster, you have to change it periodically. If you're in so love with the same set of people, let them wait, let them play a role of opposition for some time, and then again bring them back. But anyway, that is my, I mean, that's my thought. That does not reflect in the
what can you
results
do?
that we see today. That's why I call it depressing.
Tausif. Chalo, depressing to theek hai, but what can you do if the couple has happily settled? You know, if they don't want a divorce, why are you insisting that the couple goes for a divorce? It's 10 years and the marriage is still stable. If the groom and the bride want to continue with each other,
marriage can stay.
I believe, give me a minute,
we just want the couple to move out of the house, let another couple occupy.
If the house is good.
195 നമ്മുടെ ഘടകകക്ഷികൾ എല്ലാവരും ഒപ്പിച്ച് ചെയ്യാനും കോൺഗ്രസ് 100 കാട്ട് കിട്ടുമെന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പൂർണ്ണ വിശ്വാസമുണ്ട്. അതും ഞങ്ങൾ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് റിയാലിറ്റി കണ്ടിട്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത്. കാരണം ഞങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും പ്രചരണം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്കും ഒരു പിടുത്തമുണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. ഇവിടെ ഒരു വിജയം ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ ടൈറ്റാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ വിജയം എളുപ്പമാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു തോന്നൽ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ശ്രീ ഖർഗെ എത്ര ഒരു അനുഭവിയാണ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിനൊപ്പം ഇരുന്നിട്ടാണ് ഈ നമ്പർ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഇവർ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ആയിരിക്കില്ല. ഇവർ പറയണത് പിന്നെ ഇന്ത്യ അലയൻസ് മൊത്തം 150 ഈ എക്സിറ്റ് പോൾ കാണിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ പറയും എന്തായാലും അതിനും കാട്ടും നല്ലോണം കൂടുതലായിരിക്കും. എത്രയെന്ന് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഖർഗെ സാർ ഇറക്കിയ എണ്ണം 295. അതിനെ നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു യാർഡ് സ്റ്റിക്കായി വെച്ചിട്ട് പിന്നെ നോക്കൂ എന്താ വരാൻ പോണെന്ന്.
Okay, since I don't understand the language, I'm going to request Abraham to tell us what exactly Mr. Tharoor is saying.
As per the Khargeji's clearly quoted, at most 295 would be the benchmark for Congress party and the India Bloc alliance. He would be going ahead and giving another 10 or 20 seats more from their viewpoint. And that is what the ground reality is all about.
Is he winning his seat though?
Yeah, he is telling he will be optimistic to win a seat, and let us wait and watch.
Let's wait and watch. But do you think he'll win his seat? Because his opponent is a formidable one, a sitting union minister, and an articulate one again.
But anything can happen in an electoral politics, you know. Even the Prime Minister lost election in Indian democracy. So we have to wait and watch whether it has been resonated with the pollers, electoral voters on the ground, because ground aspirations is something different. I'm still restating the same point. India has, beyond 2014 and 2019, 2024 election is somewhere you don't have any anti-incumbency in a much more larger way. But there is some undercurrent which has been played like in 2004, where entire exit poll was saying that India shining and Vajpayee is going to come to the power. But the electoral result was duplicating the same thing.
But just look at the screen. I think the story is clear.
These are postal ballot, ma'am. You know much more better.
Correct.
543 seats. The ballot will be open only after 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Only then we will be knowing what is the electoral mandate leads have been coming. These are what the first lead which has been generating is our postal votes.
But if postal ballots were that irrelevant, Abraham, the fact is that the Vice have gone to town about them, right? And to the courts about them.
No.
So they're fairly significant.
No, only thing is you should validate the postal ballot only before the counting process of the before opening of the VVPAT. Because if it is done after the election, there are certain irregularities will happen to adjust the differences. If the margin is somewhere a little bit, the postal ballots can be counted on the end of the elections as well. So the BJP shouldn't take that route. That is the reason all the opposition party went to the court saying that the postal ballot should be counted before the opening of VVPAT.
Okay. Early leads from Mumbai. And ladies and gentlemen, just look at this. The prestigious South Mumbai constituency, Arvind Sawant of the Uddhav Thackeray Sena is in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Early leads coming in from South Mumbai. Another lead that is coming to us is from Mumbai Northwest. This is where Amol Kirtikar, again from the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, is in the lead. And I don't think there are any surprises here. North Mumbai, Piyush Goyal, sitting minister in the government of India from the BJP, in the lead here. What about Mumbai South Central? Rahul Shivale Shinde. He's from the Shinde Sena, again in the lead here. So let's quickly take a look at Mumbai North Central as well. We have Sanjay Dina Patil, who is in the lead from Mumbai Northeast, that is. So right now, Maharashtra was supposed to be a bit of a khichdi, and there is no clarity on which way Maharashtra is going to go. And if early leads are to be believed, that's exactly how it's playing out.
Absolutely.
Khichdi.
And there is no, I'm not surprised about how Maharashtra is playing out, because on the ground, it was the most confusing election to cover. It's full of very, very kind of big contradictions. And there is a lot of confusion among voters about the two Shiv Senas, about the two NCPs.
But Mahayuti is in the lead. Matlab, if that early lead is anything to go by, Mahayuti is in the lead, but khichdi hai.
I would say that is more because of the BJP and the Modi factor, because I'm not sure the allies themselves as allies are playing out that well for the BJP. So, I mean, going ahead in the assembly elections, because they are this year, the BJP will really have to rethink its game.
But we often forget, you know, when we speak about the BJP, we often forget that in 2019, the BJP and the Shiv Sena together were the largest alliance.
Correct, they were.
They were,
sure.
And the BJP was the single largest party.
Sure.
So, so if they end up doing well, it should be expected.
But everything has changed since 2019.
In the last 2 years.
I mean, it's the last 5 years in Maharashtra has seen everything. You know, there's everything that's happened. Parties have split, families have fought, alliances have become, you know, all kinds of very weird permutation combinations. So everything has changed. Maharashtra is, that's why it's the most interesting and the most complicated state right now.
So early leads that are coming to us from Mumbai seem to suggest that the MVA is leading in 4 seats in Mumbai, which means the Mahayuti is ahead. Would you want to hazard a guess when it comes to Baramati? You track women voters in this country, but Baramati is an absolutely...
I am not going to hazard a guess about any seat in Maharashtra.
Kyunki saas bhi kabhi bahut hi story playing out in Baramati.
It is a very, very interesting contest, but as I said in Maharashtra, I'm not going to hazard any guess about any seat. It's just really, really...
But is it a contest between the two women, or is it a contest between uncle and bhatija?
Both. So I'll tell you, with the thing with these factions of Shiv Sena and NCP is that it's interesting that it's a contest about who you want as PM, it's a contest about local issues, about the candidates, but most importantly about these two factions and the leaders leading these two factions. So who feels more aligned to Sharad Pawar, who feels more aligned to Ajit Pawar, and similarly for the Shiv Sena.
Again, I'm just going back to our screens because that is where the story is. And that's what honestly I mean, we can do as much analysis as we want to here in the studio. But the fact is, the story ultimately is about numbers. And the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, are racing ahead as far as, oh, there's Ajit Pawar as we speak of him. There he is. In many ways, this election is testing him as well.
Right.
And is testing the fact that, you know, what's the narrative that played out? Here's an elderly gentleman, someone who formed the party, someone who nurtured the parties, someone who nurtured Ajit Pawar as his son. And by the end of it, Ajit Pawar not once but twice does what he does his own thing. And this is where we are today.
Right. So, Shreya, there are different kinds of narratives, right? Let's just talk about the NCP first. One narrative is what you mentioned.
Because if you speak to Supriya, she still speaks with a certain degree of hurt about what happened.
Right. So there is that one narrative, of course, that Sharad Pawar was betrayed by his nephew and, you know, he's the real leader of the NCP. But there are people who also say कि Sharad Pawar जी ने भी तो ये पहले किया है. उन्होंने भी तो पार्टी छोड़ी है. उन्होंने भी तो अपनी पार्टी स्टार्ट की है. तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है राजनीति में. So, you know, it's a question of conflicting, battling narratives. Similarly, in the Shiv Sena, there is loyalty for Uddhav Thackeray because of the last name, but there is, well,
there also has one Dharam Sankat.
No, I have a say in
just a minute, because there's something that is coming in from the south. Abraham, you'd want to look at this.
Okay.
I mean, expected, yes. Rahul Gandhi leading in Wayanad. We'd heard from Annie Raja earlier this morning, his opponent from the left. She said, I have given this all I had. So this was not a fight on paper. This was a real fight that played out. But turns out, ladies and gentlemen, that Rahul Gandhi, who won by record numbers in Wayanad last time, is ahead this time as well. Tipped to win the Wayanad seat. No surprises here, Prem.
100%. He is loved by entire Keralites, even cutting across the party line, cutting across caste, creed and religion. He's a revered leader in South, particularly in Kerala. The people love him like anything, and it will be replicated in Wayanad seat once the results are out. Even he will be cutting across beyond the last year margin. He will be going beyond the last year margin, I would say.
So what happens in the north then? If he's revered in the south, if he's revered in Kerala,
no,
what happens in the north then?
No. Well, he's most likely going to win a seat in Raebareli as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's so I will repeat what I've said in this election, that Rahul Gandhi, the Congress made a huge mistake by not contesting from Amethi. Rahul Gandhi made a huge mistake. He should have contested. There's a lot of unpopularity on the ground for Smriti Irani, and it was a bad call by the Congress.
Also perceptionally, what's the point of going to a safe seat? But just take a look at what's on our screens right now. We all know Taranjeet Singh Sandhu.
Right.
He is leading from Amritsar. He was India's ambassador to the United States of America not too long ago.
Right.
In fact, that has been a huge subject of debate, that you have diplomats, you have sitting judges quit and join the BJP and fight elections. So that's been a debate of its own in this election season. But the opening seems to be good for Taranjeet Singh Sandhu. If the leads hold in Amritsar, then he's becoming a member of parliament from Amritsar, a very prestigious seat.
I think judges joining politics is very, very questionable.
Sitting judges.
Yeah. It's very, very questionable.
Even for diplomats, I would. The right thing is a cooling period.
Right, cooling period is always important.
There,
it is, but I think the BJP is desperate because its bench strength is quite weak. I mean, it's looking up in recent times, but when it first came to power in 2014, it had very few people who could actually serve as credible ministers. So the BJP is desperate to get people from outside the traditional party fold so that it can have some bench strength.
Okay, Rohini Acharya leading in Saran had said a couple of things about the Prime Minister in this election which didn't go down very well. Was a big controversy as well. You have two of Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughters contesting this election. You have Misa and you have Rohini Acharya. It seems that the younger one is leading. We'll wait and watch what is happening to Misa, but Rohini Acharya leading from Saran. But I'll just wait for this one actually. I mean, a lead may or may not convert into.
Yeah, that's true for all the numbers. So we are basically, it's just more hypothesis right now based on leads.
Any analysis on what we could be seeing in Bihar? Because look, Narendra Modi's reputation is strong in the north. We understand that. But look, who he's allied with.
Right.
Someone who's called Paltu Ram, aaj idhar, kal udhar. So you can give a vote to anyone. Ultimately, by the end of it, you will see that there's only one person who ends up becoming Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, I mean, Nitish Kumar has really squandered away whatever he had accumulated, the goodwill, the popularity, and his the impression of being a very good administrator. He is to be blamed for where he is right now, and the kind of mockery that is often made of him, because really you can't. This is amusing politics. He's just always the CM with somebody else as support. It can't work like that.
Well, it is working, and
it is. I mean, but history is not going to be very kind to him, right? I mean, it's not something. He could have been the kind of leader Bihar needed. He changed Bihar from what it was under the RJD rule. There was better law and order. Girls felt so much safer. Education had improved. He was a good chief minister. I mean, just to be in power, he really squandered away all the goodwill.
And this election season, the BJP actually saw a loss. Sushil Modi died of cancer.
Yes, of course.
So that was a big loss.
Of course.
That was a big loss for the party. Our guests continue to be with us as we see the numbers racing ahead. Maybe we should just keep, before we go to anything else, just keep a close eye on the numbers, because once 272 happens, I know you can say, abhi 9 bhi nahi baje hain, and these leads we should just wait, but 272 will be a psychological mark, and so all the laddu making and the puri making and the aloo making we are seeing at the BJP headquarters, uska kuch kaam aayega, which means they know what they are doing. They are prepared, they know how to fight elections, they know when they are winning, and they are prepared for the party. What time do you expect the Prime Minister to hold his roadshow and do the victory march and the victory speech? Sham ko hoga?
The only two people who know what the Prime Minister is going to do are the Prime Minister and Amit Shah. I think all journalists always get it wrong, because we cannot second guess the Prime Minister, and this BJP leadership is...
No, but I can tell you one thing. Whatever Prime Minister Modi does, there'll be a victory speech, etc., will be on prime time.
Of course. That way he's predictable, yes.
So it's going to be at 8 o'clock. I don't.
Makes it easier for all of you. You have so much to show at prime time then, you know.
Yeah, at 8 o'clock is my show, the Urban Debater. So I'll just read the headlines, say over to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister will speak for 45 minutes.
That's true. He's going to try and target the prime time. Yes.
Actually, Neoma, you want to leave? ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है भाई? You are winning today by the looks of it, and you want to leave Mirror now and go to another channel?
No. I just wanted to say something when you guys were talking about the women vote bank towards Sri Narendra Modi ji. You know, at one point we only spoke about the upliftment of women. Today we are speaking about the empowerment of women. So there is such a beautiful shift in where we women stand and select the right person for us as a leader. And when it comes to puri and aloo, definitely no calorie count today.
No calorie, and everyone at the BJP headquarters will have to eat puri, aloo and laddu for all 3 meals by the looks of it. 274, ladies and gentlemen. 274.
Yeah.
हो गया न्योमा जी. I don't know whether I should start congratulating you right away, but 274 तो हो ही गया. Bye. चलो. BJP को लगा हो गया हमारा काम. We are done for the day. Bye, Neoma. We'll see you. Tausif Ahmed, the numbers not looking good for you. There's a piece of news that may make you happy. Mr. Annamalai, it seems that the BJP is trailing in Coimbatore, high-profile seat. The Prime Minister made a lot of effort in the state of Tamil Nadu, and you have to give him that, Abraham.
Yeah.
That they don't stop trying.
100%. That I will always give it to BJP. As you said, rightly said, they know how to fight an election on the ground zero without any discrepancies, and they will give 100% effort in that. I should agree with that.
And the DMK is leading in 24 seats, which means clearly, even this time, as expected, they are running away with this election.
37 to 38 for DMK is sealed
38 out of 39.
39. Only one seat I will be betting on in NDA block. That is Tirunelveli seat. Tirunelveli seat, because it is a former transport minister from the ADMK government who has been switched over to the NDA block. With BJP he is right now. And I would be giving him that seat because he is almost 45 years of dedication work in ADMK as a ADMK minister on ground zero. He is penetrated to length and breadth of Tirunelveli. So I would be giving the first account if NDA block should open in Tamil Nadu, then it will be on Tirunelveli.
And not Coimbatore, not Annamillau. Despite what he has done, he's brought so much energy into the election in Tamil Nadu.
He never brought anything to the people. He just made sure
he did that Padyatra. Top to bottom of the state,
even his fellow friends didn't follow the Padayatra. It is a flop show, utter flop show in Tamil Nadu. Even he doesn't agree with that Padayatra is a huge success. Whether it is going to penetrate and change towards vote, that is not going to happen. He will be trailing and he will be losing at least with 1 lakh margin. 1 lakh vote margin he will lose. Keep it and write. His writing is on the wall.
Chalo, I am writing 1 lakh.
Please, for sure.
I am writing 1 lakh. That he will lose. You are saying Annamalai will lose with a 1 lakh margin.
100%. 80,000 to 1 lakh margin he is losing. And Mr. Ganapati of Coimbatore from the DMK party, he is well-known the length and breadth of Coimbatore, and he has done so much as a party cadre and as a social entrepreneur.
But in Tamil Nadu, which is DMK land, you are still giving the BJP 1 seat, and you are saying it's not because of the BJP, it's because of the leader.
Not because of Annamalai, because of the ADMK leader who switched over to BJP. Because he had almost four decades of his hard work which has been penetrated in his constituency.
So the BJP was smart in poaching him then, no?
It is almost done before 2-3 years back, and he has his own permutation and combination to switch over the party rather than with the ADMK. So it is not, I'm not giving the wholesome credit to BJP.
Okay, the big leaders in Kashmir are trailing. By the looks of it, Mehbooba Mufti is trailing. By the looks of it, Omar Abdullah is trailing. By the end of it, you could very well see this change, ladies and gentlemen. But for the moment, early leads from Kashmir seem to suggest that the big wigs of this election are trailing. But what an election this has been. I mean, you just need to stand and salute the election in Jammu and Kashmir because of the record turnout.
Right.
Including in the valley, about 50%. That's incredible, yaar. Jo bhi bolo.
Of course, yeah, that's true.
That we have to commendable because they believed in the constitution right now after the bifurcation of the state between Ladakh and this. It is, now the repose on faith on constitution has been happening in the Indian democracy.
I remember polling percentages in the Kashmir Valley, 3%, 4%.
Yeah.
From 3%, 4% to 50%. That's incredible.
Right.
What happened? I mean, there was so much bad blood in Kashmir over, over the bifurcation, over Article 370, etc. What happened? What happened?
Well, I think people perhaps do want to, I've not traveled to Kashmir, I can't answer for sure, do want to participate in the democratic process. But I would say that Kashmir is an election we have not talked about enough because it doesn't have those many seats. Everybody's interested in UP and Telangana and Andhra and West Bengal and Orissa, etc. and Maharashtra. Nobody talks about Kashmir. This election in Kashmir is actually one with a lot more implications than just who will form the government at the center. It is a watershed in a way in Kashmir. So that's an important election to talk about.
I do believe that Kanimoy is leading.
Of course.
She's leading, of course. You're saying, of course. Of course,
she will cross almost 3 lakh vote margin. She will win.
Nilanjanda, would you want to come in here? I'm just looking at the tally. Early leads, yes. But the NDA, it seems, is running away with this election. Look at the numbers right now. 280 to 107 of the India bloc.
A very impressive lead, and I've also been trying to follow state, breakups which are coming, though these are very early and they would likely change. There are one or two things which is surprising. The first thing which really caught my eye is that the Andhra Pradesh figures appear to be reversing what the exit polls were suggesting, that the BJP and its allies, that is the TDP and Pawan Kalyan, they would be actually doing very well in Andhra Pradesh. In the state assembly elections, it could be a different ballgame altogether. But here, I think, there is some kind of a correction in the making. But as again, it is very early. Still, these are leads. These are postal ballots. The actual EVM votes, will take some more time to come. It also, there are, the states where the BJP and the Congress are head on. There, the Congress appears to be, holding on to some seats. I'm not talking in terms of, it's not a clean sweep for the BJP, but the Congress is having, like for instance, Madhya Pradesh. There are also some reports of, at least I saw one plate which talked about the Congress, leading in 2 seats in Chhattisgarh. Rajasthan, we have not been able to see. West Bengal, yes, the BJP appears to be ahead of the Trinamool Congress, though the Congress had leads in 2 seats when I last saw at the state tally. So it's turning out to be an election. At the end of it, while the larger story may be from the present trend that if it gets maintained, that the BJP actually and its allies actually getting very close to a 2/3 majority. But the other thing is also going to be a lot of state elections, which need to be talked about, which could be a lot of talking points in the days to come as the verdict becomes completely clear and counting is over.
All right. Again, early leads from Maharashtra, very interesting. The Maharashtra election, ladies, and let's just put the breaking on our screens once again. The Maharashtra elections are the ones that were said to be the most difficult to predict, and that is how it seems it's turning out to be. These are early leads again, ladies and gentlemen, from Maharashtra. We got you what's happening in Mumbai, the Mahayuti doing well. Now, some leads that are coming in to us from Baramati, where Sunetra Pawar, wife of Ajit Pawar, is leading. She is ahead, which means the sitting MP from there, Supriya Sule, is trailing. Then again, Amravati, and Abhishek is joining us from Amravati. This is where Navneet Rana is ahead, Beed, Pankaja Munde ahead, and Sholapur, Praniti Shinde is, it seems, ahead. Very interesting, Abhishek. The one battle which everyone in Maharashtra has their eyes on is in Baramati. It is the fight of the sister-in-laws, it's the fight of the uncle and the bhatija, as it were. And by the looks of it, the bhatija is winning. It's the sister-in-law that is winning. We don't know again. Early leads, but by the looks of it.
Yes, definitely. As per the early leads are concerned, we can see clearly Sunitra Pawar leading and Supriya Sule is trailing at this given point of time. And definitely, you rightly pointed out, it's a Pawar versus Pawar battle in their own bastion. Remember, Baramati is one of the high-profile seats in Maharashtra, which has consistently voted for the Pawar family. But now, after the split in the NCP, the people of Baramati were definitely confused, to go at which side. Both they had Ajit Pawar, who has consistently been a Deputy Chief Minister and worked on the development front. But at the same time, Supriya Sule, along with Sharad Pawar, was riding on the sympathy wave. And, the age group is concerned. The youngsters and seniors have their say, they have their soft corners toward Supriya Sule and the maker of Baramati, you can say, Sharad Pawar. On the other side, the other age group who are working, who are in direct connect with Ajit Pawar, day-to-day life and all the work that is being going on, wherein Ajit Pawar holds a ground-level leader in the Baramati and the nearby constituencies. So definitely, it's a tough fight at this given point of time, though the early leads are favouring Sunitra Pawar, but as the day goes ahead, we will have to closely monitor because, in fact, in the two-time past elections, in 2014, when there was a huge Modi wave, at that time also with significant 14,000 to 15,000 margin, we had Supriya Sule sailed through. And then with a margin of 150,000 vote in 2019, Supriya Sule again backed the seat. And this has been a traditional seat of Pawar family. So we will have to wait and watch out after the flit. Where does the Baramati voter have gone and selected which Pawar? Definitely it's a fight of political existence for the Pawar family, especially for Ajit Pawar. Back to you.
The NDA seems to have picked its women candidates right. Because you have not just Baramati, you have Amravati as well. You have Pankaja Munde as well from Bid who's leading. Praniti also. Hi Niti, I see you there. Good morning, how are you doing?
Hi Shreya. Very well, very well.
Good morning.
And I'm liking
Good
the
morning.
numbers that I'm seeing on your screen.
So, I'm fairly certain Tausif has been, he told me the numbers that he's looking at are fairly depressing for him, but 304 in the leads. You were 303 last time, yani piछली बार का आंकड़ा you have crossed. Congratulations. Although, I think we'll just wait.
On the leads, yes, but I'll talk about the numbers after 11 o'clock. But yes. Yeah, but I think numbers should be spoken about after 11, 12-ish. But I think overall the picture looks pretty positive for us right now.
That's absolutely correct. These are, again, ladies and gentlemen, just leads. They will have to convert into seats as well. If you want a crystal clear picture, then the crystal clear picture will be with us at about 11:30, 12. But for the moment, I think it's very clear which way this election is going, at least as far as the leads are concerned. From Wayanad, we know that Rahul Gandhi is leading. That's very clear. And as we speak, these are the numbers on your screens. These are the leads on your screens, not the numbers. Others at 32, interestingly and significantly, the India bloc at 141 and the NDA alliance led by the BJP at 307. Rahul Gandhi is leading in both seats. The news coming in, he was expected to, of course, lead in Wayanad. That is happening. Was he expected to lead in Raebareli as well, which is considered to be the safest seat actually for the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh. So he's leading from both seats, and therefore the Dharam Sankat on which one he will pick, Ruhi.
But I would think they should pick Raebareli. It's a traditional family seat. They've already abandoned Amethi. It's very bad optics to also abandon Raebareli.
But isn't abandoning Wayanad equally bad optics?
Yes.
The South has stood with you. The Kerala is giving you the maximum amount of seats that any other
state will give you. It's a choice between the devil and the deep sea, right? I mean, you've chosen to do this. You've chosen to contest from both. But I would think if they've chosen to put Rahul Gandhi from Raebareli and not Amethi, then it's only fair to keep Raebareli. Otherwise, he should have contested from Amethi and given Raebareli to somebody else. It's such a safe seat for the Congress.
Tausif, would you want to come in here? We'll try and see what we can get from West Bengal in just a bit, but any word on Rahul Gandhi having to pick between Wayanad and Raebareli by the end of the day?
No, as expected, Rahul Gandhi's performance has improved. Not only his personal seat, but also Congress overall, we are going to see a improved performance. And so far, choosing among these two seats are concerned, I think ultimately one of the family members will come to do a contest in either of these two seats. And I also believe that ideally Rahul Gandhi should stay in Raebareli and allow someone else to hold the fort in Wayanad. In any case, South India, as it is being seen, even the Annamalai, who had so much of weight behind him thrown by Prime Minister, walking with him on the streets, so visibly available on camera with Annamalai, and Annamalai being projected as to become a loser, again reinstates the claim by Congress that BJP is a SAF in South India, and whether it is half in North India, we are yet to see. But not so much, at least from the news from the south, is not so depressing. But yeah, we are too early. It is too early to say. We all know.
11 baje tak.
Yeah, no, ballot. No, these postal ballot basically, with all government votes basically, it remains with the ruling power. We have seen in this trend, it has been so forever. So perhaps after the machines are opened, perhaps around the noon, we will be able to, get a sense of really what is happening, how the day will end. Only after maybe 1 or 2 hours, we'll have to be patient.
Okay. Dilanjana, you want to say something, and then I'm going to welcome Dr. Pooja Tripathi, spokesperson of the Congress as well.
Yeah, very shortly, I'm just looking at the final tally. Not many, just about 50 seats more trends are to be expected. And NDA is 317, which means that it is nowhere getting near what we call 400 par. And if the NDA is 317, I do not know whether the BJP on its own is running towards a runaway majority. Are they, I feel like raising a question that if this trend continues, they may not be able to retain the 303 seats which they won in 2019. They may well fall short. So the last laugh may not be the BJP's if this trend gets maintained as towards the end. We have to still see, and now keep an eye on how much more can the NDA build the lead on.
Again, qualifying this, and as I said, I'm going to do this at the cost of repeating myself and irritating all of you, that these are early leads, ladies and gentlemen. It's only about 8:50.
Yes.
These are postal ballots, and Amit Shah ahead in Gandhinagar as expected.
Yes.
As we know, Gujarat BJP is expected to do very, very well in Gujarat. So Amit Shah, ladies and gentlemen, ahead in Gandhinagar on expected lines. But please just be cognizant of the fact that these are early leads. At the end of the day, they will have to be crystallized into seats. The final number will only be put out by the Election Commission of India. This one, I think, will be clear by 12:31. But I do remember a time when we were in the newsroom, because of Madhya Pradesh. You remember that election?
The 2018 Madhya Pradesh Assembly
Don't
election.
remind me.
Yes.
I was in office till 2 o'clock.
That election was quite something. It was a cliffhanger.
It was a cliffhanger. And you couldn't be short till the last vote is counted. And ultimately, the Congress did win that one.
Through.
It's just about
Although it lost its government eventually. But yes.
Exactly. Dr. Pooja Tripathi, good morning. Kaise hain aap? Good to see you. I can see laddu pedas being made at the BJP headquarters. They have already prepared for a win. You can say these are early leads. You can say wait till 12 o'clock, etc. But the BJP has decided that they have won. आप लोग कुछ भी बोल लीजिए.
Decided, I think everyone should hold their horses, and the laddus and pedas can wait till 12 o'clock. Let the actual numbers come. These are very early. EVMs have been opened at 8:30, and we are still hopeful. We are still looking for a good fight.
You are looking for a fight, but by the looks of it, there has been no fight. I mean, there's been a fight, of course. This is an election. We are a part of participative electoral democracy. So obviously there has been a fight. As we began the elections, everyone said, "Kitna thanda election hai? Kuch bhi nahi hai. There is no fight. Everyone knows who is winning." But as you got into the second week into this election, the India bloc did seem to gather its forces, gather some josh and energy, and actually give it what it had. So on the ground at least, and in television studios, though, the fight had become very real. But if the numbers stand, again I'm saying early leads, but if the numbers stand, the fight then was only in the studios and nowhere else.
Yeah, I
Will I be wrong in saying that? You don't agree? Go ahead.
don't agree. India Alliance gave a very dedicated, very committed fight. We set the narrative from the day one. They were like 400 par, 400 par. I don't see them crossing 400 par even with these numbers. From the day one, the Congress manifesto was out. Prime Minister Modi didn't only attack every point of Congress manifesto. He went to resort to lies and fakery, from Mangal Sutra to Muslims to Bhais Kholenge to Toti. I think where India Alliance stood on the constitutional values, stood on the people's issue. Prime Minister Modi took the political discourse every day down and down, but it's democracy at the end of the day. And we respect the verdict. And let's see how the numbers are. I'm still saying it's very early trend to be this jubilant. And we are still hoping for a good number.
No, I'm not jubilant because I'm not the one winning or losing this election. Everyone in the team is here. There is Josh. There is excitement. So that is why I'm happy. I'm not particularly happy looking at the numbers. As I said, it will impact my life as an Indian citizen, but definitely doesn't impact my life as a journalist. I just have to report what the numbers are. If they are winning, what to do. If you were winning, I would have smiled as well.
But Shreya, just one thing, I do agree with her that the level of discourse in elections has really gone down, and I don't think the Prime Minister needs to resort to such polarizing conversation.
But remember the last election?
No, but why?
It was the same.
No, but my question is, the
This is Indian politics.
voters are voting for you, for your work, for your welfare schemes. Why are you going on alienating voters and talking like that? Why would you do that? There is no need to do it. The Prime Minister...
election campaign, Prime Minister Modi has said that we have made sure the development from this indices from the last 10 years. Any one campaign you show me, could the political analyst be obvious?
No, he does both. My point is, he talks about the work, but he also does this polarizing conversation.
So
yes,
that's exactly what I want to say before I let Pooja in. The fact is, एक minute. There is a 1 hour, there's a 1 hour speech that is made, and he'll say a lot of things about development, ye kiya, wo kiya, etc., etc. Then he'll make these spot shots, and then he'll make these polarizing statements. But which is the one that makes it to the headlines? The polarizing statements.
No, but my point is, why does if you want to make these polarizing statements, leave them to other people in the party. The Prime Minister's office is an office of dignity. Yeah. I don't think the Prime Minister should resort to this.
Okay. Pooja,
No.
To what? What was he responding to when he made the Mangal Sutra comment?
I remember his...
And the Guspetiya comment. Just a minute, Pooja.
His earlier Shamshan Kabristan, all these
The wealth redistribution.
Niti, go ahead.
The wealth redistribution and everything that they are talking about. It was about the wealth redistribution that he was talking about, and how do you communicate that to the people in the lower rung area? They don't understand wealth redistribution. And all of this is true. See, you cannot hold the Prime Minister responsible for responding to what you are saying. It is your manifesto, it is your leaders who have been making these divisive statements. The Prime Minister has been talking about development. He has been talking about his 10 years. But he has to respond to whatever you're saying. He needs to go and explain it to the people.
And what was he communicating when he did that?
I'll let Pooja come in, but where...
Mujra comment, I really want to understand what was he trying to communicate when he equated India Alliance campaign to Mujra? Can the BJP
panelists... I can't hear Pooja for some reason.
Acha, Pooja is saying that why was the need for him to bring the movement in? What was the message he was communicating there? Maybe he saw Hira Mandi. Who knows?
Could be possible.
That's not the point. The point is, it is your leaders who have brought down the entire narrative. हमने तो वहीं से शुरू किया था ना. We started with development. We started with our 10 years, and we started with our vision for the next 15 years. And that is where the Prime Minister was coming from. It is after your statements came in that we had to respond to that. You cannot hold us responsible for even responding. So it was them who brought down the entire narrative.
No, what happened after that?
You can't even respond. आप अपने उस पर रहिए. You don't respond to whatever they're saying. What happened after what?
No, but here's the point.
It was after the first phase, right? Till first phase, आप लोगों ने बोला that the Prime Minister was only talking about development.
Just a minute.
There was no negative agenda.
Ladies, 1 minute रुक जाइए जरा. Look at the seat numbers. Seat numbers nahi. Let me qualify. Seat leads. NDA 319, India 144, others 41. Tight fights in Karnataka. The BJP was expected to do very well, take at least 25 seats home, which was its tally last time. But it seems in the state of Karnataka, which is currently being ruled by the Congress dispensation, there is a tight fight that is currently underway. Amit Shah Amit Shah, I believe, is leading in Gandhinagar, and tight fights going on in Karnataka. DK Suresh is trailing after initial leads. That is very interesting. Would you want to say something?
Yeah,
Amit
that
Shah
would be
expected, but why DK Suresh?
That would be an interesting. We will wait and watch. But as far as the Tamil Nadu is concerned, Mr. Annamalai is trailing almost 2,500 votes below, and the DMK party man who's leading almost 6,000 votes on a shortfall.
Okay, I believe we have reactions that are coming in, and my producers are saying you're only talking, you're not taking reactions. So please let's listen into what leaders are saying today.
Yeah, I have no doubt. The expectations were set on the 26th of April, not today. Because the fact is that once people have cast their votes and the boxes are sealed in the strong rooms, there is frankly no further room for any argument or debate, right? I mean, this has happened, it's happened. So people have voted. All we have been doing is waiting 6 weeks to find out how they voted then. So whatever has been said since then, including the exit polls, can have no bearing on the outcome because the outcome was established on the 26th of April. Once you are there, you have earned the right to represent your people. And as far as they are concerned, whether you go there with a 10-vote majority or a 10,000-vote majority, you're still their representative. And I've always taken the view that once I have been elected, I am the representative of all, whether they voted for me or not. And I'll work in that same spirit and
सर कांग्रेस पहले से ही बोल चुकी है कि इंडिया ब्लॉक की 295 सीट आ रही है कम से कम, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी की बात करें, कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग सपने देख रहे हैं, वहां पर तो मुख्यालय में तो लड्डू बनने भी शुरू हो गए हैं, वो इतने कॉन्फिडेंट दिखाई दे रहे हैं. आपका क्या कहना है सर इस बात?
देखिए, लड्डू तो उन्होंने 2015 के बिहार चुनाव में भी बनाए थे, जो बाद में दूसरों को खिलाने पड़े. बंगाल इलेक्शन में भी बनाए थे एग्जिट पोल देख करके. तो एग्जिट पोल इस देश में उसकी क्या विश्वसनीयता रह गई, ये देश समझता है. हम एग्जिट पोल की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम एग्जैक्ट पोल की बात कर रहे हैं. हमने जनता से जो फीडबैक लिया है उसके आधार पर एग्जिट पोल आने से पहले हमने कह दिया था कि हम 295 प्लस सीटें जीतने जा रहे हैं. और आज गिनती होने दीजिए, आप देखिएगा कि फेयर इलेक्शन हो रहा है, फेयर मतगणना हो रही है और इंडिया ब्लॉक आसानी के साथ देश में सरकार बनाने जा रहा है. ज्यादा वक्त नहीं बचा है. और अगर भाजपा कह रही है कि हम सपने देख रहे हैं, तो सपने जो देखते हैं उन्हीं के पूरे होते हैं. और हम जागती आंखों से सपने देख रहे हैं, हम सोते हुए सपने नहीं देख रहे हैं. इसलिए आपने जो सोता हुआ सपना देखा है, उस सपने के टूटने का वक्त आ गया है.
मेरे को आज दुनिया भर के लोग भारत का पार्लियामेंट लोकसभा का चुनाव के संबंधित रिजल्ट्स के लिए सभी लोग देख रहे हैं. मेरे को पूरा विश्वास है, एग्जिट पोल भी बताए, भारत के 140 करोड़ जनता के आशीर्वाद से नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनेगा. जो हम
देखिए, भारतीय संसदीय इतिहास में 4 जून 2024 का दिन हमेशा एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन के रूप में याद किया जाएगा. आज जो नतीजे आएंगे वो विकसित भारत की एक मजबूत नींव रखने वाले नतीजे होंगे और पूरा देश इंतजार कर रहा है और नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे.
मैडम, विश्व के इतिहास में इसका एक पैरेलल नहीं है. तीसरी बार जनता के बीच जाकर एक लोकतंत्र में एक नेता इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल करना, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. और विश्व के स्तर पे, वो अमेरिका हो, यूके हो, यूरोप के कोई देश हो, जापान हो, किसी देश में एक पैरेलल आपको नहीं मिलता है. मोदी जी विश्व स्तर पे एक बहुत बड़े हिस्टोरिक जीत हासिल किए हैं. पहली चीज. दूसरी चीज ये भी है, जनता ने भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण राजनीति और देश को भटकाने का राजनीति, इसको जनता ने साफ साफ तिरस्कार किया है. इंडिया अलायंस को आप जब देखते हैं, या वो जाति के आधार पर बने हुए पार्टी के गठबंधन है, या सब नेता भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप पे या बेल में हैं या कन्विक्ट हो चुके हैं, या बहुत बड़ी मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण में सब लोग निरत हैं. ये सभी 3 मुद्दों को जनता ने तिरस्कार किए। तीसरा चीज ये भी है कि आप जब देखते हो, विशेष रूप में दक्षिण भारत से जब मैं इसका व्याख्यान करूं, ये उत्तर भारत और दक्षिण भारत के बीच में जो डिफरेंस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, इंडी गठबंधन ने प्रयास किए थे देश में शुरू करने के लिए, कि उत्तर अलग है, दक्षिण अलग है, बीजेपी का कुछ नहीं चलेगा दक्षिण में, इसको भी जनता ने तिरस्कार किया है। तो ये मैंडेट देश की एकता के लिए है।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our coverage, bringing you the latest, sharpest reactions. In fact, I'm being joined by Ruhi right now, Ruhi Tiwari, who's a senior journalist, as well as by Harish Ibrahim, who's a political analyst, and we're also going to be joined by several other guests. I'm Sneha Koshi. I'm going to take you through the numbers and the latest that's coming in over the next 1 hour. Now, what's fascinating? Remember, as we have been telling you, the numbers that are flashing on your screen are just about the early leads which are coming from the postal ballots. EVMs have also opened. The counting for EVMs has also begun in some places. But the early leads at this point, we're around 9 o'clock in the morning. This is largely based on the postal ballots and the EVMs that are now beginning to open since 8:30 in the morning. Let me give you what seems to be the interesting trends. There seems to be a close battle. Let's just start with down south, because that seems to be a rallying point, literally, not only with the BJP-led NDA, but also the India bloc. It's a tough war in south of India. Let's get you, seems to be DK Suresh, who seems to be at this point trailing. We also have Prajwal Revanna, who is trailing. These are the initial 2 points. But as I said, trailing and leading is just shifting very closely, because the votes that have been counted are just that many, are largely postal and just about EVMs beginning. But the way the numbers are shifting for DK Suresh, Bengaluru Rural, as well as Prajwal Revanna, Hassan, these two perhaps are very good indicators of what may really lie. We don't know. Sunetra Pawar is leading right now in Baramati. That's what seems to be emerging. It's a close contest, as I mentioned, in several parts of Karnataka for that matter. In fact, if you look at Rahul Gandhi, he seems to have got a lead in Rai Bareli at least. In Wayanad as well, as he's expected to win Wayanad, at least according to the estimates that we have got. But largely, what does this all mean? Kanimori is leading in Tuticorin as well. I'm going to be joined by our reporters, and we'll be told as soon as we have the reporters with us. We hopefully will have them really soon. But Ruhi, all right. So Ruhi Tiwari, if I can just come to you at the first point. You're seeing what's happening with DK Suresh and Prajwal Revanna. Karnataka, by and large, has always voted for the BJP or the NDA when it comes to the parliamentary elections. No one is expecting a very big surprise. But in these two seats, or largely in pockets of Karnataka, there seems to be a close contest.
Right. So, I think the exit polls sort of made it seem like Karnataka was a sweep for the BJP. But before that, there was a lot of conversation around. I have not traveled to Karnataka, so I wouldn't know. I think he's a better person to answer that question. But there was a conversation about the Congress doing well in Karnataka and managing to hold ground. So I think the exit poll sort of threw people off as far as Karnataka was concerned.
Okay, and all right. We are also getting leads of Uttar Pradesh, where India bloc seems to be at the forefront, at least now, with the leads. But we'll just get to that in a bit. Harish Ibrahim, Rajiv Chandrasekhar seems to be at this point leading in Thiruvananthapuram.
But
it was trailing, and now he's leading. So it's a very to and fro, as it would happen in a postal ballot if it is a close contest.
Hands
as well,
down,
too early to say.
Shashi Tharoor is going to lead at least by 50,000 margin at the end of the day, for sure.
Well, for those who have Shashi Tharoor or Thiruvananthapuram constituency, it's been a tough battle for Shashi Tharoor. Even if you look at the last two ones, and particularly last one, he did win with a good margin though, but it was a huge contest on the ground.
For sure, it is a tough fight.
The fact that BJP or NDA managed to field a candidate like Rajiv Chandrasekhar
100%. That I should
really
agree.
changed the game. I mean, any other hardcore politician would not have possibly stood up to somebody as Shashi Tharoor appeals in a city like Thiruvananthapuram.
Totally.
That was kind of...
Totally. That was a remarkable and strategic move to make sure Rajiv Chandrasekhar to be there, which gives a huge contest to fight in the battleground, that too with Thiruvananthapuram, which is the state capital, and where Shashi Tharoor not even has, he is a mass leader, whether to Congress or to the ground, it is debatable. But one thing I am pretty sure is it is a strategic move to play where the party leader like Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who made sure there is an indomitable BJP is lying down the current place. That for sure we can agree with that.
Yeah, so I would sort of agree with him. The BJP did a gamble, right? Rajiv Chandrasekhar, if he had been, the other option was Bangalore. It would have been a fairly safe seat. If Rajiv Chandrasekhar had contested from one of the Bangalore seats, in all probability he would have won. So BJP gave up a safe seat to put up a fight in against Mr. Tharoor. So I think that was the kind of gamble the BJP played. It was more about optics than necessarily about winning. It was also about trying to show that you're putting up a fight and you're not running away from this fight.
In fact, Ruhi, the fact remains, the possibility of winning with Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the possibility, was far more than fielding any other hardcore BJP politician that BJP could have fielded. Well, but it is Shashi Tharoor's home turf, but we must remember he's also been an MP for 15 years. So,
but what is an election without a good fight?
Absolutely. That's true, and I'm sure both the candidates, Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Chandrasekhar, would vouch for that particular one. I'm being joined right now, and as I said, India Bloc, that's a breaking on our screens. India Bloc has taken early leads. We have the results coming in for Uttar Pradesh. India Bloc seems to be ahead on, SP is ahead on at least 15 seats, BJP is ahead on 7 seats. That's the initial lead that we are getting. Chandrasekhar Azad is ahead in his constituency. So that's the breaking that we are getting at this point. Again, very early leads, as I said. I'm also very quickly being joined by my colleagues who are on the ground. Much action happens on the ground. Elections is all about being on the ground. Abhishek from Baramati as well as Deepak from Bengaluru. Deepak, let's go across to you. DK Suresh, Prajwal Revanai in the news. Close, trailing, leading. Is that even, is that in line of what we are likely to find through the day, or is it largely going to change once the count from EVMs comes to the fore? But what are you picking up on the ground? What's the mood?
Well, initial rounds of counting of the EVMs as well has begun in multiple constituencies in the state of Karnataka. Right now, the trends that are coming in is indicating that in about 8 to 9 seats, the Congress is leading. In about 2 seats out of the 3 that the JDS is contesting, they are leading. The third seat where they're trailing is Hassan. Initially, of course, in the postal ballots, we saw a little bit of an upper hand, but after that, he has been trailing, and all eyes, of course, will be on that particular seat. Meanwhile, I'm here at the Adi Chunchanagiri Mutt. Mr. Kumaraswamy, of course, meeting the tops here from the Mutt, Nirmalanda Swamiji here. He's right now inside the chambers. We'll try and get a word from him because he's currently leading from the Mandya constituency as well. A lot happening in the state of Karnataka. While the exit polls have predicted once again a good number for the BJP, the Congress is hopeful of managing at least about 12 or more. That's what most of the leaders have been saying. But right now the numbers are stuck around the 8 to 9 mark. Whether they can improve that tally through the course of the day, that remains to be seen. But of course, the BJP has been hoping that they do really well to compensate on any losses in other states in Karnataka. So all eyes, of course, will be on multiple constituencies here. And Bengaluru Rural, which has been a bastion and the sole seat that was won by the Congress party last time. Just an update for our viewers that DK Suresh, the brother of Mr. DK Shivkumar, is currently trailing from that particular constituency.
Right. Deepak, thank you very much for joining us. I'm also being joined by Abhishek at this point. Abhishek, with what's happening at Baramati, that's one of the questions that everybody really had. Will it continue to be the power place that it has been for the Sharad Pawar's family? It may stay with the family, but really, is it going to change hands? There seems to be at least initial leads for Sunetra Pawar.
The initial leads were definitely for Sunitra Pawar, but as the round progresses now, what we are coming to know is that again, Supriya Sule is leading, and that's why it's a tough fight. It cannot be predictable at whether Supriya Sule or Sunitra Pawar. And remember, Baramati is one of the high-profile seats, and Baramati has always voted for the Pawar family. Right from 2014, 2019, this is term Supriya Sule is contesting from there. But now the political dynamics have changed after the split in NCP, and we have seen senior Pawar fighting versus the junior Pawar. And definitely at one side we have Ajit Pawar with the political developmental agenda, who is a deputy chief minister, and on the other side we have Supriya Sule riding on the sympathy wave for Sharad Pawar after the split of the party. And definitely it's a big challenge for the people of Baramati who have already voted, and now whom they have voted for is something we are closely monitoring. But as we speak, currently the lead has changed, and now Supriya Sule is leading from Baramati and Sunitra Pawar is trailing. But definitely this is just initial leads. We will have to wait till the afternoon to get the clarity, and whether Supriya Sule gets a third term or will there be a surprise of Sunitra Pawar winning the seat is something that needs to be closely monitored. Back to you.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us. So, Ruhi, what's your sense you're getting from Maharashtra? It's more than just which side is going to win, which alliance is going to win. It's also about which alliance the people manage to trust through despite all the shifts and change that's happened. Right, I think it is a bit of a survival battle for both the factions of the NCP and the Shiv Sena, because they've both taken huge risks and it's a gamble for both of them. It would also set the tone for the assembly elections that are due later in the year in the state, which are going to be far more complex because of these factions. So I think Maharashtra, that way, I've said it from day one, it's a big khichdi. One doesn't know what's going to happen there, what's happening there. And I think even some seats like Baramati, for instance, it's going to go down to the wire. These are going to be seats for which we have to wait for the election commission results to be able to tell what's happening. The other thing about Maharashtra is that it would, both the BJP as well as the Congress, or mostly the BJP, will have to think about who they have aligned with and whether that alliance is working for them. Because, at the end of the day, Shiv Sena, the Thackeray legacy is important, right? And the BJP has always been a natural Shiv Sena ally. Now, the Shiv Sena is split into two, and then NCP has been more of a Congress ally, but suddenly the BJP has one faction of it. So these are causing a bit of confusion, even ideological confusion, as far as Maharashtra is concerned. And the BJP will have to think about how it wants to go forward in Maharashtra. All right. In fact, I'm told we are also being joined by Charu Pragya. I'm joined by more guests as well. I'll introduce them in a bit. Charu Pragya, you've been waiting for a while now. Charu, give us the sense, initial leads that are coming in. Maharashtra, let's start with that. Sunitra Pawar may be leading at places, but largely the battle is also about which alliance manages to push through with all the changes that have happened.
Absolutely. Good morning. Now, this is the day when we are celebrating the best of our democracy. We are waiting to see election results, and I believe it's going to be a thumping majority win for the NDA, and we're going to create history with this. Maharashtra, everybody is taking a look at, because this is the first time there are many, many political parties in the fray, and some which are very new because older political parties have split. But one thing remains very clear. The work which has been done in our country in the last 10 years and the vision our Prime Minister has for our country for the next 25 years is what is driving this election. And that is the only thing that is going to matter at the end of the day for most of the voters. So in spite of this discussion being, what will happen with the newly formed NDA alliance, etc., I don't think there'll be any surprises. In fact, I believe that we'll be beating very comfortably our tally in 2019, and we are looking forward to a great next 5 years.
All right. Charu, I'm also being joined by Anand Paranjpe, who's an NCP leader, as well as Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay. All right. I'm told Anand is not there. We are also being joined by Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay
as well as Swati Malik. Thank you very much for joining us. Swati, to you, with the initial leads that are emerging, let's also look at what seems to be the numbers that BJP is getting, at least what's being told about BJP and the NDA. Do you really look at the prospect of what Congress or the India Alliance could have done to this election vis-a-vis what really has happened?
Comment on what we could have done better, because only the starting trends right now, and even if you go by just by the starting trends, what I see is that India is 205 plus and NDA is rather 277 plus is the trend that I was seeing. So even if you see these numbers, the whole narrative that was created by the Prime Minister, by the BJP about 400 par and this is going to be historic, etc. Right now, they're not even matching up to what it was in 2019. So you can see the narrative fail. You can only by the trend so far. Although, like I said, my caveat is that this is comment right now. This is too early to go by what we could have done better. But looking at the trends, the narrative created by the Prime Minister, whether all those gimmicks of him going into, the meditation zone that he goes into with his camera, or other things like that, the whole, the divisive politics that they have been playing, whether he says that, okay, I will not talk about Hindu-Muslims, and then in the next speech he talks about Hindu-Muslims. When you see all that, so in these trends, in these results, we realize that voter is not, we cannot take the voter for granted. Just like we failed in 2014 and 19 to create our dent. In 2014-19, we somehow could not convince our voters about our manifesto, about what our vision is for the country. But now in 2024, we can see, even by the trends, how from 91, it is almost double right now. So we are already doing better, and I am sure it is only going to get better from here, and we will form the majority.
All right, at least Uttar Pradesh for now, Congress may have some relief. It seems to be having at least the leads that are coming in for the India bloc at this point seems to be good. Clyde Castro, okay, we seem, all right, we seem to have some audio issues with Clyde Castro at this point. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, what really unfolds with this election? What would be the key takeaways?
Well, at the moment, it's very difficult to say what are the key takeaways because it's still a counting in process. About half an hour ago, when I was, at a different location on the same program, I pointed out that the trends, what was happening since morning was beginning to reverse, and that is what has happened now. Just about, we need trends of only about 20 seats, and the entire NDA is just at hovering around 300 mark, short by 25%.
And largely by postal ballots.
And no. By now, there would be a fair amount of EVMs. That is when the trend reversal began. About half an hour, 40 minutes ago is when the EVM votes started getting added into the trends. So since then, there is a reversal of process. So at the moment, out of 543 seats, just about we need the trends of only about 20 more. Out of the 510 or 520 odd constituencies where we have the trends from, the NDA is leading in only 303, which is 25% less of its target of 400. 303 if for the entire NDA means that the BJP, the big question is it going to slip below 272, a clear majority on its own, or whether it is going to be above? It clearly at the moment is not going to win 303, which won in 2019. So definitely it is, if this trend is maintained, then definitely it is it's a decline in the performance of the BJP. It's not an enhanced mandate, but it is a declined mandate if this actually becomes the result.
So just a couple of points to add to what Mr. Mukhopadhyay said. So first of all, yes, these are trends. That's why I'm very cautious about what I'm saying, because these are trends. There are seats that are probably somebody's leading by a margin of 1,000 votes, which can just reverse in no time. So
and that's why you're having such close
battles. And there are states like that, which are like Maharashtra, for instance, a state with 48 seats has close battles. But this 400 par, 400 par, is something I don't think the BJP also thought was realistic. I mean, come on, 400 par is really a huge figure. It was more to enthuse the cadres. I think the whole idea was to enthuse the cadres and workers and to make it seem like, to give them some kind of enthusiasm to work towards. But if the BJP, even if they win and they form the government, this 400 par is going to haunt them because they will be taunted for talking about it and not being able to reach it. So they only have themselves to blame for that.
They'll also be taunted if they do not touch 303.
Right.
People will all the time point out 2019 you won.
Although
who are they going to be taunted by though?
There will be a stronger opposition.
No, and also I think I think the BJP again has itself to blame. If you're coming back with whatever mandate in the third term, you're still winning, which means the mandate is for you. But if you talk about large numbers and you don't get those, then you become a bit of a laughing point, right?
No, can you understand what it would mean, if the NDA has a majority, but the BJP does not have? So that means that the BJP is dependent on one or two allies, lower than 272. If then it's dependent on at least one or two allies for majority all the time.
Okay. All right. I'm also being told at this point that we have Clyde Crasto with us. I believe we have been able to get through to you. Your audio is all ready. You can hear us loud and clear. Clyde Crasto, what would you see as the emerging trends with Maharashtra? It seems Baramati at present, even as we speak, and it's been for a while now, that Sunetra Pawar really is on the lead. And as it may be too early, Clyde, but it's still a lead.
I'm getting real-time updates. No, I'm getting real-time updates.
Okay,
I don't know where are you getting it from. The
Sulle
real-time update is
yes,
that
you're
Supriya
right. We've just got the real-time lead as well. So Supriya Sule is now leading. Correct. You're right.
Yeah. She's been leading for a while now.
So that's shifted now. It's Supriya Sule who's leading.
Numbers. Yeah. So in Maharashtra, if you see the numbers now, the India Alliance is leading in on 27 seats and 21 is for the NDA. So that's what we've been trying to say all this while. Look at the exit polls and look at everything. But what has happened specifically in Maharashtra, if you're going to talk about it, is the people are upset with the dirty politics played by Bharatiya Janata Party. Breaking parties, breaking families, and I've been on record on your channel and other channels that Bharatiya Janata Party is going to pay for what they have done is to bring in the Eknath Shinde camp and the Ajit Pawar into their fold. If they had got alone, they would have probably done much better. But they brought these people, and why I say so, these are the same people the Honorable Prime Minister called naturally corrupt party, accused Ajit Pawar ji of 70,000 crore scams. I was defending Ajit Pawar ji when he was with us. And I'm still saying it. It was accused by the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders. They accused all the leaders of Eknath Shinde camp. And then when they came into their fold, they were not talking. But the people realized that if they were going to call them corrupt and bring them into their fold, why should we vote for them? And this is what is showing. Secondly, I just heard somebody saying that, if they don't touch 303 like the last time also, people are going to talk against the Bharatiya Janata Party for sure. But let me tell you one thing. Across the country, every constituency, people said, vote for Narendra Modi ji. Don't look at the candidate, vote for Narendra Modi ji. So if the Bharatiya Janata Party does not get the 303 that they did last time, or they even go down, forget 400 par. 400 par is going to be a nightmare for the Bharatiya Janata Party. That slogan is going to be like a nightmare for every BJP cadre or BJP leader who said 400 par.
Let me just stop you here. It's interesting. Yeah. So the market, Clyde Crasto, give me a few minutes. Clyde Crasto, give me a few minutes. It's interesting because markets have literally been on a high and we are now reporting that markets seem to be on a decline.
That's understandable, right? I think the exit polls put the markets on the high, and exit polls are usually a little exaggerated in any case. So
true. So markets on the decline.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's not a steep run, a bull run as the exit polls had expected, but largely people had anticipated that there may be a decline in the markets as the voting, as the counting begins to
during counting, when the counting is in progress, markets, it's natural for it to be a little shaky. It's only when the results come out that you'll know whether there's an actual decline or an uptick.
The point is that the markets are definitely going to look at the poor performance of the BJP-led NDA as a bad sign, because then it's political instability. Because political stability has got associated with Mr. Modi and the government for the last 10 years. So anything else which is outside of Mr. Modi would suddenly, everybody is going to be uncertain. Who will be the Prime Minister?
Okay.
That will be the first thing. For instance, the NDA is down below 300 for the first time. The India bloc is up over 200. We do not know what will happen in the next 2 hours. We have had some dramatic changes taking place through the counting process. Numerous, elections I can count, where we have been in the studios and seeing everything getting reversed.
And let me tell our viewers, be cautious about saying anything till you have final numbers.
No, and we have not even started talking about the close contest.
Even this does not mean that the India bloc is doing a good, putting up a good show.
These are trends, and let's be cautious about trends.
True, and even as we start looking at constituencies, there are some constituencies
too early,
very close battles.
Is changing.
So, Baramati has been changing by the minute. So it's
Ajit Yashwant also joins us. Ajit, you just heard Clyde Crasto. How much of what he has said do you agree with? I mean, you both don't see each other eye to eye when it comes to the political line. But on the counting day, how do you counter what he's saying?
Personally, that this is too early to comment on any results of any seats or what scenario is going to get upward. But I feel that in next couple of hours, things will be more clear and there will be a lot of surprises from Baramati as well. So we are just going according to what the trails that we are getting at this moment. And as you rightly said, every minute you can see the results are changing. So whatever updates that we are getting are just changing minute to minute. So we just need to wait for some more time. And I'm sure that with the National President, Shri Ajit Pawarji, we will be performing in a very good state of Maharashtra. And we'll be there getting winning seats in Maharashtra as well.
Okay. Ram Pratap Singh, also the national spokesperson for the Samajwadi Party, joins us right now. Heartening for the India bloc at this point as results emerge from Uttar Pradesh?
Good morning. Yes, it's a very encouraging start. And certainly one thing stands established that there is no pan-India wave in favor of BJP, and all the hype about 400 plus, etc., stands debunked. And also what the exit polls were trying to predict for last 2 days, and it stands challenged now. And each state, as I said earlier in my several discourses, is behaving the way it was expected to. And similarly, for UP, if I have to talk, that it's certainly very encouraging because the issues on ground were real. And the government of the day and the BJP just weren't willing to listen to the problems of the people, the rampant unemployment, the absolute poverty in so many districts in UP. And that's what people are now come out and voted against the BJP. Over to you.
That's interesting, Ram Pratap Singh. Ruhi, do you really think, and is this the truth, issues that people would often talk about on the ground were not really reflected in the campaigns and the politics that played out?
Look, I would repeat what I said. This election for the BJP was about whether you want Narendra Modi back or not. So whatever the mandate is, they should understand the mandate themselves, because they were not talking about local issues. They are always... See, there is a limit. I've said this earlier. There is a limit to how much people will vote just for PM Modi and how much they want to vote for the local candidate. And there are many people in Uttar Pradesh that the BJP put up who were unpopular. I can tell you Smriti Irani was very unpopular. Sakshi Maharaj is very unpopular. Hema Malini is very unpopular. There's only so much that you can do under Narendra Modi's name. So it could be perhaps a lesson for the BJP going forward that elections in Modi's name will have limitations. People want to see what the immediate MPs are doing. Just very quickly, I'm looking at numbers in Haryana as well, and both Haryana and Maharashtra go to polls this year. Yes. Very, very interesting numbers. Congress doing well in Haryana. BJP will have some serious rethink to do in Haryana. Again, the BJP has really squandered the state away in the last, I don't know what it has been doing in Haryana, especially with the leadership, etc. So both states, BJP will have a lot of re-strategizing and rethinking to do.
There's also another important thing which we have to see. 1/3 of BJP's candidates were those who came from other parties. So it created tremendous resentment within its own ranks. The people who have grown vertically within the BJP over the last 2-3 decades, everybody aspires to be nominated to fight elections. But if you don't, and somebody comes from outside, lateral entry, what they call, in politics, it's extremely upsetting for the cadre and the people who have come up. So that's another problem.
Charu Pragya, you heard both the panelists here with us, Mr. Nilanjan Mukhodjay. All right, we have Vinita Hariharan with us. So, Vinita, I believe you heard both what Ruhi as well as Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay spoke. Do you believe, one, that there are possibly limitations to fighting an election under the banner name of Prime Minister Modi vis-a-vis what the MPs would be, or is that a no-gamer at all? Vinita Hariharan.
Good morning. So definitely, I mean, we've never fought the elections just on the basis of... Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, Vinita, since we have this audio delay, let that just get fixed. I'm told we're also getting a response from the Election Commission of India. Let's just quickly listen in.
So that जितने भी लोग जानना चाहते हैं, देखना चाहते हैं, उन्हें कोई परेशानी ना हो. और सभी आरओस को जो 542 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज में इस समय काउंटिंग करा रहे हैं, जहां करीब 65,000 से ऊपर की टेबल्स लगी हुई हैं, हर जगह में उनको कहा गया है कि पोलिंग एजेंट्स को और कैंडिडेट्स को निश्चित रूप से बैठने दें, पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ काउंटिंग करें, जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन अक्षरते करें, मतलब एक भी वायलेशन नहीं होनी चाहिए, अदरवाइज खैर नहीं है. यानी जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन करें, पारदर्शिता से पालन करें, कैंडिडेट्स को और उनके एजेंट्स को हर जगह में शामिल रखें, सीसीटीवी फुटेज 24/7 लेते रहें हर प्रक्रिया का, ताकि पूरी पारदर्शिता बनी रहे. तो जैसे वोट डालने में मेहनत की, उसी तरीके से आज यहाँ भी पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ वो सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं.
सर, अगर किसी तरह की गड़बड़ी की रिपोर्ट मिलती है तो किस तरह का एक्शन आप लेते हैं?
हम लोग खुद यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे सारे सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स बैठे हुए हैं. हर काउंटिंग सेंटर में एक सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर है जो वहाँ बैठा हुआ है, वो सर्टिफाई करेगा रिजल्ट को हर राउंड के, उसी के बाद डिक्लेयर होगा. हमारा एजेंट है वो, हमारे मतलब आईज एंड ईयर्स वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हम उनके सबके कॉन्टेक्ट में हैं. और
Okay, that was the Election Commission of India speaking. If I can just come in for a second. I think the Election Commission of India hasn't exactly covered itself in glory in these elections at all, or even in the last elections. The elections on the ground are fair, are conducted very well, but what the election commissioners sitting in Delhi do and turn a blind eye to as far as the ruling party is concerned really undermines the work done by the polling officers on the field. So the Election Commission also needs to think a little bit about the objectivity, the fairness that the Election Commission was associated with after Mr. T.N. Session came and after the Election Commission was given some teeth. All right, that's also something that the opposition has been claiming a lot. Vinita Hariharan, do you want to respond to what Ruhi just said and also to what the earlier statements were about what seems to be parachuting leaders and bringing them into party as leaders, as candidates, vis-a-vis the brand Modi, as it were?
Yes, so as I was speaking earlier, the brand Modi is definitely there. It is Modi's Vikas agenda, Modi ji's Vikas agenda on the ground, which was being actually, propagated and which was used as a campaign plank, not so much of, the personality per se. Of course, Modi ji's personality was, was there all across because he's a 24/7 Karyakarta, as we all know it. So he's there whenever a candidate needs him, wherever he's required. He was there across the country, doing road shows and campaigns, definitely. But nevertheless, that doesn't undermine the local leadership or doesn't undermine local leaders on the ground, because they are the ones who translate these programs and the Vikas agenda on the ground. If it is not for their efficacy, it would never have been translated to the voters and how they are voting today. So I don't think it's just a pure, Modi leadership alone, but it's Modi was along with all the local leaders. So it's always been a double-engine philosophy that we've adopted. So I don't think it's just, blindly following just one central leadership. It's always been a combined effort, and it's always been a federal, cooperative federalism structure which has been followed across. So we still maintain that.
Okay. Interesting. One of the conversations that one can really have in this election is also the party cadres.
Yes.
What seems to be the reality of BJP party cadres vis-a-vis what seems to be the reality of Congress party cadres, and then you have the role of regional parties that seem to have even much stronger party cadres than what presently in many places Congress would boast of. We'll come to that in a bit. I'm being joined by Nikhil right now, who is at the AICC headquarters. Yes.
We finally have trends of 543. And at the moment, the NDA, this figure, is below 300. So if this is actually maintained, then there would be a certain amount of an uncertainty. Obviously, there will be a NDA government, but then the BJP is not going to be getting 272 on its own. So I think, then that is going to change the inner dynamics of the NDA. It will not be the NDA of 2014 to 2024, where you have a dominant prime minister not really giving much political respect to the allies. They really had NDA meetings between 2019 and 2024. Last year in 23, when they had the first meeting of the NDA, that was after a long, long time.
Let's see whether this really is.
These are trends.
True.
But at the moment, we must record that we have complete trends of 543, and that the NDA combined is not touching 300.
Okay, even as we have our reporters on the ground, but I'm also being told at this point that Kangana Ranaut is leading in Mandi.
I think it was widely expected, though some people said that she had turned out to be a very unpopular person. But Himachal Pradesh, in any case, the BJP was expected to do well in a parliamentary elections. They lost the last assembly elections. But yes, for Prime Ministerial elections, Mr. Modi has a good draw there. We cannot forget the fact that as National General Secretary, when he was shifted out from Gujarat in the 90s, between 95 and 97, 98, Mr. Modi was stationed in Chandigarh, and among the states which he was handling for the BJP, Himachal Pradesh was one of them. So that is his political terrain. Than anything else.
That's true, but even as we are speaking about Kangana Ranaut, who's again, as you mentioned, a celebrity who's been parachuted into electoral politics by the BJP. On the other side, you have Vikramaditya. So again, somebody
there are always, the fact that film stars have always done well. You have had Hema Malini winning seats from Mathura. You have had Jayaprada previously winning from Rampur, where, nowhere kind of a place as far as Jayaprada was concerned. She was actually, if there was anybody who has been paratrooped, was Hema Malini and Jayaprada.
And Hema Malini is, of course, now quite a successful MP, if I may say, in terms of the number of times she's elected. Let's just stop this. Just give us few. That's another thing that we will be discussing. But give us few minutes. I'm being joined by Nikhil as well as Mohit. Nikhil joins us from the Congress headquarters, and Mohit joins us from the BJP headquarters. Nikhil, or let's just go across. Okay, Nikhil, let's go across to you first. Nikhil, what's the sense you're getting? Is there any action? Is there any laddus? Is there any mithais? Is there any puris? Is there any chola bhaturas? Let's get to the point first. It's breakfast time.
So, Sneha, the energy is something which can be felt from the AICC headquarter, which is the headquarter of the Congress party, and there are couple of setups which can be seen here. I would like my camera person to show you in the very first place. This is the first setup which is being shown here. Sir, थोड़ा सा आगे जाइए, एक बार अंदर जाके दिखाइए क्या अंदर चल रहा है. So these are not just the setups for the media personals, but also for the workers who are arriving here. And we can say that good setup has been done in view of the heat wave which are currently prevailing in the capital city. So this media room and the workers room as well completely filled with these people, and there are multiple screens as well which are set up. By and large we can see the presence of the media. So this is the hall number 1. Sir, दूसरी जगह भी जाना है, पीछे को आइए. So we are going to show you the other setup as well, where the workers of the Congress party are present in a huge number, or in decent number is what we can say, and the arrangements for the breakfast is equally present here. But energy is something we were mentioning earlier as well, Sneha, that this is something that can be felt right here at the place. The workers are gradually, they have started started coming in at the AICC headquarters. They are still very much hopeful about the win, although the results which are coming in, these are just the initial trends. And this is the picture. This is the second setup which we are showing you from inside the AICC headquarters. The workers of the Congress party can be seen here. There are different spaces which have been made to see the election results in real time. And every time, whenever the India Alliance leaders say, show a huge win or a decent win, they start clapping and be cheering for the Congress party. Even the shank is something which is being blown out here. These are the workers who can be seen here. And all these are the workers of the Congress party.
विजय शंखनाद है।
एक बात बताइए, आप शंख लेकर के आए, शंखनाद की बात कर रहे हैं, अभी तो इनिशियली ट्रेंड है ये।
2024 पतन निश्चित, इस तानाशाह का अंत करने के लिए ऐसा आदमी 5 महीना पहले।
Okay, so we are going to show you another setup, which is the last setup, and this is the indoor setup which we are showing you. सर एक बार आप अंदर आ जाइए, थोड़ा सा दिखा दीजिए कितने लोग बैठे हुए। So this is the third setup which can be seen here. So all the arrangements have been made by the Congress party headquarters to make some of the decent setups for the workers in particular, because it is the scorching heat condition outside. So the indoor setups have equally been made here. But to talk about the figures in particular, whatever the numbers which are coming, these are just the initial trend. But there are 327 seats where the Congress party is contesting, and the direct contest between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress party is on 173 seats. Those particular seats becomes equally important here. But as we were mentioning in the very first place, that not just the laddus and the breakfast thing, but also the energy and vibe is something which can be felt right here at the AICC headquarters, because the workers who have arrived here, they are still very much positive and hopeful about the better results from their side. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Nikhil. Mohit, you're at the BJP headquarters. Take us through what's happening there.
Well, you see, BJP workers have been split by the central leadership, the top leadership, not to celebrate early, and we have seen that how the scenario has changed. Now, it's a very tough fight that is being given by India bloc to the NDA. Right now, these are the scenes at the BJP headquarters. This is the media shed over here, and Sneha, I'll show you the scenes over here. Now, very interesting posters have been put up over here at the media stand. You can see that how Prime Minister Narendra Modi's picture flagging of Vande Bharat has been put over here. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's picture at the Ayodhya's consecration, Ram Mandir consecration ceremony has also been put over here. So this has been the model of the BJP, and PM has been talking about Vikas Bhi, Virasat Bhi. So that is the part over here where the BJP is focusing on. But we know that how the initial trends are showing a very tough fight between the NDA and the India bloc, and that is why perhaps the BJP has clearly told their workers that wait till 1 or 2 p.m. where the things will be clear, and after that the celebration might take place if BJP gets the majority. Now, what happens after it? The BJP is planning that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will come to BJP headquarters extension at around 7 p.m. and then he will be addressing party workers along with BJP President JP Nadda. Now, that all will happen if BJP wins these elections. But given the fact that how we have seen in UP, Samajwadi Party is doing extremely well.
Before we get into that mode,
to the allies of the
Right. Thank you very much, Mohit. Thank you for joining us, giving us a sense from the BJP headquarters. Thank you, Nikhil, for joining us. Will it be fair to say, Ruhi, with the early trends that it's not like a sweep that BJP was hoping, that NDA was hoping, or is it still premature to say that?
It's obviously premature to say anything because these are early trends. But if these numbers are anything to go by, of course, it's not a sweep by the BJP that it was expecting. And I think Congress has good reason to celebrate. Look, I mean, obviously for a party to win just 100 seats is not ideal for a party that's a pan-India party and that has been, in power for most of independent India's elections. But having said that, it reached such a low point that anything significantly more than what it won in 2019, I think the Congress has good reason to celebrate, at least for the party. It's not plateauing, it's looking up.
Okay, I'm being told Clyde Crasto wants to speak in at this point. Clyde, go ahead.
Well, like I said, I was trying to tell you earlier, we've been talking about BJP and they said even if they don't get 303, it's going to be a big deal, you know. So that's a fact. But I want to stress this point very clearly, is that during the election campaign, anywhere you went, they only spoke about that vote for Modi ji. The vote should go to Modi ji and not the candidate. So the point here is, if BJP goes anything under what they won last time, that means it is a clear mandate against Narendra Modi ji. Because if they had done all the work, if Modi ji was the person that they wanted the votes for, they should have crossed, like they said, 400. Ab ki baar 400 par. So anything that is under 300 or 303 that they got last time, and if the trends are showing right now, because I'm seeing some other channel, I don't want to mention it on your channel because, you know, it's a different channel altogether. They are showing much higher numbers for India Alliance compared to NDA. So if that happens, and if they don't get the numbers, then it is a clear mandate against Mr. Modi, because India has voted against him. That's very clear right now. Because now slowly, if you see on different channels, and I'm reading, now the spokespersons of the BJP are saying, no, it's not just Modi ji, it's also the local candidate. But I have been campaigning on the road, I have been giving speeches, and I've been listening to other speeches, and they only kept saying in every kind of election rally that you have to vote for Modi ji. For the moment, don't think of the candidate, it's for Modi ji. So if the win is for Modi ji, then I'm sure the loss also should be for Modi ji. They shouldn't put up Nadda ji's photographs now. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, let me just get in. I think we have Vinita Hariharan still with us from BJP. Do you want to make a quick response to Clyde Crasto?
Well, I think the parties can speak for themselves and about their campaign rather than talk about our campaign and our strategies, because if you see the early trend, it's just about not even 10 a.m. and we are still leading. So I mean, Congress can definitely celebrate because they've gone from nowhere to somewhere. So which is definitely encouraging also for the BJP, because we need opposition. We don't want unopposed voices in the parliament, definitely. So we are, we encourage opposition. We encourage voices from the opposition. So, but definitely these are early trends. So let them hold their horses and let them not criticize, the leading party's campaign, and let them reflect upon themselves of how they could, how they've reached so far, whatever it has been. Let them introspect, but not comment on our strategies and our campaigns. So whatever is our campaign has been successful so far, and let's see how it goes from here.
We almost got a sense of what the rhetoric would be from the opposition and the ruling, if at all this trend continues.
The BJP saying that it would want an opposition in parliament, and that it would respect opposition, is very good for the country and for democracy as a whole. This fact about local candidates, blaming them, it's a very typical kind of. We have seen enough leader-centric parties in India. Mr. Modi is not the first one to be leading. The individual becomes more party than the organization. We've had Rajiv Gandhi period, we have had the Indira Gandhi period, we had the Nehru period. It's always been the case. The victory is the leaders, the defeat is the candidates. Always.
I just very quickly, because we mentioned how the BJP is talking about a healthy opposition is good. I'm interested in knowing what's happening in Delhi, because you put a sitting chief minister in jail. Does that have repercussions for the BJP, or does it not matter?
Oh, but since you mentioned that, do we still have Kanimori leading in Tuticorin? Is that the lead for Kanimori? That will be interesting to see. Because initially, according to what we were getting initially, Kanimori was leading in Tuticorin. So maybe if our team could just check on that aspect as well. And I'm told that we also have reactions that have been lined up, reactions that have come in from different leaders. Let's just quickly listen into some key ones.
Total confidence we have. Comfortably we are going to win from our party all the three candidates. Not only our candidates, three candidates, from BJP also in Karnataka, minimum our BJP friends also will get minimum 20 seats.
पिछली 2 बार से रिकॉर्ड तोड़ बहुमत से पूर्वी दिल्ली जीती थी भाजपा ने। इस बार क्या उम्मीद?
इस बार भी जनता का भरपूर आशीर्वाद और प्यार मिलने जा रहा है।
इस बार जिस तरीके से गठबंधन हुआ, क्या चुनौती दे पाया वो इस बार?
वैसे तो आज पता लग जाएगा, लेकिन जिस तरह से 81 दिनों में जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है, समर्थन दिया है, प्यार दिया है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के 10 वर्षों के कार्यों को लेकर के, मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली में 7 सीटों पर कमल खिलने जा रहा है। एनडीए 400 पार होगा और नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने।
अगर पूर्वी दिल्ली सीट की बात करें, उनका जो इतिहास है मिला जुला रहा है, कभी कांग्रेस तो कभी बीजेपी, लेकिन 2 बार से बीजेपी त्रिकोणीय जो मुकाबला हुआ उसमें जीतती गई है। इस बार दोनों पार्टियों ने गठबंधन किया, आम आदमी पार्टी हो या कांग्रेस, और इनके लिए कहीं ना कहीं मजबूत गढ़ भी रहा है कांग्रेस के लिए एक समय पे पूर्वी दिल्ली। क्या लगता है, कांग्रेस इस बार ज्यादा समर्थन दे पाएगी, उनके जो कार्यकर्ता निकल पाए, समर्थन उतना दिया जितना देना चाहिए था या नहीं?
मुझे लगता है आम आदमी पार्टी चुनाव लड़ रही थी तो इनका जो गठबंधन, इन्होंने जो सो कॉल्ड गठबंधन किया था वो मन से नहीं था, जिसके कारण से आम आदमी पार्टी खुद भी अलग थलग और अकेली दिखाई दी।
Ram Pratap Singh, quite something. SP still continuing its leads from Uttar Pradesh. That must be heartening for sure. But this could also see reversals as BJP strongholds see the votes increasing in their favor again.
The trends are continuing to hold on, and that's very, very encouraging for us. That we've almost very close to the halfway mark, as I can see on your screen. And we stand vindicated where in this campaign, which we built up for this election in UP, we were fighting on issues on the ground. We were trying to bring to fore issues of talking about issues of unemployment. And also this whole thing about 400 par meant that probably somewhere the constitution was under threat. And this was also one of our poll planks that we wanted people to understand that, and what BJP spokesperson just said now, that they want a very strong opposition. Well, coming from them, that's very, very encouraging.
Okay. And Swati Malik, do you want to very quickly respond?
Please, I couldn't hear clearly.
Swati Malik, the SP as well as Congress together managed to hold on to their leads when it comes to Uttar Pradesh early, but still.
See, please, the progress so far, and not just Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, it's totally, absolutely, the tables have completely turned. But even look at Maharashtra for that matter, look at Haryana for that matter, look at Karnataka for that matter. So wherever, Rajasthan for that matter, right? So wherever there was complete sweep by the BJP in 2019, and that is where we have been able to make a dent. Uttar Pradesh alliance is working very well, and as you can see very clearly, it has resulted in a positive outcome. Whatever was being said about the alliance initially, whether we'll be able to contest together, whether we'll be able to stay together till the end of the election, etc., is all being proved wrong now. So yes, we will be able to hold ground even better, and our lead is going to get better now in the next 1 hour, and I'm sure we'll discuss that again.
Okay, let's just look at the numbers, the early trends before we just get the last comments. NDA still right now at 302. India Alliance at 211, others at 30. These are the initial trends. It's what? It's barely 3 hours?
We still
have another 2 hours since
counting starts at 8.
So it was 1 hour possibly.
I think we'll require another 2 hours to get a complete sense
because a lot of seats seem to be very close margins right now. So
no, even in UP at one point it appeared that the SP-led alliance was leading ahead of BJP. But now the figures have reversed a bit. I'm sure that, for the next 2 hours, they'll keep on vacillating from one side to the other. But the trend is being maintained that the NDA is nowhere near the 400 mark. Now, I think it is important to keep track that is the BJP on its own going to cross the 272 mark or not. That is something we have to start keeping an eye on. Because with the kind of numbers and the variation which is showing, BJP is going to be very close to either this side or that side of the magic mark.
A quick word on women.
Yes.
The record number of women that have voted in India. I think if you look at it, it was the last 3 elections, including this one, that has seen an increase in the number of women, particularly crossing men who have voted. In terms of the numbers of women who have been able to go and exercise their franchise vis-a-vis men. Is that telling? Is that telling that I got a sense that this possibly is one of the arenas where they are exercising their domain.
Well, it's been there for quite some time. You know, we have been seeing, at least from the 1980s onwards, you know, the elections we've seen, increased women participation, increased evidence of women voting separately from the men in the family, having a clear political opinion, not being very gullible. You know, it would be very incorrect to say that women don't understand politics. You know, I'm talking about the women who are in the rural area, that they're as participative and they have a very strong voice of their own. That is not recognized by a society which is actually steeped in patriarchy. And I'm sorry to say, most of the political parties have also been steeped in patriarchy. You know, the Women's Reservation Bill has been hanging on for so long, and finally it was implemented. But yes, we do not have the promissory date yet on the bill. It still remains something, you know, in the realm of future.
Look,
maybe a possibility.
The fact remains that political parties are increasingly realizing the importance of the women vote, which is why all schemes, whether it's by the centre or by various state governments, regional parties, are directed at women. So women are obviously a key constituency who are going out to vote, thinking on their own, seeing what's due to them, what they are getting, choosing to go and vote. That's why the turnout is increased.
Yeah, I just have one problem with the kind of schemes which are done in the name of women. They are all household, you know, issues, you know. Gas is being supplied, you know, or water, and all, which should be actually the concern of everybody in the family.
But unfortunately, that's how our society is. It's the woman who has to bear the brunt of the lack of these.
I think interesting leads coming in. Uttar Pradesh, Akhilesh and Dimple are leading. Dimple Yadav is leading in Mainpuri. That was expected. Those are the initial numbers that we are getting in. So heartening. In fact, we are going to be joined by Shreya Dondial at this point. Let's just quickly get in reactions, and then Shreya Dondial takes over with our expert panel.
It's a democratic process of our election process, and I salute all the people who are involved in this electoral process for months together. They dedicated their time months together. So first of all, I think that all the politicians and all the leaders should express their confidence in this process. The whole world is appreciating the democratic process conducted in our the election process, which is democratically conducted in our country. So we have to express our belief and confidence on this process. If some of us express disbelief, people also will lose their confidence. So I am really very happy. People are very confident. Each and every voter, I thank them because they have taken responsibility to cast their vote, to fulfill their democratic right, and whatever may be the result, I salute the voters, and we will carry our service activities further.
मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि मतगणना के नतीजे इंडिया के पक्ष में होंगे, गठबंधन के पक्ष में होंगे, कांग्रेस के पक्ष में होंगे, और जो एक भ्रम प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 400 के पार और उनके तथाकथित गोदी मीडिया ने फैलाया है, वो भ्रमजाल कुछ ही देर में छट जाएगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि देश के मतदाताओं ने बदलाव के लिए वोट दिया है और कुछ ही क्षणों में मालूम हो जाएगा कि देश बदलाव की ओर जा रहा है।
ऑल विल बी एल, सब बढ़िया होगा। एग्जिट पोल्स तो ये जो है मैन्युफैक्चर्ड था एक मीडिया द्वारा, गोदी मीडिया द्वारा, तो उसका तो कोई ऑथेंटिसिटी वैसे भी नहीं थी। जो आज रिजल्ट्स आएंगे, दैट विल बी द वर्डिक्ट ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, पीपल ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश, और उस पर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन के सभी लीडर्स ने अनुमानित किए हैं, उसके ऊपर हम खरा उतरेंगे, एंड वी शुड बी कंफर्टेबली इन अ पोजीशन टू फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट।
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Good to see all of you once again. Today is the day that counts. Today is the only day that counts. And counting is currently underway in all constituencies across India. What you're seeing on your screens are early leads. It is 10 o'clock. These leads, will they crystallize into seats by the end of the day? We'll have to wait and watch. But this is not the one-sided game that was being predicted by the exit polls. That much is very clear. As of now, just take a look at the bottom half of our screens, and this is where the story is, ladies and gentlemen. The NDA at 303, down 47. The India bloc at 213, up by 83. Others at 28, they are down by 34. Again, early leads, we'll wait for them to crystallize. Interesting story playing out in the state that sends the maximum number of MPs to the Lok Sabha, which is the state of Uttar Pradesh. There is data coming from there, and I'm taking this data strictly from the Election Commission. The India bloc, which was projected to win no more than 10 seats, at best 12, I believe, as far as Election Commission data right now is concerned, is leading in over 30 seats in Uttar Pradesh. This is a great strike rate for them. The BJP was they were expected to sweep Uttar Pradesh. That, it seems, is not happening. They are projected to do better than the 2019 tally of 62. In fact, they were expected to increase some seats, go up to 65, 66, only slightly ahead of the India bloc. In Amethi, interesting fight in Amethi. Again, early trends, ladies and gentlemen, so I'll just ask everyone to hold their horses. But in Amethi, it seems Smriti Irani is trailing. Let me tell you this. 10 minutes ago, when I checked data in the Election Commission website, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was trailing by 6,000 votes, and then he is now leading by 1,000 votes. So early trends right now, these will have to crystallize, but this is the battle that is playing out in the state of Uttar Pradesh. This was supposed to be, a completely one-sided fight. The India bloc had absolutely no hope, according to the exit polls. Turns out that there has been a fight on the ground. I've been saying, was there a fight just in the studios and not on the ground? Again, I don't know. It's just 10 o'clock. I don't want to just race ahead before the Election Commission comes out with final numbers.
The numbers are changing. But Shreya, if these numbers hold true, the real star of this election is the Samajwadi Party. And it's great for Akhilesh Yadav, because for him, the kind of decline he saw in the last few years, I think it's if the party is doing well, it looks up for the party in Uttar Pradesh, particularly when it comes to the next assembly election.
I think they're hearing from Jairam Ramesh as well. Can we quickly put that out? Okay, we'll go to Jairam Ramesh, but before that, just again, keep your eyes on the bottom half of the screen. What we are going to do is put out the state of Rajasthan. The BJP ahead on 14 seats, while the Congress, it seems, is leading in 8 seats. The Congress was supposed to do okay this time in Rajasthan. There were 4 or 5 seats that were given to the Congress party in Rajasthan. Right. The numbers are changing constantly, though, in the desert state, and it indicates that this too, difficult to say, Nilanjanda.
Yes, definitely. As we are saying, these are changing. But the story is that the exit polls have turned out to be not very correct, it appears, if the current trends are maintained. We must keep on saying the right of what we were saying when we were discussing the exit polls even earlier this morning, that these are exit polls, and if these trends are maintained, so if the trends now are maintained, then the exit polls would have got it fairly wrong. It also means that we are heading towards a more competitive politics.
That's good.
That, I think, in any way is good, because if we actually look at India's history, it's not that coalitions have done badly, have not been good for India. India has done very well during coalitions, Through the entire 90s, the 6 years of Mr. Vajpayee's government and the 10 years of the UPA government, India did not do too badly.
Okay. Jairam Ramesh, I think, is now speaking on the early trends. We must listen to him. Early trends. This is Jairam Ramesh, ladies and gentlemen.
तमाम भूतपूर्व बनने वाले हैं। कब ऐसा हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं? किसी भी चुनाव में ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री वाराणसी में खुद पीछे चल रहे हैं।
नहीं, अच्छा चलो, that is a badmashi bite, as I say. I mean, no one expects the Prime Minister to lose from Banaras. He was trailing by...
Prime Ministers have lost.
But Nilanjanda, we have to be realistic.
No. My job is always to put the rider to say that, look, anything can happen in elections, which is actually true.
But again, these numbers are changing very
they
rapidly.
are
What you
changing.
saw
They are
3 minutes
changing
ago
very
has completely reversed 3 minutes later. Okay, Maharashtra. This was always supposed to be a close fight between the NDA and the India bloc.
Rajasthan was supposed to be. Rajasthan has turned out to be.
Both alliances are leading on 22 seats each. Just take a look at the numbers. Just put out the Maharashtra numbers as well. Both alliances leading on 22 seats. Rajasthan too close to call. The BJP leading on 14. The NDA bloc in 8. The fight is, as I said, neck to neck in Maharashtra. 22 seats each in the battle of the Parivar in Baramati. Now Supriya Sule is leading.
Just one point about Rajasthan, Shreya. You know, I think it tells you something about the importance of a chief minister as well, right? Madhya Pradesh, the BJP seems to be doing well. That's the current chief minister, another story. But Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who was chief minister until very recently, is hugely popular in the state. And a lot of votes go more in his favor because he's still with the party. He's very much dedicated to the party and not the prime minister necessarily. Rajasthan, the BJP just decided to put up whoever it, sort of fancied as the chief minister who did not have a governance record, who was not a popular pan-Rajasthan leader. You can't just do that. You can't sit in Delhi and call the shots and assume the state voters will just follow suit and will just listen to you. So I think it's important. There are many important lessons for the BJP as far as these current numbers are concerned.
A quick word on the key candidates as we take a look at the states. There was an early scare for Prime Minister Modi. Let's just put that out. The key candidates. A bit of an early scare for Prime Minister Modi. Now, he's of course leading in Banaras. And I have absolutely no doubt in the fact that he'll win by a huge margin. Rahul Gandhi, again, key candidate. Can we just put out those pictures, please? Rahul Gandhi fighting from 2 seats. He's fighting from Raebareli. He's fighting from Wayanad. He's leading in both. We'll just try and get the graphics up, guys. Okay, it's on the left side. If you see, it's a small graphic. I just hope, wear your chashma if you can't see it. That's what I would do. Amit Shah is leading with nearly 2 lakh votes from his bastion of Gandhinagar. So Amit Shah leading as well. Again, these are fights, that are more or less settled. Key battle playing out in the state of Kerala. This is where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is pitted against Shashi Tharoor. And it seems, again, Rajiv Chandrasekhar was trailing till half an hour ago. Now he's leading. So Shashi Tharoor, the sitting MP who's eyeing a 4th term there, is now trailing. But again, seesaw, and this seesaw...
It's been quite a seesaw, yes,
correct.
Since the morning.
And in fact, a lot of other seats as well, including Baramati.
Right. Baramati has also seen that seesaw trend.
Yeah. So let's see which way this goes. Ladies and gentlemen, we thought that we would be in a position to call this election at 11 o'clock. Dada, wo nahi hone wala.
Not at all. Not at all.
I don't think anybody is calling the election at 11, not even political parties. Everybody is waiting to now see what Election Commission puts out.
Because by the end of it, those will be the numbers that we'll have to go by.
If all the contests become very tight, then it will keep on changing till about 2 p.m., 3 p.m. We don't know when
you're sitting here all day.
Here we were rejoicing in the morning. Sab khatam ho jayega 11 baje tak.
Jaldi chutti nahi hogi.
Nahi hogi. That is true.
Yeah.
How are the markets doing? The markets are a bit jittery.
Obviously.
Let's just put that out.
Understandably so.
Markets in the red as the results, well, we don't know, as the early leads actually are showing a fight. The India bloc putting up a fight. This is not what the pollsters had predicted, but again, ladies and gentlemen, these are leads. At 10 o'clock, these are leads. The numbers will change. But the fact is on your screens, the Sensex is down by over 1,000 points. Just help me understand this, if any one of you understands the markets. Yesterday, the markets, after the exit polls, Nilanjan Dayan, we'll try and get someone from ET Now as well on the show. After the exit polls, 3.39%.
There is a general perception that
record highs, etc. And then what happens?
Stable government with a majority, a thumping majority, is supposed to be good for the markets. That is the general perception. So it goes up. Something which is uncertain, the moment the BJP's numbers start coming down, it means, all kinds of questions are there. What can be the combination against? Who will be the Prime Minister? All these uncertainties means that investment gets pulled out of the market, which means that stocks start going down. That is the first thing which happens.
Yeah, obviously with counting like this, which is really going in a, all kinds of directions, obviously the market would be jittery and would want to wait to see what happens. Till then, it's going to be jittery. I mean, how can the market rejoice or not rejoice in a situation
I
like
remember this, way back. This is a story which I'll tell you, something about our media. This is the 89 election. Yes, the 89 election when Rajiv Gandhi lost. I used to work for a Sunday newspaper at that time. We were having the editorial meeting of the week on the day when with the Janata Dal leadership meeting was going on. A flash came, mind you, this is pre-internet, all dependent essentially on not even fax lines, but phone calls. So a flash came to the office that Devi Lal had been elected as the leader of the Janata Dal parliamentary party. We had a colleague who was our business editor. He was the business honcho of the paper. He coolly picked up the phone, dialed the number and said, "Yaar, mere sare bech do."
Acha.
And then that is it. So uncertainty, sell. Rising, khareed lo. It will rise further.
Ansh, you're joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. You are? Okay. I think ET now is busy with elections as well. Plus, they are having a busy day.
Yes,
looks
the markets are having a busy day.
Markets
are fluctuating. It is very busy
tumultuous day. Quickly introducing my guest to you this morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning. You'll just have to be a little patient with us because, the leads are changing very quickly. Siddharth Yadav is spokesperson from the BJP, joining us from the BJP headquarters. Salman Soz, good morning, joining us from the Congress headquarters. Thank you very much. Faizan Kidwai is spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Asif Ansari is a political analyst. Krishna Hegde, spokesperson Shiva Sena. Anand Paranjpe continues to be with us. Vijay Lakshmi Kode, Rahul Tiwari, of course, Nilanjan Dar, Ruhi Tiwari, I beg your pardon, Dr. Akash Deep Muni and Tehseen Poonawala. Thank you all very much. We'll all come to you in just a bit, but first, can I go to Ansh? Ansh, the markets are having a bit of a jitter and a scare. They are watching television too closely.
Yes, that's true. So the gains made in the previous session actually driven by exit polls seems to be getting washed away. Nifty today has washed away its all gains. It has registered actually its biggest single session decline in over 2 years. Also, if we see Nifty, Nifty Bank, Nifty Mid Cap, Nifty Small Cap, all have broken their previous session lows. Also, India VIX has spiked by over 20%, indicating heavy volatility in the market. Now, if we talk about sector indices, then yesterday all sector indices were in green, and today all sector indices seems to be trading in red. And PSU Bank, which was the top sector gainer in the previous session, is down over 5% today. Here we are seeing that if we talk about market breadth as well, that also seems to be bearish because over 85% of large cap stocks are in red, over 90% of mid cap stocks are in red, over 95% of small cap are going down. Also, BSE market cap is down by over 18 to 19 lakh crore today. So market does not seem to be liking the results.
Thank you very much, Ansh. The markets, well, the results are not out. Maybe the markets do like the results. Abhi to leads hain, they certainly are not liking the way the leads are going right now. But by the looks of it, and Ruhi, you pointed this out, and I'm just going to turn our focus back to the state of Uttar Pradesh as we continue to see that the markets aren't exactly cheering the leads that are coming in. I'm looking at the state of Uttar Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen, and well, what do I say? I'm looking at the Election Commission website. Let me just clarify that for you as I get in Faizan Kidwai and Salman Soz in the broadcast as well. Uttar Pradesh ki baat ki hai, so there is a breaking for from Uttar Pradesh. Smriti Irani is trailing from Amethi, as I said. And when it comes to it seems that the Prime Minister is now leading. Anyhow, coming back to Uttar Pradesh, the BJP right now at 39, ladies and gentlemen. We have Samajwadi Party that is turning out to be the star of the show at 31%. These are leads. The Indian National Congress at 6. It was 1 or 2 last time. The RLD is at 2. Faizan Kidwai, I know that every spokesperson who came to the channel after the exit poll said, let's wait for the exact poll. Now, these are again early leads, but by the looks of it, the Samajwadi Party is the one that is doing extremely well in Uttar Pradesh.
Shreya, let me start with saying when you introduced us, you said kindly be patient. to that, I just want to say we have been patient for the past 10 years, so I don't mind waiting for another few hours. That's perfectly all right. As far as the trends which we are seeing not only in Uttar Pradesh but in Maharashtra and all over India, it's the people of India who are fighting this election. It's the people of India who have stood up finally against this jumlebaz dictatorial regime of Bharatiya Janata Party of Mr. Narendra Modi. Can I please just put a share here of Mr. Habib Jalib? He says, तुमसे पहले जो शख्स यहाँ तख्त नशीन था उसको भी अपने खुदा होने पे बड़ा यकीन था और ऐसे यकीन करने वालों के यकीन बहुत बार टूटते हैं, घमंड टूटते हैं, आज टूट रहे हैं घमंड, एटलीस्ट इनिशियल ट्रेंड्स में तो टूट रहे हैं, एंड आई एम श्योर दीस ट्रेंड्स विल होल्ड, थिंग्स विल ओनली बिकम बेटर फॉर द इंडिया गठबंधन एंड वर्स फॉर भारतीय जनता पार्टी, एंड दे like it's a very big thing. Imagine the Prime Minister of India was trailing. The Prime Minister of India was trailing up. So that definitely means Narendra Modi is not the star campaigner of Bharatiya Janata Party anymore. Narendra Modi is not popular the way he was. Like I heard somewhere that Amit Shah is leading by 1 lakh votes. So Amit Shah is more popular than Narendra Modi. It's high time that Bharatiya Janata Party should ask Mr. Narendra Modi to kindly step down, because it's Narendra Modi who has brought Bharatiya Janata Party to this level. The downfall of BJP is all should be credit to Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. Modi.
देखिए, rhetoric is all very well. देखिए, Faizan, rhetoric is all very well, but you and I know how voting is done in this country, right? For 4 or 5 minutes, the Prime Minister of this country was trailing. Now he's leading by 15,000 votes.
It's a big thing. It's a big thing. It's a big thing.
No, it's not a big thing, yaar. It's not a big thing.
Supposedly
the rounds go till 22.
Supposedly, come on, Shia. Don't defend the Prime Minister. Don't defend the indefensible. The individual who was supposedly the biggest politician on the face of this planet. Bharatiya Janata Party says Narendra Modi is the most popular politician on the face of this planet. That man is trailing. Come on.
Yeah. No, he's not trailing now. Siddharth Yadav, he's not trailing now. He is leading actually by 15,000 votes. But the picture, at least at 10-17. It may change by, 12-17 or 1-17. But at 10-17, the picture is not looking very pleasant for the BJP in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Again, I'm only going by what the Election Commission is putting out, because I want to be careful here. I don't want to mislead our viewers. The BJP right now, according to the Election Commission, leading in 39 seats. Remember, the BJP had won 62 seats last time. 62. Samajwadi Party leading in 31 seats. How many seats had they won last time? 5. The Indian National Congress is leading at 6 seats. How many had they won last time? 1.
32 and 48 now. BJP 32, Samajwadi India 48.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Depends on where the numbers are coming from.
I'm taking my numbers from the Election Commission. Anyhow, respond, Siddharth Yadav, respond to the numbers that we are seeing.
First of all, my friend from Samajwadi Party was speaking about the seat of Varanasi. I'll just request him, Hindi में कहते हैं, थोड़ा ठीक लगा लो, इतना भी मत करो. अभी the Prime Minister is maintaining more than a 50% vote share in Varanasi for 5 minutes. मतलब this happiness is going to be fleeting very soon. पर आपको ये खुशी आपकी मुबारक है, 2 घंटे में तस्वीर बदलने जा रही है. पर आप अपनी इस खुशी को, इस 2 घंटे की खुशी के लिए आप बिल्कुल खुश रहिए, क्योंकि 5 साल के लिए the people of this country have chosen a government. They have chosen prosperity, distribution over your property distribution. And let me tell you, take that seriously. There's only one national party in this election.
It's all because of these jumlas that people are voting you.
Please, have the audacity. Please have the courage to hear me out. Let me tell you, Shreya, after the results are out, there will be only one party which will have seats, which will have vote share in all states of this country. One party which is going to do better pan-India, and one leader which is going to have popularity from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Attak to Cuttack, from all regions of this country, from all borders of this country. So these are very early trends. It is 10 o'clock, 10:30 this morning. The final results, or a clearer picture will be able to, we are going to see that around 12:30, 1, 2 o'clock. So but I congratulate my friends from the India Alliance. At least for a few hours, they're not going to blame the EVM. They're not going to blame the Election Commission. And they're not going to abuse the people of this country. country who have voted for Prime Minister.
At least
Salman Soz, would you want to come in here? Specifically for Uttar Pradesh?
Well, thank you.
ये बात तो है. At least now you're being called the India Alliance. But let Salman Soz come in. Yeah.
So first, let me just make a small correction. I'm not in the AICC office. In fact, in 2014 and 2019, I was in AICC office on election results day, and we lost badly. And this time, I decided that I would not be in Delhi, and I'll come home just so that maybe there's some good luck for us. So I'm here. And Pan India, I think the early trends are encouraging for us.
Probably they might perform even worse, sir. Don't take it upon yourself.
No, I mean, my friend from the Bharatiya Janata Party, is very confident about the PM's popularity from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Meanwhile, BJP is not contesting a single seat in Kashmir because they're so popular. But anyway, the issue I think in front of us is that, look, these are still early trends. I think I don't get too excited and I don't get too gloomy by early trends.
It is very interesting to watch.
But I think what we are seeing is that this election seems to be sending a message that the people of India should not be taken for granted. The issues facing people were very, very grave. They're about livelihoods. They're about inflation, which is really, hurting families. It's about things like Agniveer scheme. I mean, you will see that the Agniveer scheme has repercussions not just in the traditional Haryana kind of Western UP belt, but in Himachal, in Maharashtra, all over the country, people are looking at these kinds of things and saying this is not good. So, all the promises, this whole idea that if you give five kilo ration to people, they're just going to vote for you, and you actually you're telling people, we're doing this as a favor to you. Meanwhile, this is a right. Food is a right enshrined in the Constitution under the UPA government. So this is people's right, but the BJP, the way they have done this, is like basically told people that you are we own you in some ways. And I think people have basically sent a message. You don't own us, don't take us for granted, and learn some humility. And I hope the BJP does learn some humility, but I'm hopeful for our alliance. I'm very hopeful that in UP especially, we will do very well. Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav ji has been consistently saying that we're going to do much better than the exit polls are suggesting. In fact, he had said that we would get more seats than the NDA, the BJP out there. So let us hope. I'm hoping for the best.
Okay. It's 10:23. We'll just wait for these leads to concretize into numbers. I just need to keep qualifying that. This is going to be a long day for everyone. We had thought this would get over very quickly based on the exit poll. Seems it's going to be a long day for everyone. Yes, Mr. Yadav, you wanted a quick word. Then I want to go to the state of West Bengal. यहाँ पे a rout was predicted for the TMC. It's not working out that way. But go ahead, please, Mr. Yadav.
Yes, I just request my friend from the Samajwadi Party will just...
Can you give me a minute? Can you give me a minute? Can you give me a minute? I'm sure you won't mind. Mr. Yadav, Mr. Yadav, Prakash Javadekar is joining me on the broadcast. Give me a minute, I'll come back to you. I'm sure you won't mind. It's your leader only. Mr. Prakash Javadekar, good morning to you. Sir, is it turning out to be as good a morning as the BJP had perhaps anticipated? If we look at the numbers on our screens, mane fight hai.
See, there is no fun in victory without fight. But the truth, finally what will emerge in the evening is, BJP has registered its third massive victory, and Modi is going to be the Prime Minister for the third time of the country, realizing and working on the vision of developed India. So that is the sum and substance of what is happening today. No two elections are equal. And I'll tell you one example. In Uttar Pradesh, subsequent election in 95 and 97, I think, two elections, all the parties' strength were the same. Same means exactly same. But when I studied deeper, 1/3 of seats were changed of each party. So elections always are different. But here the basic thing is very clear that NDA is winning handsomely and Modi is becoming Prime Minister again. So to speculate on a raw data is not a good idea. So today I'm in Kerala. Kerala, we have made a change in Kerala politics. Our two candidates are leading and leading comfortably. Even Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Suresh Gopi are leading. And there is one more surprise also that can happen. We are waiting for that. Let us see. So this is the first time Kerala will be sending any MP or BJP to a parliament. And what is important is Kerala, our vote share, which was 10 and 12%, will be more than 20%. It's a very massive change in Kerala politics. So we are now the third pole of Kerala politics. This is because of Modi ji's leadership, trust he has created, the faith he has achieved in Kerala.
Achha, sir, you just spoke about another surprise that could happen. Bataiye, what surprise is this that you're talking about?
In Kerala, we are also expecting one more thing to go in our favor, but let 5-6 rounds be over, then only we can tell. Yeah.
Okay. Chaliye. So we have approximately, the Election Commission is telling us that four rounds
is not a small thing in Kerala.
Take it. I agree. But if out of 62 seats, right now, correct. So, Mr. Prakash Javadekar, I want to ask you this. I'm just going to, you turned the focus on Kerala where you are hoping to open your account, which is all very well. But let me shift your focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, sir. 80 seats aati hain, yahan se BJP does very well. Last time the BJP had won 62 seats here. Right now, Yes, I agree. And it's a good move also. I mean, if you are opening an account, I will congratulate you, of course. But I just want to turn your focus to Uttar Pradesh because this is where the story is becoming absolutely fabulous and delicious and interesting. The BJP right now, sir, is only leading in 36 seats. The Samajwadi Party is leading in 33 and the Indian National Congress in 7. Sir, this is data that is coming from the Election Commission. This is not data coming from anywhere else. Are you a little taken aback at what is coming out from Uttar Pradesh, given the fact that the BJP traditionally does well here?
I am working in practically every election since 1971, last 53 years. And let me tell you that elections always bring some surprises. And that is what election is all about. Elections cannot be all exactly. So many times I say, I don't react on exit poll, I react on exact poll. Today is exact poll. So we'll discuss, but that even discussion will take place only after 6 p.m. That is the right time to discuss. But I agree that every election will bring some new surprises. What is else?
Okay. And surprises are good in a democracy. Only the markets don't seem to like surprises. Mr. Prakash Javadekar, can I then ask you, you're accepting, right, that the 2024 election is not the 2019 election? It's not playing out the 2019 way, whichever way we end at 6 o'clock this evening.
No, but it can be much better. See, we are, no. We final figure will be little more than what we achieved in 2019. We are very confident that the final results, not after 4 rounds, but after 24 rounds, we will be more than what we were in 2019. In different states, different results can take place. But even UP figures, you will get. Yeah.
I agree with you, but this is not fair. आपने अपने केरला वाले, Mr. Javadekar, आपने अपने केरला वाले 2 candidates को तो जिता दिया after 4 rounds of voting. In Uttar Pradesh, you are saying wait till 6 o'clock. We will do better than last time. This is also not fair, na?
No, I'm not saying, no, 1 minute. See, I agree. Therefore, I said the complete analysis is possible only after 6 p.m. Not now.
ठीक है,
Let the
ठीक है.
counting be over.
Okay.
We are
Mr.
now discussing the trends. And in trends, yes, there are different trends emerge in different states. That is the election. Otherwise, why there will be election? And people in our country, robust common sense is very effective. And more importantly, they take their decision on the perception. So let us see, let us wait for a little complete picture after 2 p.m. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Javadekar, thank you very much. I hope you will join us at 6 o'clock and then we will revisit this conversation we've had. Thank you very much. Bye. 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 Siddharth Yadav, you were saying something before I interrupted you. Please go ahead, complete your point because I'm going to shift my focus then to the state of West Bengal.
Yeah, Shreya, I was just trying to point out to my friends from India Alliance that no time in the day since morning, since the trends have to come out, the Congress party or the alliance has even surpassed a 250 mark, and Bharatiya Janata Party is way beyond forming, NDA is way beyond forming a third time government. And still, and that's why I request them to hold their thoughts for a while. According to the official Election Commission data, the Bharatiya Janata Party is already leading on more than 230 seats. The NDA has crossed the 272 mark. We are reaching what we had set as our target. The people of this country has given us enough mandate, enough blessings, enough support, and we are very confident when the final results will come out. The picture is going to be very clear. But my friends from the Congress and the entire India Alliance are, all very excited for this 2 hours of joy that, let's claim this glory of that and take this enjoyment. But we are prepared for a 5-year work.
Okay. Mr. Soos wants to come in. Gentlemen, quickly, because West Bengal and Odisha are turning out to be very interesting.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, so just one thing. Sometimes you have to look at some bellwether seats. You have to see what's happening in those seats to get a sense that maybe something really is changing. I urge you to look at the seat of Gurgaon or Gurugram in Haryana, a seat that no one was expecting Raj Babbar to do well in. He's leading by a very healthy margin there. That tells you what might be happening in Haryana because nobody was giving Gurgaon to us. Nobody. And look at what's happening there. Please take a look at that. See, that will tell you a story about the country, perhaps.
Okay. Can I just quickly look at West Bengal as well? This is where the BJP was expected to do better than the TMC. The TMC dismissed all exit polls. They said nothing doing, kuch nahi hone wala. Let's wait for the exact polls. It seems, according to the leads that are coming into us, and these are early leads and trends, the Trinamool Congress is leading in 22 seats, ladies and gentlemen. The BJP in 10 and the Indian National Congress in 2. This data has just revised itself, continues to be the same. The TMC at 22, the BJP at 10. Ruhi?
Yeah, so, the figures last year were 22 for TMC, 18 for BJP.
Correct.
I wouldn't think that it would be much different from last time because Mamata Banerjee is a very strong regional leader, continues to have a very, very strong hold over the state. Unlike a lot of states where the BJP has penetrated, West Bengal has remained a bit of a difficult turf because she is, at the end of the day, a popular leader. And the question in West Bengal is that the two of Mr. Modi's strongest points, women and welfare, are also Mamata Banerjee's strongest points.
Correct.
So she gives him very, very tough competition on those 2 points. I mean, that's something that cannot be ignored. He's competing with someone right up his alley.
But those are the strong points of Naveen Patnaik as well. And Naveen Patnaik and the BJD are not doing that well in Odisha. I'll come to those numbers in just...
But Naveen Patnaik has been in power for a very, very long time.
24 years.
Very, very long time.
78 days away from becoming the longest serving chief minister in India. So will that happen or not? We'll see. Asif Ansari, would you want to respond to that? Political analyst joining us, pro the TMC. It seems that Mamata Banerjee's suggestion that the exit polls may not have been the exact polls is, at least for the moment, at 10:34 turning out to be true. It could change in the next 2 hours. Huh? Okay, there are some pictures that are coming to...
Yeah, can you, I'm audible?
You're on mute. Could you unmute yourself, please? Yeah, you are absolutely audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. It's a new day and it's a new hope for all the non-BJP candidates and the party members. The thing is that what Mamata Banerjee has said regarding the exit poll, the exit poll which have shown was totally incorrect and it was out of proportions. It has been said that the one channel of the Chanakya, it has given the 400 mandate to BJP without, I think it's so impractical to give such a numbers to a party which is going to anti-incumbency factors to all over the India. Have you seen the TMC party? What is what would not be the reason for not gaining the party in West Bengal? Mamata Banerjee, as a chief minister, has gone so far for the development of West Bengal, where she could achieve the landmark numbers over here. But the thing is that if you find the resources, if BJP is claiming to get a hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you completely. Please go ahead, complete your point. Yes, I can. Complete your point, please.
Yeah, that's what I am just saying, that you see the resources. What the Prime Minister, today Bengal you will be saying in the terms of revenue, Bengal is lacking far behind where 23 years of CPM regime, 34 years of CPM regime has become so back economically. After coming back in the power, TMC gained so much of economical gain over here. So the fact is that now you see the resources where Prime Minister is coming for a rally. He is spending so much of money going every part of the Bengal, whereas the Chief Minister of Bengal cannot afford to go to inside of the land where she has the voter. But still, with the minimum resources, he has...
Okay. No, how is a ruling state government, how does she have minimum resources? She has enough resources and more. But from Bengal, let me just switch our focus. I'll come to Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, in just a bit. I urge you to have some patience because I'm looking at Odisha. This is where the BJP was expected to do very well. Remember, Odisha has voted for the assembly and it has voted for its Lok Sabha as well. I'm just sticking to the numbers that the election commission is giving me as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned. The BJP, ladies and gentlemen, by the looks of it, out of 21, this is looking to be a clean sweep. The BJP is getting 17 out of the 21 seats in the state of Odisha. The BJD is getting 2. And by the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, the BJP could be forming a government in the state of Odisha as well. Those numbers will be out in just a bit. But as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned, ladies and gentlemen, here's the story coming in from Odisha. The BJP was expected to do well, but the BJD, as far as the Lok Sabha numbers are concerned, Ruhi, wiped out. The Indian National Congress at 2, the BJD at 2. Now we know why Amit Shah didn't want an alliance with the BJD.
I mean, these are certainly surprising figures. What did you say about the assembly election figures?
I'm just going to quickly check. I'm just going to give me a minute. Give me a minute here. All right, here it is. The BJP is leading, so 147 seats in all. And these are the assembly figures. What I gave you previously, ladies and gentlemen, that figure on your seats is the Lok Sabha figure, just to clarify. Now what I'm giving you is the assembly figures. 147 seats. The BJP, Ruhi, you asked, leading in 57, the BJD in 38, the Indian National Congress in 10. In fact, we have some Udiyas here in the newsroom. They said, Madam, आपने कभी resort politics Odisha में नहीं देखा, शायद अब शुरू हो जाएगा.
Oh God, that is left, yes.
Yeah, but no, about the BJP, they've done it. If these numbers hold, they have done it.
Yeah, I think the caveat right now for everything is if these numbers hold, because it's been quite a tumultuous morning and numbers have been fast changing, etc. Now look at this, the gap narrowing between the NDA and India Alliance on your screen even further. So yeah, but if these numbers hold, then the BJP has managed to make sizable inroads in Orissa.
But again, the whole question about women having your own constituency, welfare schemes, Naveen Patnaik has done fabulously on all those counts. and yet he's losing, at least as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned, by a huge margin. And by the looks of it, the assembly constituencies, if these numbers hold, the BJP is set to form the next government in Odisha. But again, qualifying, I think we'll have to qualify after every 3 sentences.
Yes.
It's 1040. By 140, this may change.
You know, also there is something to be said about voter fatigue, right? It doesn't mean Naveen Patnaik is unpopular. It just means the voter gets bored. Look at what happened to Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2018 in the assembly elections. He lost by, BJP lost by a margin despite his popularity and despite PM Modi's popularity, because he had been the chief minister for so many terms. People were just bored. They didn't dislike him. They still liked him, but people were bored. So there is something to be said about voter fatigue.
So there is a big political churn in the state of Odisha. And by the looks of it, Odisha has been saffronized at 10:41. Things will change. Things could change. As far as the battle for Andhra Pradesh is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, well, what do I say? The YSRCP completely wiped out. If you look at the right-hand side on your screens, that is where the Odisha numbers are. That is where the Andhra Pradesh numbers are. Quickly going back to the Andhra Pradesh numbers, ladies and gentlemen, we saw some celebrations at the TDP office in Andhra Pradesh. So the TDP-BJP alliance very comfortably, absolutely and very comfortably in a position to form the next government in Andhra Pradesh. This is really southern politics churning, ladies and gentlemen. The BJP plus, which means BJP plus TDP, at about 117. Salman Soz, any comments?
Well, this was going to be a tough fight in Andhra Pradesh, and we have not done well. Clearly, we've tried, but we knew that we would not do as well. But clearly, the TDP BJP alliance has really done a great job out there. But let me just say that when the national picture unfolds, with TDP pretty much forming its own government in Andhra Pradesh, who knows what the national equations tend to be if the NDA is just close to the majority mark overall. So, a lot is to be seen still. I think, these are still early kind of hours. I think a very, very interesting day and possibly very interesting next few days.
Now, Salman Soz, what are you saying? Are you saying that if the India alliance is close to forming a government at the center, you could see the TDP and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu walk over to your camp? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if the India alliance is close to forming the government, that means the people of the country have spoken that despite all odds, despite all the money and frankly, a lot of media support, a lot of big business support, all the agencies, everything, the people of the country have basically taken this election into their own hands and said, we will not be taken for granted. You will not rule this way. You will not rule like kings, and your arrogance will be crushed. And if that is the message, then I don't see how other parties can stay on the side of the BJP. I don't see it.
Oh, okay. Gopal Krishna Agarwal, spokesperson of the BJP, is also joining us from the broadcast. He's joining us from the BJP headquarters. Mr. Agarwal, I think maybe by the end of the day, there will be congratulations in order for the BJP when it comes to the state of Andhra Pradesh and when it comes to the state of Odisha. But are you looking at the picture that is being thrown up from across the country? The NDA at 292 down by 59, the India Alliance 222 up by 92, and others at 30 down by 33. Will you also, like all the other BJP spokespersons, ask us to be patient and say, "Abhi ruk jao, picture abhi baki hai"?
Sure, Shiaji. It is just only now 3 hours that the counting is proceeding. I think there will be big changes in the whole outcomes. But what I want to tell from this is, if you only look at the current scenario, I would expect that the opposition now will say, at least now, that they have full faith in the democratic institution of the country, and whatever may be the outcome, they will have faith on the EVM. They will not question the EVM, whether it is in Andhra or in Odisha, that they will question EVM and where in Uttar Pradesh they will say कि elections are fair. This bipartisan way, the way they were trying to create narrative between South and North divide, the democratic institution, democracy at perils in India, all these narratives and aligning with the Western forces which are not conducive to India, they will come. I hope that they will desist from today onwards, from this point of time. Our final outcome will come when everybody will know in the evening, and we are very hopeful that our last 10 years of work, where India's image at the global level has taken seen a big boost. Our economy has grown at a very good pace. Our welfare delivery of more than 30 lakh crore has gone to every person. People will do their analysis based on our past 10 years performance, and they will come to the right conclusion. Our democracy is matured. People are very well aware, and I think what we respect the outcomes at this time also, and at the end of the election result today, whatever the outcomes, we respect. It is the opposition which has to now commit itself to the democratic values of the country.
Okay, Salman shows that jibe and tana is coming for the India bloc, that at every stage, in every phase, the one thing that the opposition successfully did was raise a question mark and doubts over the entire electoral process. The BJP spokesperson is very simply asking, bhai, ab to kuch nahi bologe na, if the India alliance ends up doing well. At least then all these tanas about the election commission should stop.
I am also asking if the NDA does a very good performance in the end of the day, still they will have faith.
Gopal, let me just
go
say...
ahead, Mr. Sos.
Yes, let me just say that, although Gopal is a reasonable spokesperson of the BJP, but I'm shocked that on this day, he would basically brand the opposition as influenced by Western things and basically cast as an anti-India party. They should be ashamed. There are crores of people who have voted for the India alliance. Crores. And possibly as many as for the NDA. You should be careful about what you say about your countrymen and women. You should not be speaking such language. On this day, at least have some humility. What is this nonsense about calling everybody anti-India? Just because there is a fight over ideology. We say that everybody is together. We'll all fight together. We'll all be together. This is shameful, Gopal. You should not be speaking like that.
No, Mr. Sos, you were talking about North-South divide.
The Prime Minister, the Prime Minister basically, the Prime Minister said, Gopal, the Prime Minister,
two days back,
you should keep in mind that the Prime Minister
you were questioning the democratic institutions.
BJP doesn't have any morality about.
You were questioning the impartiality of the election commission.
Why should we not? When
gentlemen, let's move on. चलिए हो गया लड़ाई हो गया
when the election commission passes ridiculous orders, when the Prime Minister is basically calling सुनिए पहले मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आपको जवाब
अरे भाई
जवाब तो देने दीजिए ना।
Gentlemen, लड़ाई finish, लड़ाई over, today's results day. Okay.
Let me give you the answer. The Prime Minister, the Prime Minister,
Mr. Sos and Gopal, let's move on. Let's move on, yaar. Ho gaya. In the past, whatever has happened has happened.
No, but
today is the day of results. The fight is over.
But that's what I'm saying. Why on this day are you basically saying that the opposition alliance is an anti-India alliance? Why? Who are you? Who are you to give us a certificate? We will probably get the same number of votes, maybe more than you. Who are you?
I'm asking you that you will... I have only two questions. That India's democracy is vibrant. Do you agree or not? This is the only question, not past. I am talking at this point of time. India's democracy is vibrant. Are you sure about that? I am asking this question. India's democracy is vibrant, and we did a fair job on the democratic front.
Let me respond to that.
I am asking you a futuristic question.
Let me respond to that.
At this point of time, I want your commitment.
I'm
I want your
responding to that.
commitment that,
Gopal, let me
that you
respond.
respect the Indian democracy at this point of time.
Gopal, let me respond. If we leave this democracy to the BJP and the RSS, it will be destroyed, and we are fighting. We're fighting to protect this democracy. And that is what the people of this country are telling you. Please take a lesson. Please take a lesson from this election. The people of the country are saying that we will not let you destroy our democracy. This election has not been fair. Look at what has happened throughout this election. We have arrested two chief ministers. Two chief ministers have been arrested. Is that fair?
This election has not been fair. You are
this election has not been free and fair.
Gentlemen,
yet the people of the country, are telling you. Yet the people of the country are telling
why are you saying this election has not been free and fair?
Yes, this election has not
look
been
at the
free
leads
and fair.
that are coming in.
If
the leads hold, then they have been free and fair, yaar.
क्या कहते हैं आप
पार्टी बीजेपी इज ओनली रूलिंग पार्टी
इंस्टीट्यूशंस को आपने
ठीक है अच्छा रुक जाइए अच्छा आप दोनों रुक जाइए रूही wants to come in मित्रों 1 minute
See, there are 2 points for both the opposition and the BJP. Sir, आप बोलने तो दीजिए किसी और को.
बोलिए.
The opposition, I hope this puts an end to this conversation about EVMs. हो गया बहुत अब. I don't think they should talk about it. And 2, BJP listen in humility simply because see why would you come up with तो 400 पार नारा? अगर आप सरकार बनाते हो third term में वो भी बहुत बड़ी बात है ना कि आप 3 terms तक last कर रहे हो. You only have yourself to blame for setting these unrealistic, completely hubris-ridden targets and then now being subjects of taunts by everybody. So both sides have some lessons to learn in this.
And the fact is, look, here's the thing. By the end of the day, what are the numbers that anyone needs to form a government? And what is the vote share?
Yes, why would BJP get into such kind of hyperbole? It doesn't make sense.
No, it's a good war cry. Ab ki baar 400 bar rhymes as well. I mean, it's good to be ambitious, no harm.
Just Modi Sarkar, फिर से Modi Sarkar, something like that would have worked, right? I mean,
should we take a look at Maharashtra? Maharashtra was expected to be closed. Akashdeep, I apologize. Maharashtra was expected to be closed. Again, I'm looking at the numbers that are coming to us from the Election Commission. Total number of parliamentary seats, 48, the second highest after Uttar Pradesh. These are the numbers as they stand. It seems the India bloc, the Mahayuti, is doing very well. The BJP is at 12. The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiva Sena, this is such a khichdi. The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiva Sena is at 10. The Indian National Congress is at 9. NCP, the Sharad Pawar faction is at 8. The Shiva Sena, the Shinde faction, is at 7. And the NCP, which means Ajit Pawar, is at 1. And independents are at 1. So, bhai, when we look at the numbers, Vijay Lakshmi Khode, thank you for your patience, by the way. I know you wanted to come in a couple of times into the conversation, but go ahead. When you look at these numbers at the Election Commission, again, I'm just qualifying this. I apologize, I'm correcting myself. These are not numbers. These are leads and trends, ladies and gentlemen. These could change by the end of the day. But just looking at what we have on our screens right now, Vijay Lakshmi, go ahead, please.
Surprisingly, with the propaganda that the BJP had of, everyone saying 400 par and the propaganda of the exit polls and everything, I thought, honestly, today I would wake up to the sounds of firecrackers, freshly fried jalebis and all. And the thought that the opposition leaders might take, that let's wait, let's see what is happening is I think, a cautious stand that I was hoping that the opposition leaders would take. But surprisingly, what I'm seeing since morning is that the ruling BJP is saying, let us wait. Now, it is something very different and something, that why are they being so cautious is something I'm still trying to figure out. And it's probably because the landslide majority that the BJP thought it would win, the propaganda that it had created in the minds of the people, that 400 par is going to be a landslide majority they're going to have, that doesn't seem to be happening. If at all anything would happen, it would be a very, very close fight overall. Overall throughout the country, it's going to be a very, very very close fight. So having a landslide majority and that sort of arrogance is not going to work. And I think because Indian elections are anything but predictable, and I think we should give our voters the credit for it. I know, especially when Maharashtra is concerned. Now, the voters in Maharashtra, I believe, are very conscientious sort of voters. Now,
And somehow we have bore the burnt of the dirty politics that BJP has played over the past few years. Coming and breaking the core of the political parties. Ensuring this philosophy of Sama Dama Danda Bed sort of a thing, but completely forgetting that we are living in modern times, having a modern democratic electoral process, wherein they will have to be accountable. They knew that they are going to be held accountable at the time of the elections. And somehow that is what we will see at the end of the day when it comes to the elections. Now, I am very sure that the voters are going to hold BJP accountable, especially for what they did to the state of Maharashtra, the dirty politics of Maharashtra.
Okay.
And as far as the Sharad Pawar-led NCP is concerned,
I'm going to let Krishna...
one thing. Just one sentence. As far as the Sharad Pawar-led NCP is concerned, we are going to rise like a phoenix in these elections.
Sharad Pawar, NCP only at 1. Mr. Anand Paranjpai, good morning. Not looking like a very good morning for Mr. Ajit Pawar.
Can I come in here?
Acha, we have Krishna Hegde, spokesperson. No, I have Krishna Hegde, spokesperson of the Shiva Sena here. I don't have Mr. Paranjpai, so I apologize for that. But before I go to that, just take a look at what's on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The exit polls, post the exit polls, the markets were cheering. They had reached record highs, etc., etc. Today, the markets are completely in the given the early leads and trends we have seen, the Sensex is down nearly 3,000 points. Not very happy with the prospect that this has been a close fight. Again, early leads, early trends. Mostly by 11:30, 12, the picture is crystal clear as to who's forming the next government with a majority, a clear mandate, etc. One thing I can safely say, this election has not gone down the way the exit polls had predicted. When this election had begun in April, ladies and gentlemen, everyone had thought this is a done deal, aana hai to jeetega to Modi hi, etc., etc. And that, by the way, still may happen by the end of the day. But this has turned out to be a fight. This has not turned out to be a one-sided match. For the moment, a complete bloodbath. That narrative has changed, but the bloodbath in Dalal Street is not something any one of us can cheer. This is, an investor's wealth being wiped out. So, irrespective of which party you're on, I think no one can cheer what is happening at Dalal Street. Krishna Hegde, anyhow, moving away from the markets, would you want to respond to what Vijay Lakshmi was saying? Tight fight bola tha aur tight fight hi lag raha
hai. Vijay Lakshmi ji was saying that we broke 2 parties, the BJP broke 2 parties. You can't break away 100 MLAs, that too in a space of 4 months. You don't break parties like that. They just want to leave you and go away. That is the writing on the wall. Why would 100 MLAs leave you in 4 months and leave? Secondly, when you are saying that the BJP did this or that, let me remind you, it is the BJP and Shiv Sena who fought the elections together in 2019 in Maharashtra in the name of Hindutva under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji and the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray ji. The same Balasaheb Thackeray ji, Hindu Hriday Samrat, who said that jo din mujhe Congress ke saath haath milana pade, main meri dukaan band kar dunga. And it is Uddhav ji who went with the Congress, it is not the other way around. So secondly, let me tell you that these are early trends and the NDA is still over 300 and it is NDA which is going to form the government under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji for the 3rd time. And what Salman Sood was saying, the murder of democracy, and he was talking about humility and he himself was shouting at a fellow panelist, I don't think it works this way. And if you're talking about the issues which were given to us, some of the issues were given to us by Sam Pitroda. He was talking about inheritance tax. He was talking about making people poor. He was talking about racial discrimination. And it is your leaders who given us the ammunition to fire at you. So why are you blaming yourself? And this election
but the ammunition, Mr. Hegde, but the ammunition was nowhere aimed at the Prime Minister bringing up Mujra and Mangal Sutras, no? And Ghuspetiyas.
No. Where did the Mangal Sutra come from? It was that Sam Pitroda said that the inheritance tax would be 55% on each and every household. And whoever had a house or any jewelry would lose their jewelry if you have that inheritance tax which is imposed on the people of India. And therefore the Prime Minister bought a Mangal Sutra. What's wrong with that? I thought he just made the explanation simple, but you took it in another way. The other thing is, now we have to
And
analyze in
Mujras and
Maharashtra.
Guspetias and जो लोग बच्चे ज़्यादा पैदा करते हैं,
No, let us talk about the issues in
कहाँ तक
Maharashtra.
explanation देंगे मिस्टर हेगड़े?
नहीं नहीं, वो
Exactly.
तो explanation देंगे, हमारा काम ही
Easier.
explanation
That's
देना,
easier to do.
उसका कोई issue नहीं है. Now let me tell you, these people have no faith in the Supreme Court. They have no faith in the High Court. They have no faith in the EVM. At 5 o'clock today, they'll start, shouting about the EVM yet again. And then they'll say, okay, the country has gone down, democracy has been murdered. And the same story will continue for another 5 years. All these things don't work this way. The people of India are clever. They know whom to elect. They know who will take the country forward. Yes, it's a tough fight, we admit, but these are early trends. Let's wait till 5 p.m.
Okay, let's wait till 5 p.m. I think that is, those are wise words and those are words we'll stick by. But Niranjan da, welcoming you back to the show. I'm welcoming Karan back to the show as well.
Good to be here.
Karan, MVA leading in Maharashtra. This was supposed to be a close fight. There's khichdi politics in Maharashtra for the last 2 years. We'll see which way this goes. Whichever way it goes, it's an interesting battle playing out. Niche, there are visuals of TDP workers at headquarters in Vijayawada, absolutely elated about the fact that not only have they swept the Lok Sabha elections, they also have swept the assembly elections. So that's congratulations to them. And the YSRCP completely wiped out, actually. If you look at the numbers that are coming in, completely and totally wiped out.
The one common string is loyalty, if I talk about it. Even in Andhra Pradesh and in Maharashtra. In the morning only I told you that when Uddhav Thackeray was taking a jibe at the Prime Minister, I said this is a moment of redemption for Uddhav Thackeray. People in Maharashtra, where they revere their leaders as Sahib, they don't like it when their parties are broken and when the old guard is just shifted into oblivion. They do not appreciate that, and that's precisely what we saw, and I had expected that. Pretty much this was expected in Maharashtra. Maharashtra, the voter will also, just as we all are taking time to understand which party is this, kaun si wali Shiv Sena, kaun si wali hai. So people are going to take some time, and which is what lays the ground for a very interesting assembly election for Maharashtra this year. It will be very, very interesting there. But all in all, Shreya, one thing that we can all be happy about is that today there is cheer in every quarter. And at least democracy is alive, vibrant and kicking, and nobody is going to cast aspersions on the election commission or on the processes. At least that we should all reach a consensus by now. That's my humble request.
I'm again just now trying to log on to the, to the election commission website because it's just best to, trust what the election commission is saying. But we had both of you in the morning.
Yes.
And in the morning, though, the way the numbers were going, and they were actually just sprinting ahead.
Yeah, I had
for the
a note of caution.
Yes. That is where wisdom comes, and that is where experience.
It's a collective victory that we were right in actually.
Saying hold your horses.
Hold our horses.
I was running ahead, I think. I was running ahead with the numbers.
No. At the end of it, it is the three of us in the morning who said, let's not run away, let's not get overexcited. There was a consensus amongst all of us.
But what are these numbers telling you? Dada, it's 11 o'clock. You have covered many elections before this. And I'm going to come to you as well. But Dada has covered more elections than you and me combined. So I just want to ask you, how should we read these numbers? Now, every NDA Neta who's come on this show in the last 4 hours has said, wait, these numbers will change.
Yes.
And the NDA is going to form a government by evening. Okay, maybe they will. 272 is what they need. 272, probably they'll get more than that only. But when you see this picture on your screens, the lower half, what is the story that it is telling you? And how will it turn out by the end of it?
I am not very sure about the NDA staying what it was prior to the elections. There is a fairly strong chances. We are in a country of shifting loyalties. It is quite likely that many opposition parties who are many parties which are part of the NDA may not like to continue with them any longer and would like to switch allegiance to the India alliance. It is quite possible. It is also possible that they may think that now we will have a slightly diminished Mr. Modi, so we will be able to dictate terms to him just the way that coalition partners did with Manmohan Singh, especially towards the end, when he said there are compulsions of coalition politics. Mr. Modi has not ever had the need to show his skills to manage a coalition. Possibly he does not have, from whatever little I understand of him, about his personality, he is either his way or the highway. So listening to the coalition partners is possibly going to be very difficult. So we are in for a much more competitive politics in the country and a greater debate and respect to the institution of parliament.
That's a good thing. A strong opposition. And if by the end of this election we see a strong opposition, it's good for this country. It's good for our democracy.
Yes, definitely.
I think more than strong, a responsible opposition is good for the health of our democracy. If large reforms are stalled, I mean, as the farm laws were stalled.
But you can't rush through laws as well, na? Doing dadagiri and manmani, which this government has done.
So they should be discussed on the merits, right? Just taking to streets, causing blockades, that is also not called for in a democracy. It was an illegal blockade that happened at Shaheen Bagh, that farm protest. If these sorts of blockades are going to be strengthened by the increased number of opposition, then it's a sad day. I think the opposition should also behave responsibly. Tomorrow we might have a lot of reforms, whether it's land acquisition, tomorrow it could be farm laws also in a different way. So I think the opposition also should start respecting whatever mandate they get, in an increased role. If with power they do not show responsibility, I'm afraid they'll go back to the margins that they came back from.
So you already are saying...
intervene here at this stage, that before expecting the opposition to behave, whichever party is in opposition, it could well be the BJP which is in opposition. Parliamentary traditions, are they being followed? They have to. Look at the number of bills which were referred to the standing committee, which is a mandatory tradition. It has been completely reduced in the last 10 years. You do not pass laws without referring it to the standing committees. Let them study. Where is the, you actually passed the very important laws in 2 hours, 3 hours in Parliament between 2019 and 2014. The one on Kashmir, you did it, just in a matter of a couple of days. So let us be more, greater adherence to our parliamentary traditions and the institutions. Let us not completely devalue the institutions. It's very important. That is why I say that the numbers on the side of opposition is actually going to strengthen the democratic polity of this country.
I think, Shreya, if there is one party that has obstructed parliament, that has boycotted parliament, and literally burnt taxpayers' money by reducing parliament to this, I think it's the opposition. And there have been multitude of instances. Sometimes they pick up Pegasus, sometimes they pick up Adani. So let's not go there. I think the opposition is very irresponsible thus far. I hope that with greater numbers, some wisdom dawns on them and they begin to exercise responsibility which has eluded them completely thus far.
We also need to take into account the record of the Bharatiya Janata Party as the opposition party between 2004 and 14.
Firstly, two wrongs don't make one right, and secondly, it pales in comparison. The obstruction caused by the Congress, it pales in comparison what BJP did, and that was also not right. I don't take that in empty spirit either.
For the last 10 years.
Two wrongs don't make one right,
now
sir.
This is very funny,
This debate post 6 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, for the moment, what we can safely say, as I welcome our guest this evening, Adil Boparai, happily on his phone. I think he's just doing a quick check of the numbers as they come in. Hi, Adil. Good to see you. You can just say a quick hi and go back to your phone if you wish to.
Hi, good evening.
Advocate Sushil Vyas is spokesperson of the...
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Arey, evening to hui nahi hai. We are all hoping evening ho jaye because evening ko hi pata chalega what the real figures are. Because what we have is early trends now. And the trend seems to be fairly favorable as far as the India bloc is concerned. So when the India bloc was saying 295 and everyone had dismissed it, about
If you remember,
but I'll still say wait.
June at 8:30 p.m., I told you exit polls are fabricated. I told you they're fabricated. So regardless of the final numbers, regardless of how these numbers indeed crystallize, I think one thing is very clear, the exit polls were fabricated. I think the other panelists of yours were also present, who are present today. This was a handiwork of the BJP's duo, the exit numbers.
No, that's not
नहीं, maybe they got it wrong. But fabricated क्यों भाई? They have their reputations at line as well. Adil.
5 lakh sample.
Fabricated.
3,600 assembly constituencies
why.
they toured.
I'll tell you why.
I'll
tell you why. I have a
Let's
justification.
not paint everyone with
I
this.
have a justification.
Casting aspersions is
I have
not
a justification. I have a justification. Hear me out. Hear me out. I have a justification. Look at the market numbers yesterday. Look at the short selling which has happened. And God willing, if the India Alliance comes to power, the SEBI will investigate this. The SEBI will investigate how the exit polls predicted a landslide and how short selling happened on the stock exchange. This is another scam. And some of your media outlets, some of your sister channels also participated.
Election khatam hua nahi, you are already inventing a new scam. Yaar. Exit polls can get it wrong, but why call them fabricated? Anyhow, it can be your view. Quickly, Adil, any comments? Numbers that we are seeing on our screens here?
There are two, three things. There are 2-3 aspects, Shreyaji, which your viewers must consider. Number one, a key takeaway. This is an election which is going down to the last wire. Number two, the exit polls have got it entirely wrong. Number three, the people of this country fought the BJP electorally. They fought the institutions which were previously captured by the BJP. We kept on reminding an election commission which was in coma to ensure a level playing field. The Congress party's bank accounts were frozen 10 days before the elections. Our chief ministers were arrested on the eve of the elections. We fought against all odds. And the initial numbers indicate that the people of this country, at least I'll hold my horses till about 2 p.m. But one thing is very clear, the palpable anger which all of us saw, the palpable anger which we saw in UP, the palpable anger which we saw in Haryana, the anger which we saw in Maharashtra is coming to fruition. The BJP's, the initial results are a repudiation of the BJP's arrogance. The problem is their arrogance. And Indian politics, and I'm of course much younger than all the August and the esteemed persons on your program, but one thing which I have learnt and which I have read is that the Indian voter does not like arrogance.
Okay, 272 is what any bloc will need to form the government. And even if we go by the trends that are on our screens right now, the NDA has crossed that 272 mark. So they are in a position to form the government unless kuch aur jhol hota hai. The India Alliance at 231 up by 101. You wanted to respond, come in, and then I'm going to Anuja.
First of all, Shreya, I'm witness to an arrogance of a different sort, even though they have not yet won. And they're nowhere close to winning. It's going to be Modi 3.0, all said and done. Yes, the margins can be different. And secondly, this bluster, it doesn't work. Their accounts weren't frozen. They were on lean. They hadn't paid their 20% which they should have paid. They didn't follow the procedure.
Sab election
so
ke pehle
this sort of
yaad aaya na?
entitlement.
Sab election ke pehle yaad
3
aaya?
साल से चल रहा था. Just as Arvind Kejriwal refused 9 summons, similarly, from 3 years, they were bypassing the date again and again. They appealed in the tribunal. They were reprimanded there also. So, you know, brazenly flouting law and norms and then playing victim, it doesn't work. And at least that they should not do now, at least. Now that the institutions have worked well, saying we made the election commission function. Who are you to make the election commission a vibrant institution? Sitting there, you can't cast aspersions on our democracy, on our institutions. That is very unfair. It is showing you getting 213 votes. At least respect that now. Bring some grace into it. If people have given you greater seats than last time, show some maturity, show some grace.
Achha, but you are accepting that.
What am I expecting?
You are accepting that the India bloc has done very well. You are accepting.
It's done better. It's
done better than what? 1 minute. You are accepting that, right?
Yeah, sorry.
That the India bloc has done much better than the BJP had anticipated them to do. And it's unexpected for the BJP.
Absolutely. So yeah. What is there is to be accepted. Let's agree on that. Of course.
Adil, go ahead, because Anuja is waiting and she's wondering why we have not come to her. Then she'll accuse me of doing partiality and not going to the BJP spokesperson.
I'll just take 30 seconds. Please see how the discourse was lowered in this election. My friend was speaking about grace and decency. Who used words like mujra in an election? Has such a phraseology, has such a pejorative phraseology ever been used in our 75 years? ever been used, how the opposition was targeted, how our manifesto was distorted, how a specific section of our society was targeted, was demonized, how mainstream media was captured and they became a mouthpiece. So therefore, let's understand. This is ultimately the results and the initial trends indicate that the people of this country closely monitor all this. Play by the rules of the game. Don't alter a level playing field. You may be in power today, you may not be in power tomorrow. The fact of the matter is there has to be decency in politics, which the BJP has forgotten. I come from Punjab, Shreyaji, and let me say this. I've been wanting to say this for a very long time. We were vilified as Khalistanis.
आज तो बोलने दो. हाँ.
The football of this country, a state which sends their young boys to the army. We've defended the country's borders. We've made innumerable sacrifices. We were called Khalistanis. Our young wrestlers from Haryana are national jewels. And these people talk about decency.
Okay. What I just saw on screen was not very decent, actually, the TDP celebrations, but we'll just take that off, guys. Quickly, because I am going to the Samajwadi Party that is turning out to be the story of the season. I mean, just look at, again, ladies and gentlemen, everyone thought Uttar Pradesh would be a sweep, a clean walkover, as it were, for the BJP. They had 62 seats last time. What was the prediction? That the BJP on its own will go up to 65. This is where the numbers stand at 11:16 a.m. I'm saying this could change. This could change. We don't know if it changes or not in the next couple of hours. But this is where the numbers are, ladies and gentlemen. BJP at 37 on its own. The Samajwadi Party at 33. The Indian National Congress at 7. So if you combine the two, that's already 40. The RLD is 2, which is, of course, with the BJP. Vivek Silas, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Go ahead, please. Good morning. This is turning out to be a very good morning for the Samajwadi Party. Subah, you know, Akhilesh Yadav has raised some questions about the election commission. आप तो नहीं करेंगे ना? आपको तो अच्छा नंबर दे रखा है.
Very good morning to you, Shreya ji, and all my panelists, the viewers. Yeah, it has been a good day for the Samajwadi Party, and it was just to charge our, our youth and to charge the people and supporters of the Samajwadi Party that we have to be alert. That was the thing. And today you are showing that Samajwadi Party definitely with the alliance is around the 40 mark seat, but our data shows that the Samajwadi Party has crossed the 50 mark in Uttar Pradesh, which is very substantial, which is very good. We are very thankful if it contains like this till the end. Very thankful to the people of Uttar Pradesh. The campaign was excellent. The response that we were getting from the people of Uttar Pradesh was absolutely phenomenal. The same thing I said in Varanasi when I was debating with Times Now, and no one was ready to believe me. Even the spokesperson of the BJP literally fell down from the chair. He said, this is a joke and you are daydreaming. I said, no, I have seen the reality on the ground. So I think it's the contest that is happening at the moment is excellent. I hope to form the government. We hope to form the government by today evening. Let's see what the final data comes out. But thank you so much for the cooperation to the people of Uttar Pradesh and the people who have supported the India Alliance and the Samajwadi Party.
But where are you getting this 50 figure from? Mr. Silas, where are you getting this 50 figure from? Abhi to the election commission is giving you 33. How are your numbers racing faster than the election commission?
No. Actually, the numbers that are coming is on the WhatsApp group that has been that is the Samajwadi WhatsApp group where I'm attached, and we get all the data instantly from everywhere. So it could be 51, 49, whatever. Yeah. Right now we are standing on 50.
Okay, we'll see it rises into seats actually. Before Nilanjana, can you give me a minute? I know you're giving me interesting figures, but I quickly want to get in Anuja. Anuja, 37 for the BJP. This is where double engine ki sarkar is. This is where Yogi is a popular chief minister, and I can tell you that he is a popular chief minister. Prime Minister Modi continues to be very popular in the Hindi heartland, especially in Uttar Pradesh. I come from Lucknow, so I can attest to that. Yeah, the Karan as well. Did something go wrong in your calculations? Because by the looks of it, it did.
Jai Shri Ram. No, nothing went wrong. It's just the starting of it, which they have quickly celebrated. I would just say wait and hang on, because there are rounds which need to be fulfilled. The EVM, they have now, I hope, as we've all clearly saying, at least they will not bite us back on the EVM. They will celebrate their, what they look like right now for them is they want to celebrate. So what it is, we look around. अरे तो मैं सवाल का जवाब ही तो दे रही हूँ. कहाँ जा रहे हैं हम? किसने बोला जा रहे हैं? उत्तर प्रदेश हमारा है. योगी मोदी ये डबल सरकार यहाँ है. क्या लड़कियों का बलात्कार फिर से वापस आएगा? क्या गैंगस्टर का राज फिर से वापस आएगा? क्या मोदी और योगी ने जो इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ लाके करी है उसको कोई भूल सकता है क्या उत्तर प्रदेश में? क्या ये जो बुलडोजर के साथ जो योगी ने एक अपनी अपनी जगह दिखाई है, एक जस्टिस दिखाया है, क्या लोग भूल जाएंगे? मुझे नहीं लगता. मैं सिर्फ याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ समाजवादी पार्टी को कि आप बहुत जल्दी अपना केक मत काटिएगा, क्योंकि अभी वक्त है और वो वक्त होगा कि जब सामने नजर आएगा आपको. तो इसीलिए आप अपना बहुत जल्दी अपना जो एक गुरूर आप में नजर आ रहा है, this won't go well with you. So what we are seeing, and we are hanging on. We don't want to get overconfident onto this. We are confident enough under the leadership of Modi ji. And what he has done for Uttar Pradesh, what Modi and Yogi has done, you will see, you will figure out, because everything
you said Jai
is
Shri Ram
connected with Uttar Pradesh.
I need to respond, ma'am.
Achha, you said Jai Shri Ram as you began. 1 minute, Mr. Silas. Just to tell you that Faizabad, Ayodhya, still no clarity on who's winning this one. There's been a seesaw. Sometimes you have the BJP candidate up, sometimes you have the Samajwadi Party candidate up. So has Ram Mandir had any influence in this election? That remains to be a subject of debate, whether this is a Ram election, a Ration or something else altogether. But all of that will come into play only post 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. The plan was, mota, Mr. Silas, the plan was that by 3, the picture will be absolutely clear, and the victory parade will then take place at the BJP headquarters. In the morning, we were even discussing what time the Prime Minister is expected to speak, and all of us were unanimous in our analysis that perhaps prime time 8 o'clock. We'll see if that happens or not, because it may very well happen, but that will not be the story. If these numbers hold, that will not be the story. The story will be the the story will be the opposition. But Mr. Silas, go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Yes, as the panelists from the Bharatiya Janata Party said that we are arrogant and we are egoistic. Not at all, ma'am. We are abiding by what the people of the mandate the people of Uttar Pradesh has given. I think Karan, my dear friend, is sitting here. We were on a debate in Vijay Chowk about, say, 15 days back. Karan, if you remember, I said the Samajwadi Party will be winning the Ayodhya seat. And you were astonished. I said yes. And at the moment, as of now, let me tell you, the Samajwadi Party is leading Ayodhya by 5,620 votes. 5,619 to be precise. So yes, the people of Ayodhya, or if you see in Purvanchal, I said, Karan, the second thing that I told you was that Purvanchal has 27 seats. And we'll be doing, yes, and at the moment, the Samajwadi Party is leading in 18 seats out of those 18 seats out of those 27 seats. That is what I told you, because we were on ground, we were working on ground, we were working hard, and the response that we were getting from the people of Uttar Pradesh was phenomenal. And I just hope that this data hangs on and Samajwadi Party increases its tally.
नहीं विवेक जी, I was just thinking उस समय आपकी जुबान पे सरस्वती बैठी हुई थी, कुछ अच्छा ही मांग लेते आप, कुछ अच्छा मांग लेते भाई उस समय।
करण भाई मैंने तो आपसे कहा था कि आप लोग को बहुत सरप्राइजिंग होगा, and you also said कि ये तो पूरे वर्ल्ड की एक बड़ी न्यूज़ होगी।
नहीं, I agree, you are bang on. No. अरे मुझे बोलने दीजिए, मैं बताता हूँ. He is bang on, Shreya. I have to agree. And I was thinking about him only right now, and it's coincidence that he's here. But I just hope he had wished something great for the country. समाजवादी पार्टी के लिए 40 सीट भाई अब पता नहीं भाई.
It is great for the country if our democracy if our democracy has a strong opposition.
जो सुबह तक कह रहे थे हम कफन बांध देंगे, जो कह रहे थे अगर हमारे 79 out of 80 नहीं आए तो सही नहीं है कुछ भी. अखिलेश said 79 out of 80 आने जा रहे हैं. If our expectations are not met, then youth are ready to go on the streets. So they are, I don't know how good they are for the democracy, but yes, they've done well. That has to be said.
And you have to give it to the wisdom of the people of this country. Now, if they are the ones saying that the opposition deserves a chance.
Let's see. The wisdom of the people, that's a subjective issue altogether.
The wisdom of this country has trusted the Prime Minister twice, so don't question it.
Let me just complete one sentence. The people of this country in 2014 regretted voting out Vajpayee in 2004, and they called the 2004 to 14 the lost decade. So many reports. So in retrospect, only in hindsight can we know whether it was the right decision or not. But anyways, Modi 3.0 is all set to load tonight. So please relax.
But Nilanjan has some very interesting numbers that he's picked up.
May well have to, bite his own, take back his own words. Trends on counting day is like a cricket match, and we are commentators. So what we say, we are saying as of the moment.
Correct, absolutely.
As of the moment, the Election Commission on its website, which is the most authentic website, has leads of all the 543 seats. It is giving BJP leads plus victory 236. 236, which is 36 seats short of a clear majority of its own. The Congress is getting a lead in 96, which means that collectively the two largest parties in parliament are less than 340. 200 seats is being smaller parties. This is actually the message that we can see from this is that this is an election, a mandate which has been given to the smaller parties. So let us not start running down parties on the basis of our perceptions and misconceptions, even as the mandate is coming in. Let us at least respect the mandate of the people. We cannot be like respecting a mandate in 2014 and in 2019, then say suddenly somebody came and did hypnosis. That's not on. You respect every mandate. We respect every institution. We do respect the Election Commission, but we did feel that there were certain processes which could have been more transparent. Right from the government's appointment of the Election Commissioner. Let us not forget that this government changed the recommendation of the Supreme Court of the manner of which appointment of election commissioners. So there's a lot of things which this country needs to undo, whoever is in government. And even if Mr. Modi becomes the Prime Minister with a diminished majority, I am sure that the political compulsions will force him to undo many of his own decisions, and he will do it because he's a pragmatist. But I have studied him, he's a pragmatist. If from within his coalition partners, if he is able to form a government with coalition partners, there may be voices to take back some of the decisions which have been taken in the last 10 years. He will readily do that because staying in political power is of extreme importance to him.
Okay, I'm just looking at the numbers. You're speaking about smaller parties, and I'm just looking at numbers that are coming to us from Telangana. There used to be a strong regional party here, the TRS, that got rechristened to the BRS. Where are they right now? Where is that regional party right now, Nilanjan? Here's what the Election Commission is telling us. The BJP is at 8 in Telangana out of 17. Yes. The BJP is at 8. The Indian National Congress is at 8, which means dead heat here. And the AIMIM is 1. The BRS wiped out from the assembly and wiped out from national politics as well, by the looks of it.
For the moment, yes, but there is never any full stop to any political career, either of a political leader or of a party. So it is definitely a big setback for the BRS. Importantly, Asaduddin Owaisi, is going to retain his seat in Hyderabad. So the big challenge seems to have not been really very successful.
Oh, well, it was a spirited fight.
But
let's give Madhvi Lata that.
Yeah,
in fact, she was the one first of the block.
People
early in the morning.
Smriti Irani did in 2014. This is the first version of...
Smriti Irani, by the way, trailing.
I know. And Smriti Irani finally... One second. Smriti Irani finally became the giant slayer in 2019. So this is Madhvi Lata of Smriti Irani of 2014. In the next time when we see, she will also slay the giant and she'll also win from Hyderabad.
You know that OSC has the status of a
defeating
Rahul Gandhi.
In Hyderabad, that seat, of course, he's larger than life. His family has held that seat.
We're talking about a national
No, I'm
picture.
talking about that one seat. What Madhvi Lata is doing there is exactly what...
I'm no great admirer of Rahul Gandhi, but I don't think that...
I'm saying exactly what Smriti Irani did. The first time she contested against Rahul Gandhi, she came close, but she lost. Similarly, this time around, Madhvi Lata is given a fight, and if she hangs in there, the next time around, she will beat Asaduddin Owaisi.
She gave a fight with a mandate of 2014 under her belt, under courtesy Mr. Modi. And that is why in 2019, the dominance of the BJP was what actually enabled her to defeat Rahul Gandhi in 2019. So the dominance of... Let us understand one thing, that whatever is the final verdict...
Shreya, one thing that we are still missing because of the high expectations set by the BJP is, BJP is still head and shoulders above everyone. We are looking at 236 seats where Congress is not even in 3 digits. Let's not forget this. It is well 2 times ahead of any political party in the fray. Let's not miss that. Just because their expectations are so sky high, just like Virat Kohli, that you expect 100 every time. Let's not forget they're still head and shoulders above everyone.
From 370, they're down to...
From dekho wo alag baat hai, but they are still there. You are measuring them by their expectations.
Let's hear from...
Measuring them by their expectations.
Gentlemen, there is some input that is coming to us from the Congress office. I think this is Salman Khurshid speaking to our reporter Ranjita. Let's listen in.
खड़े होकर लड़े फाइट में हमारे लोगों ने, साथियों ने, सहयोगियों ने बहुत अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन किया। उसको मानते हुए आज हम यही कह सकते हैं कि लोकतंत्र बहाल रहे, लोकतंत्र और मजबूत हो और हमारा योगदान लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में आपके सामने आ गया है। इसको ऐसे ही आगे
फाइट में है, क्या सरकार बनाने के भी अंक मिल पाएगा?
मिल पाएगा नहीं मिल पाएगा, हम तो सरकार 5 साल से बनाने के चक्कर में हैं। लेकिन सच्ची बात यह है कि जब अब परिणाम आ रहे हैं सामने, तो फिर अनुमान काहे लगाए जाएं। हम विश्वास से कह रहे हैं कि हम एक ऐसी पार्टी हैं जिसको सरकार बनाने का अवसर प्राप्त होना चाहिए। हमको कितना अवसर प्राप्त हो रहा है, कितना हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है, वो आपके सामने है।
राहुल गांधी को प्रधानमंत्री भी तो 5 साल से 10 साल से बनाने की कोशिश।
देखिए, जो हमारे मन में है राहुल गांधी जी के बारे में, उसको कोई नकार नहीं सकता। लेकिन एक बात अनुशासन की भी होती है। राहुल गांधी जी ने बैठकर और नेताओं के साथ कुछ निर्णय लिए हैं कि किस समय पर क्या होने पर हम प्रधानमंत्री का चेहरा तय करेंगे। तो हम उसके साथ हैं, लेकिन हमारी जो मन की बात है, जो भावना है, वो अलग है।
आपके गृह प्रदेश की बात की जाए तो उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन इंडिया गठबंधन का दिख रहा है। फर्रुखाबाद से आपको टिकट नहीं मिला, इस बात का कई बार आपने मलाल भी दिखाया था। क्या कुछ
अब पता नहीं, फर्रुखाबाद में हम होते तो शायद एक गिनती में 1 नंबर और आ जाता, लेकिन आज अब आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, वो हमारे सहयोगी लड़े थे। अगर उन्होंने अच्छी लड़ाई लड़ी है तो उनको भी पूरी बधाई हम देंगे और देते रहे हैं। लेकिन बात यह है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में जो इस समय देखने को मिल रहा है, उससे मनोबल बढ़ता है, उससे विश्वास एक दफा फिर पैदा होता है। जो हम कहते रहे हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में हम वापस आएंगे, आज लग रहा है कि हम वापस आ गए। ये सही है कि समाजवादी पार्टी और हमारा दोनों का साथ आ गई है, और किसको कितना श्रेय मिलना चाहिए उस पर आप लोग अवश्य बैठकर उस पर चर्चा करेंगे। लेकिन मैं मानता ये हूँ कि हमने एक दूसरे का पूरा सहयोग किया, वो सहयोग कामयाब रहा, सफल रहा, और इसलिए आज हमको ये परिणाम देखने को मिल रहा है।
धन्यवाद। सलमान खुर्शीद हमारे साथ बात करते हुए, हालांकि फर्रुखाबाद पर अभी भी
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, everyone had said that Odisha and Bengal were going to be the states that would be very interesting, Maharashtra as well. No one had even spared a thought for Uttar Pradesh, because Uttar Pradesh was a done deal. Turns out Uttar Pradesh is not a done deal if you go by the numbers. And the party that has managed to do exceptionally well, at least as far as the early trends are concerned, is the Samajwadi Party. We'll wait for another couple of hours to see if these trends, these are not even early trends, ladies and gentlemen. To be fair, it's 11:30 and these are not early trends. But if these trends do convert to seats, then the Samajwadi Party definitely deserves a headline tomorrow. The entire India opposition, the India bloc does deserve a headline, but the one party that deserves a headline is Samajwadi Party, because look at all the things that were said about Akhilesh Yadav.
You go to the extent, in 1991, Mr. Advani said, this one of the most brilliant lines Mr. Advani said, Lal Krishna Advani ji, the victor came second. Now, are we going to say the victor came third? Something for us to deliberate. Not the victor.
Something to think about.
But the surprise came third.
Yeah. So that's something to think about, because what will be the top? We don't know. Again, this is just based on at 11:34 as of now. Let us just keep qualifying this after every 5 minutes so that we are not accused of misreading the elections and declaring results. As of now, the top headline will be the opposition. The second headline will be the Samajwadi Party. And the BJP also, I think, has, as far as Odisha is concerned, West Bengal is, Odisha is concerned, not West Bengal.
No, I think a very important point
has
is
been
that
a good
Odisha,
story for the BJP.
Odisha and, little bit presence in Telangana, which is getting still not there. The BJP certainly is no longer being just a Hindi heartland party. It is going beyond the Hindi region, despite the kind of pro-Hindi, pro-Hindu politics, which it espouses. So that is, I think, something which is an important takeaway from this verdict.
No, I have to make a comment on Samajwadi Party and Akhilesh Yadav. I've known Akhilesh Yadav, I've met him number of occasions. He is the least hated politician that I know. Politicians, they have their loyal fans. They have people who are very critical of them. Akhilesh is someone, the degree of likeness may vary, but largely he is not disliked. And I've always said that. I've always felt that, and it's come out in every poll also. So it was, I always a matter of time when that reaps him rich political
But
capital.
you know what handicaps him, Karan?
What?
The reputation of the Samajwadi Party as being a Gunda party. For
he's
anyone who comes
carrying
from
that
UP,
baggage.
he's carrying that baggage.
He's carrying that baggage. Absolutely. And he needs to break free from that. I'm just being fair. I agree that he carries that charm with him. I agree on that, Vivek ji.
He's likable, we'll agree.
I totally agree he's likable.
Perception goes a long way in politics.
And he's not done much to change that perception. The Nahid Hassans continue to get tickets, so that has also been there. He needs to do a lot more. I think he should see this as a sign of encouragement.
Mr. Silas, the fact is that perception sometimes is everything in politics, and the fact is that the Samajwadi Party comes with the baggage of being a Gunda party. That's a fact.
Yeah. Perception definitely has been created by our opponent. I don't want to debate on that at the moment. Had the Samajwadi Party been a Gunda party, we wouldn't have got such a mandate, man, please, because it's not just the, as you people said, it's just MY factor. No, not at all.
अरे mandate कहाँ गया आपका अभी?
अगले पिछले अल्पसंख्यक से लेके सब कुछ, अगर सबने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो हम इस पोजीशन पे आज नहीं होते. So that is a Samajwadi Party, not a Gunda party. Okay. If at all something might have happened about 20 years back, that doesn't mean that even today we are standing there. No, not at all. Samajwadi Party is
That's what we are saying.
Well. I think the people of Uttar Pradesh have proved it, and they are proving it as a Samajwadi Party. It's not a Gunda party. It is a party with a difference. It is a party with a new leader. It is a party that has a dynamic leader in Uttar Pradesh, and we hope we'll do better and our tally would increase, ma'am. Definitely, for sure.
Mr. Silas, I wish you all the best. And I also hope that the perception that Akhilesh has carried, he can do something to dispel it as we move forward. Adil, just quickly come in, and then I'm going once again to Maharashtra, because this is where the fight is actually very interesting. It's as khichdi as the politics in Maharashtra, but go ahead, please.
Another interesting contest. There is another interesting contest, which is Amethi. Miss Smriti Irani is trailing by 31,000 votes. There, the son of the soil, an ordinary grassroots worker of the Congress party, is again defeating the arrogance of the BJP in Amethi. 31,000.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see if these trends actually convert. And I'm not going to say anything right now, because as I said, I understand what you're saying, Adil, but the fact is that, in the morning, the Prime Minister was trailing by 6,000 votes. But now he's not. He's managed a massive lead. So when you start counting, there are 23, 24, 25 rounds that need to be counted. Okay, we'll see. Can we just shift our focus now to Maharashtra? we'll see about Amethi. Indian National Congress guys just putting out the Maharashtra numbers now.
Ma'am, can I leave?
Yes, Mr. Silas, you can, and you will be much in.
He's too much in demand.
I know. Today, Samajwadi Party is too much in demand. शाम को आ जाइएगा, Mr. Silas हमारे पास. ऐसा नहीं कि गायब.
मैं स्टूडियो आ रहा हूँ मैं. 2 बजे आता हूँ स्टूडियो आपसे मिलने.
आ जाइए. भाई साहब. आ जाइए. चलिए.
Thank you so much.
Adil has also decided that he's saying goodbye. Time for lunch. Adil, bye bye.
It become pricey all of a sudden.
ठीक है. I'm just. Oh, yeah. Adil has also decided, chalo, ab story khatam ho gayi. Let's move on. Can we just quickly look at Maharashtra now, ladies and gentlemen? The NVA is surging ahead. I'm just going to give you a breakup of what each party has got. It's a bit complicated, frankly, if you ask me, and it's just better to put it all in one plate. But here it is, Maharashtra defying pollsters there. It was supposed to be a tight fight. Is that how it has turned out to be? Not really. The NVA, as I said, surging ahead in Maharashtra, doing a breakup for you. The Indian National Congress is at 11. The BJP is at 11 again. The Shiva Sena, which is Uddhav Thackeray's faction, is 10. The Shiva Sena, that is the Shinde faction, is 6, which means things haven't worked out very well for Mr. Shinde post the split. Well, it's worked out for him. He's become the chief minister, but not so much for the party, I guess.
He's not been able to take the legacy of Bal Thackeray.
Clearly not. Clearly not.
Expectedly so, to be honest.
And NCP Sharad Pawar at 8. No one was, I mean, when the Baramati contest was announced, everyone said, Ajit Dada, given that Sunitra, his wife, is fighting, she's going to win, because this is a contest between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. But look at the Baramati contest, and that is exactly what is being reflected in the state picture as well. Supriya Sule is actually leading now, and Sunitra Pawar is trailing. The NCP Sharad Pawar faction is at 8. NCP Ajit Pawar, which is at 1.
Which means that the split has not worked to his benefit. Sharad Pawar is still seen as the patriarch of the family.
And by the looks of it, the split has not worked very well. I mean, it's not worked as badly for the for Mr. Shinde, but hasn't worked very well for him either. Advocate Sushil Vyas, would you want to come in here, spokesperson of the Shiva Sena? Thank you very much. Just looking at the numbers, I've just done a breakup of the numbers. Just 6, I'm not talking about the alliance, but specifically the Shinde faction, just 6 compared to 10 of the Uddhav faction.
Madam, we must take into consideration that the Uddhav faction contested 22 seats, whereas we have contested 15 seats. Now, secondly, we are not contesting this election as a Shiv Sena, Ajit Pawar group also. We are contesting this election as a NDA. So, NDA includes BJP, Ajit Pawar group and our group. That there is a solid one team. So, we are contesting as a NDA. So, as a strike rate, if you see 22 versus 15, then my information from my party hierarchy is that we are leading, in fact, in 8 seats, and 2 seats we are very trailing with a very narrow margin of less than 3,000 votes. And this is very initial stage, as you said earlier. These only 5 or 6 rounds are completed. There are average 25 rounds will take place. So let us wait for up to 2 p.m. or so. We will see that we will retain our seats, which we have won last time.
So, if you want to wait till 2 o'clock, we'll wait till 2 o'clock. Chandrasekhar Jha, I'm going to give you 20 seconds to respond, because badi khabar is coming from Odisha. Very badi khabar is coming from Odisha. Please respond. I'm going to Odisha, quickly taking a look at the numbers as well now.
See, a basic thing which has happened in Maharashtra, that the people has mandated against the corruptions and mandated against the philosophical ideologies being divided and splitted between the parties. These things have been rejected by Maharashtra people. And categorically, they have voted for the people who have done work and infrastructural work in the state of Maharashtra. And they have decided to vote it in favor of the MBA. And it is very categorical now. And if you can see the trend also, and it is not an initial trend right now. We had 1143, and it is currently not an initial trend, but we are leading now. So if you see the state which is going into poll after 2-3 months, the elections of assembly elections are going to be conducted. So there you will also see that this government is going by, and we are coming.
we'll talk about that, whether the results today, whatever they are, will impact the elections, the state elections. They are coming, at least 8 of them, Dada. But Odisha, just take a look at what is coming from Odisha. The big story also emerging in Odisha, where the BJP, ladies and gentlemen, has crossed the halfway mark and is in a position to form the government. Just for viewers joining us, Odisha has voted for its state assembly as well, along with the Lok Sabha. As far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, again, the BJP, it's a clean sweep, but the bigger story is that the BJP is now in a position to form the government in the state. They have crossed the halfway mark already. 147 is the total number of seats. They are at 76, which means 3 more than the halfway mark, Dada. No surprises here. This was being predicted.
This was being predicted essentially because of self-goals by the BJD. I think Mr. Naveen Patnaik made the critical error of promoting his assistant, Mr. Pandyan, in the political side, as a result of which there was a revolt from within the party as well as among the people, that they would not want a non-Odia to come and actually start dominating and dictating the flow of politics.
But he had come out and said he's not my successor. The people of Odisha will choose my successor.
But it was too late. By the time the message had already been sent. He did not say so in the beginning of the campaign. He said it at the fag end of the campaign, and it carried no impact. And that too, he made that statement after Mr. Modi had actually questioned his health. So there were multiple issues which came out. I think Mr. Naveen Patnaik, like many leaders, what happens is that their last performance is always not their best.
So he was 76 days away from being India's longest serving chief minister. That is not to be, but such is life.
Elections can be brutal to even the most popular of leaders. This is something which every politician in office must remember.
Many people had said that whatever said and done, there is anti-incumbency, there is, the BJP has pushed this narrative that Odisha is being run from Tamil Nadu, courtesy Mr. Pandyan, who is a Tamilian himself, etc., etc. But the fact is that there was much affection for Naveen Babu in the state of Odisha. And the Prime Minister, by the end of it, got personal, pointing out to his health, saying, hum ek inquiry banayenge as to who is responsible for the sudden deterioration of the Chief Minister's health, etc. And many people had thought that would not go down well, but it seems that worked. Despite the Chief Minister saying, I'm fine.
It was a tough campaign for the Prime Minister also. He has had a bond with Naveen Babu himself. And don't forget, BJD has helped BJP on some important legislations, pushing through important legislations. But it had to be pointed out now that perhaps Odisha needs a fresh leadership. And don't count out BJP. Once BJP gets its foot inside a door, it just knocks the door off. It's just a matter of time. We'll see that in Bengal in the coming days. But BJP has been growing leaps and bounds in Odisha. And now there is no part of the country, honestly, which doesn't see, BJP doesn't have a sizable presence. It's a pan-India party now. Whether it's the East, slowly, very slowly, but yeah, surely. In the South also, we've seen in Telangana and Karnataka, they have a sizable presence. So BJP has spread itself across. That's good news for the BJP in every sense.
But not good news in Bengal.
Odisha results, or the trends. It is a sign and actually a bit worrying for the BJP's partners in the states, especially if the partner is a dominant partner. The BJP gets in, puts its foot into the door and then slowly
They've been allies, by the way. The BJD and the BJP have been allies in the past for 11 years.
They were allies from the time when the BJP was insignificant in Odisha politics. They made an entrance, courtesy the BJD, and then opened the door a bit more, then moved out of the alliance. They both parted ways. BJD then continued to be what we call, the reserve member of the NDA. That is what used to be the joke around, that they can be called upon to bail out the NDA if ever required. He would always stand with critical issues with the Prime Minister.
I mean, BJP has the right to grow.
So it sends a message of warning to all allies of the BJP that eventually we will become irrelevant.
I think it sends a message you can't take the people for granted. If you're thinking that you've been in power for 20-25 years and just continue and be in a state of complacency, that's not going to happen. BJP is going to keep you on your toes, and if you slacken a bit, BJP is always the option for people.
That's the same message for the central government, you say that?
Of course it
or
is.
Mr. Modi, you would say?
I agree, of course.
So overconfidence, arrogance and...
So BJP needs to be careful. Of course it's a message, but I think still BJP is head and shoulders above the required. So, of course, I'm happy that the opposition, if ever the opposition is able to, on constructive issues, put the BJP on its toes, it's a good sign for the democracy.
But only, that's what I've been saying since morning.
He's come to many
elections is always better.
He's come to many shows.
Yeah.
And we often represent him as a BJP spokesperson, though he's not officially one. Yes. And he's usually taken the right stand. And I mean, not the right stand. Yeah, but he's, especially when it came to the wrestlers story, I remember that.
What is right has to be called out.
Gentlemen, Uttar Pradesh ki story to is becoming fabulous.
Really.
Samajwadi Party at 34, the BJP at 34. This is what the Election Commission website is throwing up. It's at 11:50. I mean, I just want to keep reiterating that these numbers can change, that these are trends and they will have to concretize into numbers, etc., etc. But the way things are playing out, Uttar Pradesh and Odisha actually turning out to be the two most interesting states. I also very quickly wanted to look actually at the state of West Bengal. Let's see where the story stands there. Will you give me a minute here, Karan and Dada?
Yes.
Because I am, we have all the time in the world. Given that this election is going to stretch and we'll not have a clear picture at least till 2 o'clock by the looks of it, if not 3. I'm just going by the Election Commission numbers, therefore. I just want to be careful. The BJP was at 8 last time.
Right. 18.
18, sorry. Was at 18 last time. I beg your pardon. And 21 was where the TMC was.
21 or 22?
Ek minute, dekh lete hain. 21 or 22. I think it was 21.
Either.
21 if I'm not. No, let's give our viewers the absolute right picture. Why should we even, why should we even... okay, West Bengal, 42 seats. You're right, 22. TMC had 22 and the BJP had 18. The Indian National Congress had 2. Where does the story stand right now? The TMC is at 31. A spirited campaign by the BJP. Sandesh Khali, Sandesh Khali, Sandesh Khali.
They got it wrong. They should have focused
corruption.
They should have focused more on corruption.
So you think
Sandesh Khali was not the correct issue to speak about.
Corruption was because that is where they could put the TMC on the mat and they missed that opportunity?
You know what? Yes, they have. You know, what has happened in Bengal is that the political elite, which is entrenched in Bengal, which used to be with the left front, it very conveniently moved to the TMC after 2011. So that stranglehold has to be broken. For that, if you actually bring in your agenda of outside, which helps you to create the hawa in other states. Sandesh Khali helped the BJP more outside Bengal. If it had, their hope was that it would help in the north, in the polarized states. It has not, unfortunately, worked in UP for other reasons. But that is what eventually happened. As an issue of communal polarization, Sandesh Khali did not work with the Hindu voters in West Bengal.
And TMC is not just leading, by the looks of it, the TMC is sweeping the state of West Bengal. So leading is, we are underplaying it, but it's good to underplay till the numbers are final.
If they're winning 31, you can't say sweep. It has 42 seats, so out of 42, 31 cannot be exactly called
but it is an improvement of 9. No, but it's an improvement of 9 from last time.
It is an improvement of 9. It's more or less the same as the performance in 2021. That kind of a performance.
So which means that 2026, as far as Bengal is concerned,
and the Congress is winning how many?
1.
So maybe only Adhir Ranjan's seat they are ahead.
Probably. So maybe Mamata Banerjee had a point when she said.
And you're not getting at the moment any constituency-wise...
No, what constituency do you want to see? Because they do have leads for constituencies.
Well, Krishnanagar, Mahua Moitra seat, that is very interesting.
Let's see.
The animosity between the BJP and Mahua Moitra, and that whether it comes back, she comes back to Parliament.
Mahua Moitra is leading, ladies and gentlemen. Mahua Moitra is leading from Krishnanagar.
So if the BJP forms a government, Mahua Moitra is going to back in Parliament.
Chaliye, dekhte hain. We have Kapil Sibal now speaking. Let's quickly listen into him.
In the faction. At 5, YSRCP at 4, CPIM at 4, Aam Aadmi Party 4, CPI 3, AIUML 3, और उसके बाद सब 2-3 CPIML, JDS 2, BJD 2. नुकसान जो हुआ है वो बीजेडी का हुआ है, लेकिन ये भी 2 प्लेयर ऐसे हैं जो पहले इनके साथ नहीं थे, अभी साथ हैं।
पहले तो नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो देश के मतदाताओं का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, जो खुल के उन्होंने अपने मत दिए और गोदी मीडिया का जवाब दिया कि आप जो भी आंकड़े दिखाएं, फैसला तो हम करेंगे। So first of all, I want to thank the electors of this country for having reflected their opinion, which is contrary to the opinion of the Godi media, which was giving a runaway victory to the BJP, some of them saying that they'll get about 400 seats. This is exactly what Pradhan Mantri ji was saying कि 400 पार। सबसे पहली बात तो ये। दूसरी बात ये है कि अगर आप गोदी मीडिया के भी आंकड़े देखें तो उससे साफ जाहिर है कि भाजपा की अपनी सीटें 239 हैं, 239, which means Bhajpa on its own is not crossing the 272 mark, as is reflected from the trends shown by the Election Commission of India. I'm not going by Godi media at all. The trends in the Election Commission of India are that BJP at the moment is only leading in 236 and Congress party is leading in 99. Right? Now, the question that arises is, these are trends, so I'm not going to make a prediction because ultimately it is the will of the people who will prevail, which will prevail. But I want to just request the counting agents in all the constituencies where they are present. मैं सभी काउंटिंग एजेंट्स से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि जब तक पूरा चुनाव खत्म न हो, जब तक उनको सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ विक्ट्री न मिले, वहां से वो उठे नहीं। पहली बात तो ये। दूसरी बात कि जो पोस्टल बैलेट्स हैं उनकी पूरी संख्या, पूरी काउंटिंग पेनल्टीमेट राउंड से पहले होनी चाहिए। ऐसा न हो कि 10वां या आखिर का चरण की काउंटिंग हो जाए और पोस्टल बैलेट की काउंटिंग ना हो। ऐसा मत होने दीजिए। ये भी मैं आपसे आग्रह करना चाहता हूं। आप सब चौकन्ने रहिए, क्योंकि जो गोदी मीडिया के द्वारा झूठ और फेरेब फैला सकता है वो कुछ भी कर सकता है, तो आप इस बात पे चौकन्ने रहिए। तीसरी बात जो मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि उनको जल्दी से जल्दी आंकड़े अपडेट करने चाहिए। पीछे मैंने देखा कि लगभग 8 घंटा उन्होंने आंकड़े अपडेट नहीं किए, तो मैं उनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि आप इसको कंटिन्यूअसली अपडेट करते रहो। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है ताकि जनता को पता चले कि रुझान किस तरफ हैं और कितनी सीटों में कितने दलों के रुझान हो रहे हैं। ये 3 बातें बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी हैं। अब ये नहीं मुझे मालूम कि आखिर नतीजा क्या होगा, किसकी सरकार बनेगी, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है और मैं गोदी मीडिया से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी पीछे चल रहे थे तो गोदी मीडिया उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं दिखा रहा था। कुछ मीडिया हाउसेस दिखा रहे थे और जब पीटीआई ने ट्वीट किया तब उन्होंने दिखाना शुरू किया। तो ये ठीक नहीं है। और पहले उनकी एक तरफ तस्वीर थी राहुल गांधी की, दूसरी तरफ थी मोदी जी की। अभी तस्वीर राहुल गांधी है और दूसरी तरफ नड्डा जी हैं। साहब ये भी ठीक नहीं है, अच्छा नहीं लगता। आप कितनी भी गोदी मीडिया हो जाइए, इतना भी ना घुसिए, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं तो आपकी जवाबदेही होगी ना। द टाइम विल कम, नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस, दैट यू विल हैव टू आंसर। all the media channels will have to answer.
Okay, so a big question mark on exit polls, all the exit polls that were carried out. Can exit polls get it wrong, ladies and gentlemen? Definitely, they can get it wrong. But to say they were fudged and manufactured in the BJP headquarters, I think it's a bit rich. That's a political way of saying it.
We would not possibly make that
comment at all. And on that note, given the fact it's 12 o'clock, I think all of us should order a cup of coffee because it's going to be a long day. है ना?
That would be
let's get some coffee for everyone in the studio. Okay, ladies. Abhi nahi bhaiya, abhi ruk jaiye. Just a minute. Let me, as you take a look at these numbers on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, 12 o'clock, 8 o'clock is when the ballot box is opened. So it's 4 hours since. Usually by 12 o'clock, the picture is crystal clear. The trends are all in. Is the picture crystal clear? Well, it's on your screens. It's 12 o'clock. I will let you judge. I'll let people who are wiser than me and more experienced than me judge. But these are the numbers right now. And the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, are stunning. I wonder if the India bloc also expected it. Yes, they said, Hamara 295 aayega. Yes, they said, we are confident that we'll be in a position to form the government. Did anyone believe them? I think half their own cadre didn't believe them. But it seems that they have managed to do extremely well. 228, not nearly near the figure that they had proclaimed very proudly, 295. Yeah. But the numbers are on your screens. 228, up 98 seats. That's fabulous. Where is the NDA? The NDA had said 400 par, but that was more of a war cry. They were expected to do better than last time. If you took a poll of polls of all exit polls, it was supposed to be 370. They are at 296 right now, minus 54 seats, and others don't seem to have done very well, down by 44 seats. I think before we go to Uttar Pradesh, where the story is brewing, we should quickly take a look at some other states, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at Punjab. 13 seats in Punjab. The Indian National Congress is leading in 7 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 3 seats. The Shiromani Akali Dal is leading in 1 seat. There are 2 independents. BJP is nowhere in the picture. So that is where Punjab is right now. And I think Punjab is playing out.
No, the Aam Aadmi Party swept in the assembly elections.
Correct.
It's bad news for the Aam Aadmi Party. For the government as also, because there are murmurs we have been hearing in the last few weeks about dissent against the Chief Minister in Punjab, given the kind of developments which have taken place in Delhi and the fact that the opposition alliance has not been able to make any dent in Delhi. We should be focused on trying to see that what is going to happen in Punjab. Okay. Will there be a revolt from within the Aam Aadmi Party? On that note, then I think it's good to look at Karnataka as well, because yes, Karnataka again, the Congress had won the assembly elections. They have a government in place. How are they doing? They're somewhat doing better. Last I checked, they were leading on 10. And the BJP is leading on 16. Plus 2. And the JDS is on 2. So 18, 10, which is not as bad as it appeared in the initial when the trends came, and it looked like 24, 3. That kind of a trend has got changed in the last 2 hours. So the BJP was, last time they had swept. They had got 25 seats out of 28. Yes. So they are losing seats from there. In fact, the BJP is possibly, ending up winning more seats in Odisha at the moment is 1 seat, and Telangana. These are the 2 states which possibly have given it some.
Shreya, see, here's what happened. The states in which the BJP had peaked, except Madhya Pradesh, which it's doing phenomenally well even this time, I think largely thanks to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's hugely popular. BJP could not have done any better. It could have only gone down or could have plateaued, right? It's the new states, for instance, Orissa and Telangana, which could have given BJP some fillip. But then again, these are not states with such huge numbers. What the BJP didn't factor in was that in the states where it had peaked earlier, it could actually go down by a significant margin. I think that is where they sort of didn't do that kind of math. They kept thinking of where they would gain, but they forgot that they could lose in seats where they had peaked, right? Because there's no way to go up in those seats. Like Uttar Pradesh, even the BJP to be honest, off the record, was admitting that they would probably be around 60. They were not thinking
but they were 62 last time,
Correct.
which
So
is
they,
just down by 2.
So they had not thought they would gain.
They
were more
34
realistic.
right now.
But they have fallen to such an extent, I don't think anybody realized that. And even in BJP UP, I mean, they were honest enough to say we will not gain, we'll probably lose 2 seats. And I think I know what 2 seats they were talking about. One of them is Smriti Irani's seat.
But Pilibhit.
No, also Amethi, right? It was a big win for the BJP last time.
I get that. And Smriti Irani is trailing. But again, 4 rounds hue hain. So we'll see. We'll see by the end of it. There are 22 rounds.
No, but what I'm saying is the BJP did realize that it's a tough seat. To just put it that way. So they
but
realized,
the Congress didn't. Because had they realized it was a tough seat.
I'm not going to comment on that. I think Congress really played its cards very badly. If Rahul Gandhi had contested from Amethi, he would have won it with a very, very healthy margin. I've been saying that since I went to Amethi 2 months ago. I was trolled relentlessly on Twitter by the BJP ecosystem, or whatever ecosystem that was. But that's a huge mistake by the Congress. But the larger point being that the BJP did not factor in losing seats where it had already peaked. It thought हमने तो peak कर लिया, हम तो वहाँ उतना ही अच्छा करेंगे. That hubris got them.
Okay.
But Kerala is surprising. Kerala BJP, even the election commission is showing that the BJP is leading in 2.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar's seat, he's leading, yeah.
So which means Shashi Tharoor loses.
Yes.
Interesting.
Interesting. No, I think it's politically very significant because it opens up the space for a third front in Kerala.
And look at the left seats. Huh?
No, the left CPM is there. You have to look at the other alliance partners. IUML is there, Kerala Congress is there, RSP is there.
But can we look at Delhi?
Congress is 12, so which means that is more than 50%.
Can we look at Delhi?
Seats,
yes, because there is one silver lining that is coming in for the BJP. It's coming from Delhi. 7 out of 7 seats. 7 out of 7. 7 out of 7 seats. That's where they are in Delhi. But the markets, can we just put up the graphic for markets? The markets not very happy with the results they are seeing right now. Again, I beg your pardon, these are not results. These are trends. These will convert to seats, and eventually the election commission will give us final numbers by the end of the day. And when that by the end of the day is going to be, we do not know. I do remember an election that stretched on to to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, wee hours of the morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I was still there sipping my coffee, waiting for the last vote to be counted in Madhya Pradesh.
2018 assembly.
2018 assembly elections, which the Congress just about managed to win. And then, of course, they went and lost it. So that's another story. So this is going to be a long-drawn process. Dada, kitne baje tak will we have a clear picture?
I think by 3 we should have a clearer picture.
I think the trend is pretty much there because how much...
Can we, if you think that the trend is pretty much there, then can we actually now say, with a fair amount of confidence, the BJP is not going to get a majority? They are showing 235 on the Election Commission website.
I mean,
I would say let's wait.
So still too early to say that because the story would be completely different with BJP at 235 or 240 and
but
BJP.
I mean that the opposition has put up a
significant
significant fight.
Yes, and that the BJP is going to emerge out of this election bruised even if it forms the government.
Yes.
And it is going to be a diminished Mr. Modi as Prime Minister.
But he has only himself to blame for that. As I said, why did he need to go on with the 400 par?
Is that why they lost? I mean, why they've not done as well as they were expecting? Just a war cry will not do it.
No, but Shreya, you've set your own target. You could have just said, "Phir ek baar Modi Sarkar." You would have formed the government. You could have, you would have had a face saver saying, "We said we'll win again." If you say 400 and you don't even get 300, I mean, that's a huge loss of face.
It's 370 for the BJP, and they're 240. So it's a loss of 130
Gentlemen
seats.
and ladies, please look at this. The markets are not very happy. The Sensex is down nearly 4,500 points. This is a day after they were cheering the exit polls. So Modi is good for business, we know that. Businesses like stability, the markets like stability. Is the picture that is being thrown up according to the market?
This entire idea of Majboot Sarkar, is what the market laps up. They think that Majboot na ho, they don't have a runaway majority, we will not get a good government. They forget the fact that some of the most important, crucial economic decisions were made by minority governments. 1991, Narasimha Rao didn't have a majority at that time. Yet the economic reforms and liberalization was started in 91. From that time onwards, we can keep on reeling the dream budget of Chidambaram, United Front government of 97, the dream budget, still talked about. some of the most important reforms in the markets which are
I
done.
think
all coalition governments.
Mota, there are a couple of things we can say, and please add on to what I'm saying here. And do let me know who are the guests who are joining me, because I'd want to speak a bit. They are on my prompter. Okay, thank you very much, because I would want to speak about Uttar Pradesh, where the Samajwadi Party is now leading in more seats than the BJP, at least for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing, and I'm just going to go to Uttar Pradesh now as we get a cup of coffees. Total 80 seats. It sends the maximum number of MPs to the Lok Sabha. The Samajwadi Party had won 5 last time. They're at 35. They're leading at 35 right now. The BJP is leading in 34, had won 62 last time. The Indian National Congress had won. Only Raebareli, I think. They are leading in 8. The RLD, which has gone with the BJP this time, they are leading in 2. So the picture is looking extremely interesting in Uttar Pradesh, where the India Alliance may just manage to get more seats
than the BJP.
I'm wondering, what did the BJP, forget the national, forget Mangalsutra, forget mutton, forget everything else. The fact is that the Yogi government is well regarded in the state of Uttar Pradesh, Ruhi.
I don't doubt that at all. After having travelled to Uttar Pradesh, I'm surprised because I can tell you that Yogi Adityanath continues to remain popular. His law and order model is something a lot of voters cite. So this is a bit of an inexplicable result. But I would say one thing, Shreya, I think the problem with the BJP was they were harping too much on the Ram Mandir. Nobody in UP was talking about the Ram Mandir. They should have harped more on their governance, on their law and order. They just got into this polarization.
But by the end of it, Ram Mandir bhi kahan hua? Polarization hua, but not in the name of Ram Mandir.
But end of it nahi hota hai na. The elections are being decided from a long time. They were talking about, they made the Ram Mandir the focus of their UP plank, which it wasn't, which it should not have been. Yogi Adityanath won an assembly election based on his law and order model.
Wasn't the election, it wasn't the issue in Ayodhya city itself.
Not at all.
By the way, Ayodhya, not even next to the Ayodhya, the Samajwadi Party candidate is leading.
People were extremely, the businessmen, the local businessmen were extremely disappointed because they were not getting the kind of business which they expected, for which they took huge bank loans. They were worried that how are they going to repay those loans?
No, on that lane that leads to the Ram Mandir, all these small shop owners were unhappy because they were like, pehle to kam se kam business aata tha. Now because of the police, the restrictions, nobody is allowed to come in. Vehicles are not allowed to come in. We're actually losing business. So the Ram Mandir was really not. I mean, the BJP thought that would be its trump card. It perhaps turned out to be something
in any case, the Faizabad seat, has traditionally not gone to the BJP for too many elections.
Correct.
Even in 1989, the most important one.
But Ayodhya doesn't look like the Ayodhya that I have visited multiple times as a child. It was a dusty little town. Now look at it. It's super swanky. So you would think that, it's got a 360-degree makeover. Maybe
Amitabh Bachchan modeling for property in Ayodhya.
There's a lot of property.
He's also got property there, yeah. Pawan Khera ji, good afternoon. Turning out to be a very good afternoon for the India Alliance and the Congress Party. Sach batayega. I know you said 295 when you came on Mirror Now 24 or 48 hours ago, but sach batayega, is this what you expected? Or is this a surprise to you?
Yes. In fact, better. In fact, I still expect better. I think the issues that the governing party tried to push down the throat of the voter did not gel well with the voter, because the voter's issues were something else. And that came out very clearly when Rahul Gandhi undertook the Bharat Jodo Yatra and later the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. That came out very clearly when Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge used to brief us and tell us that, look, these are not the issues. The issues in the countryside are different from what you think they are, because you guys watch a lot of television. The issues on television are different from the issues on ground. And those issues were, I think, highlighted very well with our ace campaigner, and I must say this on record, Priyanka Gandhi. The way she campaigned, the way she enumerated these issues, I think came out very well. So it was a good team as far as the Congress Party is concerned, and a good team as far as the India Alliance is concerned. We worked very well together. I am expecting much better results. So let's give ourselves a couple of hours more.
Okay, we'll give ourselves a couple of hours more also, because we don't want to jump the gun. Just simply going by the numbers that the Election Commission is putting out.
Yeah, I think it's premature to jump the gun. Yes.
You know, the opposition.
Correct.
Yeah. While, you know, maybe by the end of the day, the India bloc deserves congratulations, even if they don't manage to win the government. And we'll come to that in just a bit. The real surprise package is coming from Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Khera. The Samajwadi Party at 36. So they are the ones who have pulled the India alliance to a place where they are right now, where the NDA stands at 294 at 12:14 p.m. and the India alliance at 231.
Exactly, and it's we contested 17 seats, obviously, in our alliance. Samajwadi is contesting more seats, and they've done extremely well. We are doing very well, and I'm very happy to see our prediction on Amethi coming right. Any arrogance, I don't think this country tolerates arrogance. So I think this country is giving a befitting reply.
Mr. Khera, Mr. Guru Prakash is with us as well, spokesperson of the BJP. I know you say कि भाई मुझे तू मैं की debate में नहीं पढ़ना है, and I don't want to do a debate and it has to be one-on-one. But for a moment, should we listen to what Guru Prakash is coming? I promise this will not degenerate into a तू मैं debate like, you know, like other channels. But let's just quickly get in Mr. Guru Prakash for his reaction, and I'll come back to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Khera. Guru Prakash ji, बताइए, arrogance that the BJP is paying for in the state of Uttar Pradesh?
नहीं श्रेया, आई थिंक यू आर फिक्सेटेड उड़ीसा, वेस्ट बंगाल, साउथ इंडिया भी एक बार देखने की आवश्यकता है. उड़ीसा में बोथ लोकसभा एंड विधानसभा वी आर डूइंग फिनोमिनली वेल. So arrogance or just coming down to one
Guruji, I've seen everything.
It's just I think बहुत जल्दी आप लोग पूर्वानुमान कर रहे हैं. You are reaching out to conclusion at a very early stage. Like I said, like you said, it's 12:15 now, and BJP single-handedly. Let me again repeat it. BJP single-handedly is leading on 240 seats. And the difference of seats between the BJP and the Congress is more than 130. So I think for the third term, Shreya, and you would very well remember, in the history of world politics, be it Margaret Thatcher or Tony Blair, those who have come for the third term in power. So third term for consecutively in an active democracy like India. भारत में तीसरी बार इतनी बड़ी संख्या में, इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में जनादेश लेकर के सरकार में आना, ये अपने आप में बड़ी बात है. But I agree with you when you say Uttar Pradesh, the initial trends are a bit of an unexpected for us. We are also closely monitoring the situation in Uttar Pradesh. Parts of Purvanchal, parts of Saharanpur, parts of Western UP is something which we are closely monitoring on. But as far as we are concerned, we look comfortably in a position of making the government for the third consecutive time. The brand value of Prime Minister Modi, our welfare mechanism, the reaching out to the last person in the line, I think that has paid off well. And after 10 years, and you would very well know that after 10 years of pro-incumbency coming to power, reaching on its own, this is something which is telling at so many levels. So I don't think there is any point in drum beating
Mr. Khera,
before 2 o'clock or before 3 o'clock.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Let's not jump the gun here, because these are, these are leads, and these leads have to concretize into seats. And I think it's going to be a long drawn process. We'll just wait for the Election Commission numbers. But coming back to you, Mr. Khera, you heard what the BJP is saying. They're saying, dekho, by the end of it, they are saying, aayega to Modi hi. Given the fact that you need 272, the NDA is at 293. Right now, they are leading in 240 seats.
Let's wait and watch. It's premature to celebrate and premature for them to get depressed, or for them to celebrate or for us to get depressed. So let's wait, give ourselves a couple of more hours. I think that would be the wise thing to do. Having said that, this arrogance will not work. आएगा तो मोदी, आएगा वही जिसको ये देश चाहेगा.
Okay, तो कौन आएगा? अब इंडिया ब्लॉक से सवाल तो वो भी उठेगा. So 2 questions for you, Mr. Khera, that you may not want to answer, but as a journalist, it's my job to ask you. Number 1, धर्म संकट for Rahul.
सही वक्त पे जवाब भी दिया जाएगा.
नहीं मैं अरे बस all work this.
नहीं ऐसा.
Mr. Khera, for journalists na, as soon as you see the right person on your screens, that is the sahi waqt. So I've got the right person on my screens. I'm going to ask that question. You can choose not to respond to it. सबसे पहले, धर्म संकट, if Rahul Gandhi manages to win Rae Bareli and Wayanad, which one will he pick?
A right person, but the wrong time. So let's wait for the right time for the right person to answer the right questions in the right manner.
Chaliye, I know what your jawab is going to be to my next question as well, but anyhow, I have to ask it. Since you're so confident that abhi ruk jao, you're saying just wait and don't say aayega to Modi hi, it may be a bit premature. If that is the case, the question will be, who's the India bloc prime ministerial face? Mr. Kharge has said Rahul Gandhi. You have said Meri Man Ki Baat is also Rahul Gandhi. Is it going to be Rahul Gandhi?
Wait for the right time. अभी देखिए हमारे मन की बात तो आपने पूछ ली थी, हमने बता दी थी, but now let's wait for the right time, as I said, and the right numbers. But I must tell you that Mr. Modi is not a coalition maker. He's not Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was. I mean, there's no comparison between Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Vajpayee. So I don't see Mr. Modi cobbling up a coalition and leading that coalition. Impossible. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Khera, पूछो क्या, since you're not responding to any of my questions. I hope you can come to us in the evening. Bye. Mr. Khera decided abhi kya jawab dena. Let's wait.
He's right. Mr. Modi is not a coalition person, but he's also not someone to let go of power, right? So it's a tough choice for him. He will have to be in power. He will have to lead a coalition government, and hopefully it would curb some of the BJP's brazen instincts. Because when you're in a coalition, you have to be a little less brazen about your means.
Tariq Khan, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, irrespective of who becomes the Prime Minister of this country in the next 24 to 48 hours, the Samajwadi Party has hit it out of the park. You were 5 last time, 35. Leading in 35, the BJP is leading in 35 as well. Many congratulations. If these leads hold, then you are the story of this election.
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank the great people of Uttar Pradesh as well as India who have voted for us. And this is really a great time for we have let the things happen. And of Uttar Pradesh believe that what Akhilesh ji convincingly delivered the message to the people of Uttar Pradesh. And please, this is the message to BJP that please calm down and bring your arrogance to a lower level, please, because in Uttar Pradesh there is no space for arrogance. Just like Yogi ji, and whether he is going to accept the defeat and step down from the post of the CM, or what he is going to do, because each and every exit poll, even though your channel or your co-partner channel Times Now has said that we are not going to win even 9 seats, 8 seats, 6 seats. Now look at the numbers. Because why I'm saying this? The exact poll has done by the great people of Uttar Pradesh, and I'm really from the bottom of my heart, I don't have words to thanks to the people of Uttar Pradesh. 3 or 4 his minister, cabinet minister. Let it be Teni, let it be Smriti Irani, let it be Balyan, they all are trailing. This is a great message to the Prime Minister, to Bharatiya Janata Party, that people don't want you, people want to remove you, people want India Alliance to come in power and lead the nation.
Guru Prakash, over and over again, the one word that the India bloc allies are using for the BJP is arrogance. Is arrogance, Guru Prakash, what did the BJP in? Because I can't think of what went wrong for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. As I said, what do women look at? Women will look at, mere ghar mein, is my family well fed? The Prime Minister is ensuring that the poor families are well fed. No one is going to sleep on an empty stomach. What are women looking for? They're decisive voters. What are they looking for? Not just women. Anyone who stays anywhere, including in Lucknow, in Balia, in Bahraich, anywhere, you look at law and order. And everyone will tell you that law and order under the BJP, under Yogi Adityanath, has improved. Everyone will tell you that. Have you been able to wrap your head around what possibly could have gone wrong for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, a state like Uttar Pradesh?
No, Shreya, let me take your first part of the question. It was Mr. Pawan Khera and now the Samajwadi Party spokesperson as well, harping on the element of arrogance and the coalition building capacity of Prime Minister Modi or the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me make this very clear. Shreya, we started our journey from 2 members of parliament. MPs we were in 1984. And from there we reached 303. And still we are reaching 300 plus as of now, BJP single-handedly. So I don't think this argument of arrogance is even remotely connected to the party. If there is any arrogance, then it is from the side of the new feudal elites of the India Alliance. Because if you look at the rise of Draupadi Murmu, in fact, time and again, first ever tribal woman reaching the highest constitutional office in the country. What sort of verbal diarrhea she was exposed to? Come back. Look at Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi coming from a humble background. Mani Shankar Iyer, former Minister of External Affairs from the Congress Party, senior Congress Party leader, repeatedly, Modi यहाँ आकर के चाय बेच सकते हैं, चौकीदार चोर है. So I don't think this argument of arrogance from the side of the Congress Party or from the side of Samajwadi Party. For instance, you would very well remember only a couple of weeks ago, Rashtriya Janata Dal leader Tej Pratap Yadav threw a person, his own Karyakarta, he got beaten in front of the camera. So I don't think the argument of arrogance applies on Bharatiya Janata Party as it applies on the Indian Alliance leadership. Second, on coalition building capacity, let me make this very clear. The term coalition dharma, you have very senior people and experts sitting on your panel, Shreya. Nilanjan ji is over there. The term coalition dharma first came into existence by Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. It was Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji who brought coalition dharma in the political lexicon of the country by running a coalition of more than 25 political parties. It had members like Farooq Abdullah ji, our Karunanidhi ji, even Mamta Didi. So I don't think coalition building capacity or arrogance, these are any sort of argument. As far as the voting behavior of the better halves are concerned, you've raised a very important point. And I think triple talaq has been one of the key reasons. Shauchalaya has been another important reason. Har Ghar Nal has been another important reason. So these four important, apart from identity issues, we go to existential issues, survival issues, toilet accessibility, education, gas connection, food, ration. And I think that is something Uttar Pradesh, obviously in the initial trends, it's showing a bit of a disturbance from us. I agree
Guru
with you.
Prakash ji, that is exactly what I'm asking. Then what went wrong? Something clearly went wrong going by Election Commission data so far. एक minute, lead सुन लीजिए, जरा lead सुन लीजिए. The Bharatiya Janata Party is still the single largest party in this country. It's leading in 244 seats.
Far short of the majority mark.
Far short of the majority mark and far short of even 303 last time. The Indian National Congress was at some 52 last time.
It's doubled its tally almost.
94, yeah, 94. So they are leading in 94. The Samajwadi Party. The Samajwadi Party is emerging as the third largest party in this country, leading in 33 seats according to the Election Commission website. The Trinamool Congress at number 4 at 30. The DMK at 21, leading at 21. So there's a story there. There's a story in Tamil Nadu because the DMK had 20 out of 28 seats. They had, no, out of 29 seats, they had 28 last time. So there is a story, that is playing out in Tamil Nadu, which we'll look at a little closely, because the DMK was expected to get more numbers than this, which means that the BJP is managing to get at least 2 seats in the state of Tamil Nadu.
No, at the moment they're not showing.
If the DMK is at 21, is leading in 21.
No, I don't think so that the
it's on the Election Commission.
BJP is it?
No, I can just tell you what the DMK
what is there in the
Election Commission website is telling us that the DMK is the 5th largest party right now, leading in 21 seats.
So basically, Election Commission says 21 to DMK, 8 to Congress, 2 to VCK, 2 to CPI, 2 to CPM, and 1 to PMK. So nothing to BJP.
So nothing to BJP in Tamil Nadu. Yeah. Okay, that is interesting. TDP at 16. Interesting. They were expected to do well. They have swept Telangana. So sorry, Andhra Pradesh.
Pawan Kalyan would also be getting, I think, 2 seats. You know, that was there.
So Andhra Pradesh has gone with the TDP in both elections. Yeah. Janata Dal United. Janata Dal United is at 15. 15.
Yeah, they have done better than what was expected.
Yeah. And the Shiva Sena, Bala Saheb Thackeray faction is at 10.
Uddhav Thackeray faction.
The Uddhav Thackeray faction is at 10.
So, Shreya, I think that tells us that both UP and Maharashtra were a bit of miscalculations by the BJP. UP thought it was complacent. It thought it will do well. I'm also surprised. I thought I would perhaps get 55 to 60 seats in UP. It's done really badly. And Maharashtra, obviously the alliances did not work out. Both the allies, both the factions that have done well are the factions that are with the Congress, whether it's the NCP led by Sharad Pawar or whether it's the Uddhav Thackeray led
People
Shiv Sena.
have rejected the people,
new
those who left the main party.
Yeah, so it was seen as betrayal by a lot of
Betrayal.
betrayal.
Both by the Shinde faction as well as by Ajit Pawar.
Correct. So in Maharashtra, the BJP loss has been largely thanks to the allies, because there is a lot of bad blood, against these allies, the new factions.
But can I ask you, Ruhi, since you traveled to Uttar Pradesh and since the woman vote is such a big vote even in the state of Uttar Pradesh, like it is in for the rest of the country, we know that these have been record-breaking elections for us. 64.2 crore people voted. Out of them, 31.2 crore were women. Now, if you looked at the exit polls that various channels have put out, we didn't have one of our own. But the granular data that came in said that overwhelmingly women had voted for Modi. But if overwhelmingly women had voted for Prime Minister Modi, Uttar Pradesh mein these results would not, the leads would not have been what they are.
Women are not the only ones voting, right? That is one block that is voting.
But it's a very big block.
It is a big block, but that's how first past the post system works, right? I mean, it doesn't mean that just because women are voting overwhelmingly.
Not all women would have voted for Mr. Modi's BJP. No?
But Shreya, I'd say one thing. On the ground in Uttar Pradesh, you are right. There is a lot of support for Yogi Adityanath's law and order. I mean, obviously he won the state election not very long ago with a very, very handsome majority.
And we had esoteric debates here on Mirror Now about how bulldozer justice was no justice, it was injustice actually, that you might as well take that bulldozer and take it to the High Court and the Supreme Court and bulldoze the High Court and the Supreme Court if this is the sort of justice that you need to get. But people on the ground are actually cheering, saying, "Arey, rape accused hai, bhag gaya, to uske ghar ko to putna hi chahiye." So that was the image, which I'm talking about.
And also the last Samajwadi Party government was associated with a lot of gundagardi. People still talk about it. So I don't know what has happened there. I'm equally surprised. But there's just one thing to be said. Akhilesh Yadav has got a fresh lease of life. He needs to detach himself from this gundagardi image that the Samajwadi Party has developed.
The beginning has been made in the candidate selection of the Samajwadi Party.
They've done a good candidate selection as well.
They have actually widened their social base there in terms of candidates going to the EBC sections and reducing the number of Yadav candidates, only down to 5.
Can we just talk about a state we have not spoken about, and maybe we should, because we are talking about women here.
Yes.
And we all saw how Manipur burnt for months.
Yes, and that is very surprising.
Women were raped, there were no FIRs, the police abandoned them. We heard all those stories. Just take a look at the results. Again, leads. 2 seats in Manipur. The Indian National Congress is leading on both of them. Does it tell us something?
Yes.
Clearly it does.
Right.
It does. Keeping quiet, not showing up in Manipur will not work. The fact is Rahul Gandhi did show up there. You tried to stop him, that's okay.
This is remarkable.
But this is...
Given the fact that
and everyone kept saying, why is this chief minister still here? It is under him for 6 months that Manipur has burnt, more than 200 people have died.
BJP obviously handled Manipur very badly, so that's not even
neglect of Mr. Modi's government in the last year and a half, Manipur.
Has been. They handled it very poorly. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they didn't
think
even bother.
it would have been terrible if the BJP had won its seats. In fact, its effect should be seen finally in a few other states in the northeast.
So Manipur, if the leads stay what they are at 1232, Manipur has spoken. Manipur has effectively spoken about the way the BJP dealt with the entire crisis.
Correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, are you confused? Don't be. This is the Indian elections, and this is the fun of Indian elections. They'll throw up numbers. We are saying we are not sure if the leads will hold by the end of the day, because that's the truth. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We'll just wait for a final word from the Election Commission. Hopefully by 2:30, we will have a crystal clear picture of which way this election has got. But I think the numbers on your screens are enough to tell you what is happening in the country right now and how the country has voted right now, ladies and gentlemen. The opposition down and out till 6 months ago. There's a resurgence of the India bloc. Everyone was writing off the India bloc, saying they can't get their act together. Their leaders can't even get on the same platform. 2 will show up and 2 won't. And there are too many prime ministerial candidates there. Fact is that the India bloc has managed to do well. The lead suggests that they are leading in 235 seats, which is very good because it's up 100 seats, actually 105 seats. And the NDA is at 290. down by almost 60 seats. Is the NDA in a position to form the government? Of course, ladies and gentlemen. As far as these leads are concerned, they are in a position to form the government. 272 is the halfway mark. They have more than that. So by the end of the day, the Prime Minister will still be the Prime Minister of this country. He will still get a third term. But the story will be the opposition, and the story will be Uttar Pradesh and the Samajwadi Party. Also Manipur, where we've just pointed out to you that 2 seats in Manipur, the Indian National Congress leading in both of them. And this is where there is a ruling BJP government. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm slipping into a quick break on the show. We continue with our broadcast. It's been a fun ride for us. It's been interesting. Many of us didn't expect what we are seeing on our screens, but that's Indian democracy. And surprises are good for democracy. Slipping into a quick break on the show. Our guests continue with us.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate.
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
if we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bengal?
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
Amazing spaces के लिए Green Lamb Laminate.
Set percent criteria.
I have to follow the constitution.
State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondia, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the numbers on your screens. Because honestly, today is the day of numbers. And today is a day where we look at the arithmetic, but we also need to look at the chemistry, because by the end of it, by the looks of it, it's chemistry that determines who will rule India in 2024. I think that, Dada, is that fairly clear? That Prime Minister Modi is getting a third term? I think we can say that without any doubt now, looking at the numbers.
Well, unless the figures change very dramatically. Yes, he would be able to get a few more ally partners. It doesn't look very likely that the BJP is going to get a majority of its own to be able to form. So it will be dependent on alliance partners. So important for the alliance partners, the NDA constituents, to stay with the BJP, not move somewhere else. You know, you never know in Indian elections, anything is possible. So important. Big parties are going to be Janata Dal U, it is going to be the Telugu Desam. These will be the two biggest allies. So he would be dependent on them for a majority, which would force him to be more accommodative. These alliance partners are suddenly going to become more demanding, not just in terms of having ministries of their choice, but also in terms of influencing policy which affect their constituency back home. Both will be essentially regional players who would be very sensitive that they have got these extra number of seats in than what was expected because of a certain constituency. So they have to be pandered to. We have to keep in mind that between 2019 and 2024, Mr. Modi did not call any meeting of the Coordination Committee of the NDA. That will have to change. He will have to meet his alliance partners more often and be more consultative and try to forge consensual politics. None of these things, we don't have a past or a benchmark to tell how much Mr. Modi would be able to deliver by taking others along.
But here's the thing, we talk about the India alliance. The fact also is that the BJP stitched its alliance together well. They took all these chota parties, and that is what, by the looks of it, has helped them.
No, it has helped them. That is how the NDA is getting a majority.
Correct.
But it can become difficult also while managing a government while not having a majority of one's own.
So, Shreya, also what is interesting when you talk about alliances is that these alliances, say in UP, the vote transfer did not happen in Uttar Pradesh in these alliances earlier in the opposition alliances. It's happening in this election. So something has obviously changed. There's some smart technique, strategy that the Samajwadi Party has managed, because it didn't manage that in 2019.
They picked smart candidates.
Sure, but there is
smart choices.
But the vote transfer is very crucial when you're in an alliance in a state like Uttar Pradesh, when both the parties are traditionally
I
from the
think
state.
what message went round to the cadre of both the parties is that this is a very crucial battle, and if we don't combine our forces this time, then we are really going to be out. And if the BJP comes back with a greater mandate, then it's going to be very difficult for us to ever come back.
Can I just welcome Mr. Tom Vadakkan, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, Mr. Vadakkan. Good to see you. Tariq Khan is national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, continues to be with us. And Avinash Adik is State General Secretary and spokesperson of the NCP, which is the Ajit Pawar faction. He continues to be with us as well. Mr. Vadakkan, you're smiling. Nothing to smile for the BJP today by the looks of it?
Well, we have always been smiling because this is the victory of let me congratulate the Election Commission, which was condemned by this so-called saviors of democracy, the EVM and what have you. I mean, they will burn the country down. They will, if it is the district magistrate's dead body or it's the candidates, what have you. I mean, they set the entire paramilitary forces right out there. They created a fierce psychosis. Whereas democracy is something that we have practiced and we are believers in. We believe in the verdict of the people. And let me tell you, we are forming the next government. Let there be no doubt about it. Prime Minister is going to be sworn in the third time. And we have a plan for 100 days. We will have a vision and plan for about 5 years. We will do what the people want. This is a people's government that has come out. And let me tell you, this is early time still. There are seats to come. I know my particular state has very thin margins for final countdown. So let's wait, let's have patience. And I think people's mandate will be respected by everybody. No burning of India, no ecosystem from New York Times saying that, well, India is condemned, democracy is dead, what have you. I mean, so that should stop.
Mr. Vadakkan, I had asked you a simple question. Things are not looking good for the BJP. Of course, you can argue that the that Prime Minister Modi will be sworn in for a third term, and it will only be the second time in India's history that will happen. The last time it happened was with Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So in that sense, yes, matlab, khush rehne ke liye you can say that Prime Minister Modi is creating history. He is being sworn in as the Prime Minister for a third time, but just look at the numbers, Mr. Vadakkan, right now. Just look at the BJP's individual numbers and look at the NDA's individual numbers as well and compare that to the India bloc. This is not what you had signed up for. This is not what you had expected. That's very clear, right?
Expectations and the reality may not match immediately. But let us wait, have a little patience more. There are seats that are coming our way. There are issues that are to be sorted out. This is a long drawn evening. So I think it's of course burning in Delhi. That's another issue. Yeah. But point is, a little more patience. All your reporters on the ground are there. It's very hot. But the reality is this election is also going to be very hot. It's going to be a photo finish. So let's see how it plays out.
Mr. Vadakkan, it's interesting. You're now saying from 400 par, you're now saying this is going to be a photo finish. You're the first BJP leader who has come and said it. I know you've already said that the BJP is in a position to form the government, which it very well is, but you're saying this could be a photo finish. Are you prepared for the possibility? And I'm only asking you this question because a Congress spokesperson was on the show a bit earlier and said, wait, let the final numbers come out, and then you never know how things will play out. So Mr. Modi should not be very confident of being sworn in this evening or day after, because things could change if the India bloc manages to do as well as it is doing right now. For all you know, the TDP could walk over. For all you know, some of your allies could walk over to the other side.
Well, Shreya, there could be an earthquake, there could be a tsunami, all that can happen. I mean, the point here is, we are in place. Our Panna Pramukhs have given us inputs of what is the standard happening in the ground. We believe them because they are working on the ground. We are not going by some exit poll or whatever. We are going by the reports we get from our Panna Pramukh, the block chiefs. And based on that, we have a good belief that we are forming the government. Whoever wants to go this side or that side. When I said photo finish, I meant it will be a nail-biting finish on various seats. Final outcome is something that you will see and I will see over the late evening.
I think we need to keep qualifying that, and what Mr. Vadakan is saying, there is a point to it. Look, largely we are seeing what the trends are, but these trends need to convert into seats by the end of the day, and the end of the day could be very long today. This will stretch by the looks of it, Ruhi, I don't know, 9, 10 possibly.
You have to wait for the election commission.
You have to wait for the election commission.
With the elections, counting being so tight, I think the election commission is also going to slow down the process.
Yeah, slow down the process and be extra cautious about what they are putting out. Tariq Khan, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, जैसे मैंने कहा कि अब वड़क्कन साहब तो बोल रहे हैं रुक जाओ, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. This is not the clear picture. These are only leads. These leads have to turn into seats. And they may not turn into seats for the India alliance. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, is that your belief as well कि अभी थोड़ा रुक जाते हैं, लड्डू के डिब्बे जो खोलने होते हैं उनको थोड़ा रोक लेते हैं, and let's wait till say 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock before we start saying that the India bloc has won, etc., etc.
Listen, what this means, what this data is saying, that there is no clear mandate for BJP. This is simply what these data till now we can say that there is no mandate for Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, just you rightly said that what will happen to Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu. Chandrababu Naidu promised something to the people of their state that he will give 4% reservation to minority or Muslim. And BJP is exactly against that. So what is going to happen, we don't know. But for BJP and Prime Minister, it's to time to take and say that yes, people of the nation has not voted for Bharatiya Janata Party as a clear mandate, as it was 303. Now it's near about 220, 230 or 230 or whatever it would be. Let the numbers be in front of us, then we'll talk about. And there is a lot to happen in Indian politics. So we have to wait and watch that who is going to form the government, because there is no clear mandate for Bharatiya Janata Party. And abhi BJP Pravakta was saying about his Panna Pramukh, where when your voting percentage was going down, you said that you have a Panna Samiti on every page of voter list, you have 6 people. So what they are doing, they went to Bangkok for vacations when the polling percentage was coming down. So what they are doing, they are the biggest liar I have ever seen. Biggest party in the world, they have few members of their party on Jupiter, on Venus, on some on the moons as well. So what they say, they are one of the biggest liar I have ever seen in Indian politics or ever history of the world politics. Biggest liar ever seen by the politician.
Mr. Khan, wait. Okay, so the leads are also changing, only slightly. I just want to update our viewers. This is becoming like an IPL match, running commentary we are giving. But what to do? This is turning out to be such an interesting election. So the BJP is at 36, leading in 36 seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party in 33 now. Still, from
of course.
5.
I mean, whatever you say, it is a big this for the Samajwadi Party.
So Tariq Khan, you've spoken. Let me quickly get in Avinash Adik. Avinash, I've spoken about Maharashtra. We've looked at Maharashtra, but I just want to concentrate on Uttar Pradesh right now. Actually, the bigger picture as well, as you see on your screens. So, every reporter came back and said there is no wave except a heat wave in India. That seems to have turned out to be true.
Sorry about that, Shreya. My mic was switched off. Yeah, you're quite right. The only wave at the moment in India is the heat wave. Whatever numbers I'm seeing on the screen, one has to accept those. Yes, I would have wanted the numbers to be better for the NDA, especially in Maharashtra. But then, as they say, we are still coming to the last few overs. So we'll hold our horses for the next few hours and hope the numbers change. Because as we speak, the numbers keep changing every 15 minutes on the Election Commission of India website. So unless you give me an update and I have access to more happening at the grassroots, I really wouldn't know. There are lots of close fights happening. So you could see some change in the numbers that we're seeing for Maharashtra, which is where I'll be focusing my attention on. But pan-India, you're quite right. You're quite right. The only wave is the heat wave.
The only wave is the heat wave. So since we are speaking about Maharashtra, let me quickly get in the Maharashtra numbers as well. As they stand now, again, not numbers, leads. I just need to keep correcting myself here. The BJP is at 12. The Indian National Congress is at 11. The Shiva Sena Uddhav faction is at 9. The Shiva Sena Shiva Sena Shinde faction is at 7. I keep getting confused over this. The NCP Sharad Pawar is at 7.
As are the voters, by the way.
As are the voters. And when it comes to the NCP, sir, Aapka Party, 1.
Just 1.
Yes.
1.
Yes, I can very clearly see that it is 1 in our favor. There's a very close fight happening on a second seat. I think the third and the fourth seat, the gap has widened to such an extent that even if I was to be very optimistic, I don't think I can see that reversing. And we have an alliance partner on our fifth seat. I'm waiting to see the outcome there as well. But yes, we had always expected 2 on the minimum side. We are very hopeful for a third because we only contested 4 seats. So a 3 out of 4 would not have been a bad strike rate, but I'll take 2 out of 4 as well.
Can I ask you if you have any updates on Baramati? Because last I checked, and in fact, I'm going to check once again since it's such an interesting seat. Supriya Sule continues to lead, and Sunetra Pawar is trailing. Are you? Is this seat a gone case now, as far as you are concerned, or is there still some hope here?
Lead in Baramati at the moment that I have is that Supriya Sule is leading by 13,032 votes. And there are about 12 or 13 rounds to go.
Yes, correct.
So this could reverse. We expect to get Baramati in our favor. So I think I'll be very optimistic till the end of the counting.
I know it's too early, Avinash Adik, and maybe we'll have this discussion tomorrow or day after. But is there a sense of what could have gone wrong for your alliance in the state of Maharashtra? Is it that the people of the state didn't take to this splitting, family fights, betrayals very well?
So, see, I'll tell you very honestly now, we were asking for more seats to be given to us. For example, we were asking for Mada. We thought Mada was a seat which we could easily win. We thought Satara we could put up a very strong fight. We wanted Nasik to be given to the NCP. All these 3 seats were denied to us. If these 3 were contested by the NCP, you would have seen a different picture. I'm very confident about that. So I think when the seat sharing discussions happened, the decisions on those seat sharing decisions was very delayed. That also has cost us. And yes, the agrarian crisis has taken a toll. Onion being a very big issue in Maharashtra, which I remember we were trying to convince the BJP leadership to take a decision with regards to the export of onions way early in the campaign. But I think it was only taken in the 4th or the 5th stage of the polling. So that has taken its toll on us.
This is very interesting. You can already see cracks in the alliance.
I was about to say that.
There are murmurs about how the BJP mismanaged the situation, played Big Brother, didn't give the seats the NCP, the Ajit Pawar faction wanted. So obviously that is not a stable, solid alliance, and that has played out on the ground as well. I mean, if you can already see murmurs, it's barely 3 hours into the results since the morning. Obviously, there were contradictions even within the alliance, and NCP is not a natural BJP ally in any case, right? So Clearly something went wrong in Maharashtra, and clearly something is going to go wrong for BJP in Maharashtra if it doesn't get its act together, given there are state elections coming up. And I will repeat, Uddhav Thackeray is a force to reckon with. He's seen as the right inheritor of his father's legacy. Make no mistake about that. And I think the BJP will need to find, maybe come up with Devendra Fadnavis again, or find some answer to Uddhav Thackeray. Otherwise, it will be in trouble in Maharashtra.
Mr. Vadakkan, if you're still with us, Ruhi, being the good journalist she is, picked the news point and went straight to the heart of it. Ye to 3 ghante nahi hoye and there are cracks in the Maharashtra alliance already visible.
Well, as I said, well, it's too early to comment on cracks. Every crack can be cemented. There's no proper. It depends on what kind of crack it is. Is it a crack on the surface that can be cemented? There's no problem on that. We'll get a good mason to do that. So nothing to worry on those cracks. But as long as the crack is not on the, the main construct of the building, that is something which needs the engineering department to look into. But believe me, we are fully aware of the situation, the ground situation. We'll measure according to our requirements. And I don't want to make an advance comment on television on what our methodologies will be.
Acha, theek hai, Mr. Vadakkan, what can I say? It's what is visible to Ruhi and me should be visible to you as well. But I'm going to, for a minute, turn our focus to Haryana.
Another disaster for the BJP.
BJP, 10 seats in Haryana, ladies and gentlemen. All 10 in 2019 had gone to the BJP. What is the situation in Haryana right now? The Indian National Congress is at 5 and the BJP is at 5.
So, as I said earlier, it tells you something about the BJP just choosing chief ministers of states at whim, right? It doesn't work like that. Look at Rajasthan. What has happened in Rajasthan? Why it's such a BJP state? It's a bastion. It just won an assembly election. Why has it turned so much? Why has Haryana turned so much? I mean, Uttar Pradesh is an outlier. I will agree with that because Yogi Adityanath is popular, etc., etc. But look at the other states. It tells the BJP something. There is a reason. And I think Madhya Pradesh also, they have to be very careful because Shivraj Singh Chauhan, they're riding on him right now because he was chief minister until very recently. And as I said, he's massively popular, perhaps more popular in the state than Narendra Modi is. But soon enough, people will get tired of just someone they don't want to see as CM sitting as CM. And soon enough, the tide will turn against the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. So they need to be careful about who they pick as CMs. It can't just be the high command sitting here and deciding, chalo, aaj inko bana do, aaj inki lottery lagi hai. That kind of an attitude has to change.
Mr. Vadakkan, any comments on that? Any comments on the numbers that are coming from Haryana? Again, leads at 1256, the Indian National Congress at 5, the BJP at 5 as well. All 10 seats in Haryana were won by our party in 2019. The tally is going down to half by the looks of it. You can't say, let's wait. I've heard you say that 3 times, Mr. Vadakkan. Ab to kuch aur bol dijiye. Oops, the audio is only gone. Mr. Vadakkan? All right, I think Mr. Vadakkan's audio itself is gone. So what we will do right now is Mr. Vadakkan, glad that you can hear me. My question was over Haryana.
Yeah,
the fact is that you had won all 10 seats in Haryana last time. This time the BJP is down to 5. It's leading in 5 and the Indian National Congress is leading in 5.
Well, as I said, I don't think you heard it. We accept the mandate with grace because this is the people's mandate. Whatever the mandate, we don't blame EVMs, we don't blame the Election Commission, we don't blame the opposition party. We are fighting for the people and the people believe that they have to support us, we are there for them. So that's it, that's my reply.
Okay. Nilanjana, people vote for various reasons, right? There's agrarian distress in rural India. That's clear, it's there.
It's very clear.
It's very clear, it's there. But as far as Haryana is concerned, could Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, the women wrestlers, the scandal that played out, the way the BJP reacted, could
all
that have been a part of why we are seeing what we are seeing?
Yes, all of this plus one more thing I think which we missed, that during the farmer struggle, that where a lot of focus was on Punjab, but the basic support to the agitation was provided by people from Haryana. In terms of, the taking care of the people, who were actually camping there, came from people in Haryana. So there was a lot of unrest, coupled with the fact that right from the beginning, the BJP has tried to work out by propping up the non-dominant communities. So the Jats, got completely alienated from the BJP. You cannot actually politically survive in Haryana by alienating Jats in such big numbers. You can also possibly, once we have the detailed figures, we can see if this has had any impact in the sections of Rajasthan which adjoin Haryana.
Sure. Okay, on that note, let's quickly slip into a break. The broad trends and leads are on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. The NDA right now at 289, the India Alliance at 236, up by 106 seats, which means the opposition has given a fairly good fight to the ruling dispensation. And clearly it's the opposition, if these numbers hold, if these leads hold, will be the headline tomorrow. For the moment, ladies and gentlemen, slipping into a quick break on the show. My colleague Sneha is joining you up next. Do stay with us.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate.
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
I have to follow the constitution.
State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो. We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. We are bringing you round-the-clock coverage of what seems to be exciting elections. That's really what democracy is. This is really what Indian elections are all about. I am a journalist, but have to say this. I think pollsters, exit polls, everybody needs to get their game together and try to understand how to decode the mandate of people in a way that can be anywhere close to appropriate. It's not the first time, and that's why when you have exit polls out, when they're giving out, they usually give it a disclaimer, this can go wrong. But let's just quickly look at what the game has been so far. So in contrast to what the sweep from the BJP was in 2019, at this point, you have Delhi, MP, Chhattisgarh, Himachal, Uttarakhand. That seems to be the BJP's strong point. Of course, Odisha being the big game changer. Odisha is where the BJD has been decimated, if I may use that word. BJP making absolutely strong inroads into the state. Whether it be in the assembly election, Lok Sabha election. So Odisha as a state was seen as a swing state and is going to be decisive in deciding who goes on to form the government. Odisha has everybody's eyes on, even as the other results are unfolding. Now let's just look at what really seemed to be the big rallying points. Uttar Pradesh has thrown in a huge surprise. The India bloc is formidable there. Of course, things can change. Countings is still happening. We don't know which way this may go, but nonetheless, Uttar Pradesh is a strong fight by the India bloc led by the Samajwadi Party, but Congress also holding its fort. Both of them together emerging the single largest alliance, if I may. But nonetheless, Uttar Pradesh, a very strong surprise. And remember, Uttar Pradesh, of course, is the state that has the largest number of states. The Congress was routed last time out of Uttar Pradesh. So what unfolds in Uttar Pradesh this time is going to be very interesting. What emerges, at least at this point, you have Smriti Irani. You have Smriti Irani, who seems to be on a losing trail in Amethi. That's a very huge point as well. Kerala, again, a state down south. Remember, there was a lot that was spoken about BJP's focus down south. Tamil Nadu, as contrast to what was believed, has not thrown in favorable results, at least at this point from what we can see in terms of seats. Vote shares will have to be seen eventually. Kerala, there are at least 2 seats where the BJP is leading. You have BJP leading in Thiruvananthapuram, where Shashi Tharoor is the sitting MP. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is challenging him. And you have BJP leading in Thrissur, where you have Suresh Gopi. These have huge consequences. Again, a state where the UDF is likely to win handsomely in terms of the maximum seats, but getting even 1 seat in Kerala is a big deal for the BJP. You have almost 2 seats that are coming in. We'll look into all of this in detail in a bit. But first, let's just get you a sense of what's unfolding on the ground. Dharmi, my colleague, joins us from Chennai, as well as Adib from Amethi. Adib, to you first. Amethi is throwing in a surprise for journalists and for people across, but are people in Amethi, are they surprised?
Well, definitely, Sneha, not just Amethi, but entire Uttar Pradesh is a surprise, not for the journalists, but for all political parties. If exit polls were to be believed, it's showing a majority for BJP in exit polls. It was showing that around 68 to 72 seats were in the hands of BJP. But if the trends are to be believed, the current trends are showing that Samajwadi Party, including Congress, is leading at around 42 seats in Uttar Pradesh, which includes Amethi, Raebareli, Barabanki, Sitapur, Kannauj, Manpuri. So these are the different seats on which Samajwadi Party and Congress are leading in Uttar Pradesh. Earlier, when the elections were going on and at the time of voting, people were saying that they are voting for development, and they were hinting that they have voted for BJP. But it was not very easy to track the mood of the people at the end of the day, where they are going to cast their vote, on which button they are pressing on the EVM. So it was not very easy to track the mood of the people this time. And clearly it is reflecting in the trends. The trends are in favor of Samajwadi Party, and Samajwadi Party, including Congress, has become one of the single largest party in Uttar Pradesh, which is gaining more seats than BJP. In exit polls, it was being predicted that BJP is leading, but as of now, and if this trend continues, then it will be a big boost to Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh, as Samajwadi Party is gaining more than 30 seats, and on the other hand, Congress is gaining around 5 to 7 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Back to you, Sneha.
All right, Adib. I'm also being joined at this point by Mr. Mukhopadhyay. But before I just come across to him, we also have Dharni right now, and so we can go directly to him, to the panelist. Dharni, you are in Chennai. DMK would be ecstatic. How's BJP? In fact, it was Tamil Nadu where they were expecting to get seats, but it looks like there is no leads really for the BJP in Tamil Nadu. A strong message.
The DMK is comfortably leading in over 35 seats out of the total 39 seats in Tamil Nadu. And of course, I'm standing right in front of the party headquarters that is called can see the visuals over here. The supporters of the GMK, they're already starting to arrive at the party headquarters and they are raising slogans praising Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the party. And as I told, most of the star candidates of the GMK, be it Kanimoli Karunanidhi, Dayanidhi Maran, Kalanidhi Veeraswamy or A. Raja, they're all leading in their respective constituencies. Likewise, the GMK's alliance partner Congress is also leading in all of their seats, especially former Union Minister P. Chidambaram's son Karti Chidambaram is comfortably leading from the Sivaganga parliamentary constituency. So the GMK
Dharani, we barely can hear you. I understand there's so much happening around you. We barely can hear you. Thank you for bringing us those scenes. This, of course, is unfolding in Tamil Nadu. We are also being joined by other reporters. But allow me. I'm being joined by Pinky, Imran as well. But allow me a few minutes, as well as Jay Lakshmi. Allow me a few minutes. We are also being joined by Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, as I said. But there's also some breaking news that's coming in at this point. And the breaking news is about the TDP looking at almost a full majority in Andhra. And we're looking at N. Chandrababu Naidu to be sworn in as a Chief Minister on June 9th.
This is a big recovery for Chandrababu Naidu, having been in the last 5 years. It's been a remarkable comeback for him.
It's huge. I mean, if you look at Jagan Mohan Reddy, he's literally been routed. He's literally been routed. There's no doubt about this. The way the people have given a mandate. So,
it's quite surprising because it was being said that
BJP.
No, it was being said that there was a lot of support for him, especially from the women in urban areas, saying that they were with Jagan Reddy, but somehow eventually it turned out to be a false understanding of this ground situation there.
That's right. In fact, I'm being joined by Imran. Imran, you're on the ground. It was expected to go this way. Jagan Mohan Reddy completely routed. His YSRCP completely routed. What's the messaging here? Also, this isn't a BJP success. It's a TDP success. So which way is Chandrababu Naidu really going to go with the larger picture changing as well?
Well, at the moment, Chandrababu Naidu is to stay with the NDA alliance. In fact, I spoke to leaders that no call has come from India alliance as far as rumors are there. They said, insist that it's just those rumors. They're strongly with the NDA and they will form the government along with BJP and Jan Sena here in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, 9th of May is, I beg your pardon, June is the time fixed for Chandrababu Naidu to take oath. And as of now, as you can see, the jubilant workers behind me, after nobody expected that they will completely sweep the elections this way, and verdict will be completely one-sided. In fact, even some of the workers, leaders of the TDP are surprised the verdict they have got from the people. They say because of the Naidu's work and also the sympathy what they got after his arrest is work favor for him, and especially many of the ambitious social welfare schemes brought in by YSRCP, some of their failures is added to the advantage of the TDP is what the leaders are informing us. And in fact, at the moment, they're all jubilation. They're happy with the verdict, and they all said to Naidu to become the Chief Minister on May 9th.
In fact, Imran, allow me to... I mean, when I say this, is it correct to say that the hero here, in fact, is Pawan Kalyan? How he managed to stitch BJP, Naidu and himself together. Isn't that also extremely important?
Well, absolutely. In fact, both the coalition has, all the coalitions have come together, the Jan Sena and the BJP and Naidu, primarily TDP and Jan Sena. They are the large party which has, in fact, got this alliance together. And in fact, we saw how they had a meeting with Amit Shah, and the results here is also quite surprising for the YSRCP. In fact, they are shell-shocked over this entire result, not just Assembly, but even the Lok Sabha too. We have, as of right now, the TDP is leading in more than 15 seats, and 4 seats is the BJP and 2 seats in Jan Sena. So it's also a shell shock to their YSRCP. We are not yet reacted to the results which are coming up right now. but we're expecting the chief minister to respond by evening once complete results are out, is what the ISRCP is clearly telling us. But at the moment, as rumors are going on that there are India Alliance people are calling TDP, they have ruled out any such thing. They're staying firmly with the NDA Alliance over this issue. And on June 9th, they're expecting even the Prime Minister Modi to come here and be part of the vote-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu.
Imran, just a minute. Mr. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay has a question for you. Please go ahead.
Hi, Imran. What about the Modi factor? How important it was for this particular victory?
Imran, if you could hear Mr. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, he's asking you, was there a role? Okay, there seems to be some disruption. He's frozen, his signal is frozen. But from what seems to be very engaging narratives and results emerging at Andhra, there's also another important state, and that's Kerala. The largest success is going to go with Congress, with the UDF. But there's about these 2 seats where BJP is winning. And 2 very important seats. You have Shashi Tharoor, who is possibly going to lose. We don't know. I mean, as I was telling my colleagues, towards the end, you have certain assembly constituencies which are left bastions. So we don't know which way this may go. But as of now, the leads are with Rajiv Chandrasekhar for sure. And then you also have Thrissur. Now, it's not about 2 seats. It's about the South messaging. You see Andhra, where BJP really hasn't played any role whatsoever. But if you look at Kerala, to get even 1 seat, a vote share increase would have been phenomenal. Here, you likely are getting 2 seats. Abhishek Sudhir.
Karan Verma.
Karan Verma, please. Yeah. Yes.
So, it's historic in the sense, and the one big message that goes out today is that BJP is no longer confined to one area. We saw them making a government in Odisha. We saw them making rich gains in Telangana. In Kerala, as you rightly pointed out, 2 seats now. So, BJP has spread its presence pan-India now. Yes, they might lose some, they might win some, but it is a viable option for the electorate everywhere. And the Shashi Tharoor seat, I think Rajiv Chandrasekhar hung in there. And it was very clear right from the day one that this is a seat that Shashi Tharoor narrowly won last time around. And Rajiv Chandrasekhar went about it full hog. And it was expected, to be honest, that he would roll the dice here.
Actually, Shashi Tharoor did not win it narrowly last time. He won it better. It was a better margin last time. It was last time that he won extremely with a very, very tight margin. Nonetheless, he's been a 3 times MP. He's a voice which everybody politically would listen to. There's a lot happened within Congress as well with Shashi Tharoor. But let's look at the West Bengal story. Amazing. In the sense that BJP doesn't seem to even get the numbers that it had boasted of in 2019. Mamta Banerjee, who supposedly was on the back foot, Sandesh Khali, where TMC was absolutely on the back foot, seems to be going the TMC way.
Khali, I think, this is a point which I made earlier in the program also. I think it was a misreading of us in the Delhi media that it's a big issue. As far as Bengal was concerned, it was not a very big issue. There were other issues against the Trinamool Congress, most important being the string of corruption charges against various Trinamool Congress leaders, evidence being found, cash being found, all cases going on.
But that doesn't seem to matter.
But I think, this over-stressing on Sandesh Khali and a fairly polarized campaign in Bengal to, put off the voter in Bengal. Despite the fact that Bengal has a history of communal riot, there is a more palpable social harmony in the society that beyond a certain point they do not want to tamper with. People would still, despite differences, they would still like to live in close harmony. And I think they did not like the polarizing campaigning of the BJP.
It's interesting that Mr. Mukhopadhyay makes that statement because last time in 2019, this was the exact explanation given for Kerala. At a time when Sabrimala issue was literally at its peak, BJP could not make any inroads. And this time, if you look in Kerala, you've not had polarizing issues. You've had issues where BJP has raised up, but it's not been this highly polarizing issues like Sabrimala that came up, the way they posted. There was violence on the streets in 2019. Nothing of that translated into votes. In fact, in pockets, you had votes decreasing for the BJP. This time around, it's totally turned around. Allow me to go to my colleague Jayalakshmi at this point, who is right now in Thiruvananthapuram. Jayalakshmi, what are the scenes that you are seeing? Where are you in Thiruvananthapuram? This is possibly a huge message. And, I mean, the fact that Congress has won larger seats is not a big deal. It was expected. It's a national election. This is where the Congress-led alliance would usually win hands down. But BJP getting those 2 seats possibly is huge. Where are you right now? What's the sense you're picking up?
I'm definitely standing right outside Suresh Gopi's residence, the Thrissur candidate who has, surprised the entire state by getting a margin of about more than, in fact, 70,000 votes. That is the margin that Suresh Gopi is leading, and that has definitely clearly shocked both the party and, the state or other party, both BJP and the opposition, because definitely the party was expecting a bit of victory when it comes to the Thrissur seat and the Thiruvananthapuram seats. Those were the seats that were highly looked upon as far as BJP is concerned. But, they definitely did not expect the margin to rise this high. And as, in fact, Prakash Javadekar, when he briefed the media, he also said the same thing, that the party is truly grateful for Prime Minister Modi, that the party definitely believes that it is his major role that has played out into votes when it comes to the state of Kerala. Prime Minister, he visited Thrissur the most when it comes to the Kerala. The Thrissur district was the most visited by Prime Minister. In fact, he even came in and attended Suresh Gopi's daughter's wedding. That was the first message that Prime Minister officially put out, that, Suresh Gopi, even before his candidature was declared, he had openly come out and sent a very strong message.
Okay.
Definitely a very huge setback to the opposition parties, both Congress and the left, who believed that BJP will not be able to open an account. But definitely BJP has succeeded in at least winning one seat. And the second seat, which is the toughest, the Shashi Tharoor and the Rajiv Chandrasekhar, which is going on neck to neck, might happen anything. But right now, Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading with a vote of 11,900.
All right. I mean, to look at the margin also, it's reducing for Rajiv Chandrasekhar. If you look at it, at one point it was a little over 20. It came down to 16. It's 11 now.
Yes.
We don't know how much of that will cover up, but voting is still happening. Nonetheless, he's been leading for a while now, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. But there's a breaking news that's coming in at this point. We're getting information that Jagan Mohan Reddy is going to step down, is going to resign as the Chief Minister at 4 in the evening today. Imminent. Imminent. Absolutely. But what would you, Karan, very quickly say to the larger messaging, whether it be West Bengal, whether it be Uttar Pradesh, whether it be Karnataka, is this opposition's resurrection?
I think the opposition has successfully managed to localize the election as far as possible. And that is where there was some visible anti-incumbency against candidates. There was some resentment. There were some factions also within the party with regards to candidates. I didn't see a palpable anti-incumbency or disappointment against the Prime Minister. But the fact that they managed to localize it and direct their anger towards that is the reason why some of the candidates were outvoted. Also, the 400 Par slogan actually backfired. Why? Because people thought, we'll not vote for our candidate. Modi ji is still winning. He'll get 399, 398. Which is where a lot of people expressed their resentment against the local candidates, which resulted in a fall of tally for the BJP.
Okay, I'm being told somebody's reaction is coming in. I can't get the leader's name correctly right now.
जीतेगी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि देश में भी इसी प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की विजय होगी और पुनः एक बार देश की सेवा करने का जनता हमें आशीर्वाद देगी और मोदी सरकार देश की सेवा करेगी। धन्यवाद।
Let's just very quickly go into Subhashini Yadav, who joins us, Congress spokesperson, as well as Pradeep Maur, leader from BJP. You have celebration shots also coming in from the BJP. To you, Subhashini Yadav, first, too early to congratulate you, but nonetheless, there's a strong fight which has been put up by the opposition. You may see with what's happening in Uttar Pradesh, a lot has been spoken about it, with the SP and the Congress combined. But if you and Karnataka as well. But look at what's happened in Kerala. Look at what's happened in Odisha. Odisha, well, nothing to do with you. Kerala, where Congress-led alliance is winning handsomely, but big inroads for the BJP. Big. I mean, it may just be 1 or 2 seats, but it's huge. All right, I think Subhashini Yadav couldn't hear me at this point. But before I just go across to you, I believe Mr. Mukhopadhyay has to leave. Thank you very much for joining us, sir, and see you soon.
Thank you.
We have a lot remaining with you. Subhashini Yadav, to you again at this point. Yeah. My question to you is, what really has unfolded in Uttar Pradesh is a big, big deal for the India alliance. You've changed the narrative literally in Uttar Pradesh. It's no longer a sweep. In fact, many states which were a sweep for the BJP or the NDA are not. You've been able to fight very strongly. But look at what's unfolding in Kerala.
See, here whatever we have seen in Uttar Pradesh is definitely an indication that Uttar Pradesh plays a major role in forming government in the centre. We were expecting this result. Our leader Rahul Gandhi ji and our ally leader from Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav ji, were constantly saying this, that there is going to be a huge difference in Uttar Pradesh and we are coming up with majority of seats. And here the picture is clear. Rahul Gandhi ji himself is winning from flying margins, and Samajwadi Party is absolutely performing really well. And it is the magic of the two boys, as they quoted कि दो लड़कों का क्या जलवा चलेगा. So it is definitely the two boys who have proved themselves, and it is the people of Uttar Pradesh who has given this mandate, who have believed in the ideology of saving constitution, who have believed in the ideology of safeguarding the farmers and certain other issues. It is the people who have made this result possible.
All right. I'm also being joined by Pradeep Maur. Pradeep Maur, how do you look at these elections? It was an election riding on Prime Minister Modi. It is not a sweep the way it was. Has the dominance been cut short? Would BJP look at it this way?
No. It's not like that. Look, first of all, NDA is forming the government. That is for sure, right? And since morning, I'm listening to different channels. And what I find is very surprising that Congress people are congratulating each other and even accepting congratulations as if they have, a party which has gained not even 100 seats is celebrating in this scenario. I'm really surprised. Look, first of all, the thing is this: Congress itself is not a very consolidated kind of a party. They are a party of states, as Rahul Gandhi says that India is a union of states. So I would rather say that Congress party is a union of the small parties in the states. So they have to first protect their field. After winning the elections, many of them can run away. So this is a surprising kind of a scenario. Second, as far as the BJP's performance is concerned, it was third term of Modi ji, and after this third term also, BJP has done so well. This is a very good thing. This has to be congratulated. Definitely, their expectations were very high. We are not at par with the expectations, but whatever it is, we are forming the government. That is the good thing.
No, all right, sure. We'll look at that as well in a bit. Elections are elections, results are not done yet. But yes, looks like you would be forming the government. But as I say, elections are elections. But very interesting information coming in. And let's just break this at this point. Shashi Tharoor seems to be now leading. After trailing for a very long time, he's now leading. And as I said this, I explained this to our viewers. It's towards the end of the counting, you have certain assembly seats which are left dominance, which have Congress voters as well. And that may change. Remember, it was the last elections also that saw this kind of a torpedo. We don't know yet. However, briefly, you have right now Shashi Tharoor who's on the lead. We'll have to see how that pans out, whether that changes or not. But after a considerable lead by Rajiv Chandrasekhar, a lead for a considerable time, you have Shashi Tharoor who's back on lead. Abhishek Sudhir joins us right now, and of course we have with Karan as well, who's staying on with us. Thank you very much, both of you, for staying on. Very interesting here. Let's just look at what's unfolded right now. So Andhra has gone away totally from Jagan Mohan Reddy. TDP way, but you don't really have a very big Modi factor there.
Right.
Odisha, you have a big BJP move, a big BJP gain. Uttar Pradesh, India bloc, marching ahead. We don't know what the results are, but nonetheless, I would say marching ahead because SP and Congress both seem to have maintained their dominance. Karnataka giving a good fight. It's not a all-way route like parliamentary elections would have been. Kerala, it was expected to win, but nonetheless, BJP has made very strong roads. How are you looking at this?
I am looking at it with a big smile on my face. I think the people of India have spoken. There's no 400 400 par. I think that's very clear. And what I would say is that when you set the bar so high, like Prime Minister Modi has, you will be judged by the high standards you set. So the question is this: can Narendra Modi form a government on his own? No. It looks like the BJP is not going to get 272 on its own. No, very, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. Because I've been on multiple panels. It's very unlikely. Karan, come on, you're grasping at straws. Karan and I have been...
I'm not. I'm all smiles.
So no, Karan and I are good friends. We're friends socially also. Yeah. And Karan and I have been on the opposing sides of the debates for 3 years, most of the time. But you know what? I think every BJP supporter, every BJP voter, not necessarily a BJP spokesperson, has to accept that today is going to taste like defeat. Because you were talking about 400 par, but you've not even been able to cross 300. And let me tell you, the biggest story of the day can be summed up in 3 words, 3 simple words: Akhilesh Yadav Zindabad. Because look at those numbers. Look at those numbers. Oh, so beautiful. Those numbers in Uttar Pradesh. I mean, he has ended the career of Yogi Adityanath, at least in terms of Yogi's prime ministerial ambitions. That is now...
That's quite far-fetched. We don't know which way this...
Okay, let me be serious.
We don't know which way this will go.
One second. Karan, come on, you've been here, man. It's my first appearance on the channel. Come on, do me the courtesy of the day like today and give me some time. So, look, the point is this. At the end of the day, Narendra Modi has never run an alliance government. In all his years as Chief Minister of Gujarat, in all his years as Prime Minister of India, he has never run an alliance government. At the ripe old age of 74, approaching retirement next year, can he learn alliance government? That is the principal question today. And even if these numbers hold, will Chandrababu Naidu, will Nitish Kumar and the other constituents of the NDA
now that's a very
bloc
important point.
Stay with the BJP because this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to stop Narendra Modi in his tracks.
So you have Nitish Kumar. I mean, we don't know whether this is confirmed. Looks like Congress has reached out to them. I don't have confirmation on this.
100%. Nitish Kumar is in talks. Trust me, Chirag Paswan.
And he's privy to all of this.
No, I'll tell you. Look, we've been sitting in the guest room. We've all been, and we're all 5 of us. We're from the Association of Political Analysts.
We are looking at a possibility where now you may have the opposition reaching out to who otherwise may have been dear friends of the BJP or the NDA. But how much of this could really make a difference with the kind of numbers? Look, NDA is going to near 300, cross 300 possibly. But I mean, I don't know whether BJP can form the government alone by itself.
First of all, I'll tell my friend Abhishek, calm down. I mean, this is what happens when victory eludes you for so long. A little hint and they are all, elated. This is what happens. Premature elation. Please, calm down. Come on. The fact is that even right now, BJP is 2.5 times bigger than any party around it. Congress is still yet to touch 3 digits. It's at 95, 96, I think.
No,
and BJP is at 240. No.
Your point is absolutely correct. But what's interesting, you will complete. Don't worry. I'll come to you only. But what is interesting is democracy, victories and losses are never about just one party, though they will eventually go to form the government. It's about how everything comes together, and we have seen enough Operation Kamals to see how governments are made or formed. So you can't really rule out by saying 2.5 times BJP is more than, say, another party.
Sometimes we lose sight of this. The fact is, yes, they had set themselves very high standards, and I think that was a tactical and a strategic mistake, if you ask me. For 400 par should have never happened, because what really happened because of that was that the local anti-incumbency, people just took it for granted. They said, Modi ji ke to aa hi rahe hain 400, 399 aa jayenge, let our candidate lose if we are not happy with that. That is precisely what has happened. The opposition managed to localize the election well. You have to give them credit. But still they are
so it's not Modi ji's fault at all, is it?
Not at all.
Not at all Modi ji's fault?
Not at all.
This is not at all Modi ji's fault?
Absolutely not.
Wow.
Absolutely
Karan,
not.
they should make
It
his
is the
spokesperson.
local factors. It is the local factors. There was massive anti-incumbency against local leaders, and which is where they got it wrong.
So whose fault is
BJP
that?
has got it wrong, and they need to course correct on that. Let me just put this perspective.
Come on.
Samajwadi Party, no doubt, I'll have to give it to them. They have made a comeback here, but Congress, the central pillar of this entire coalition, it's nowhere close. I mean, when the central party is not even touching 3 digits, you can't expect them to, come up with an alternative. The fact is, Modi 3.0 is loading. Narendra Modi is still going to be the Prime Minister, and that remains the biggest news. Also, what remains the big news is that BJP today is a pan-India party with its presence everywhere. From Odisha to Telangana to even Kerala, a seat, they are across the board. And they can be happy. It's good to see my friend happy after such a long time.
I'm not happy,
it's good to see him smiling. I'm very happy for you.
See,
good to see you smiling.
Okay, just a minute.
It's amazing.
Just a minute. Let me just inform my team something. I think we have Ramesh Chennithala. Let me just take a very quick response from Mr. Sudhir, and then we'll return to getting the questions from Ramesh Chennithala as well after this.
In January of 2024, you build the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya.
Yeah.
You build the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. The entire nation in January 2024 is in the grip of that temple fervor. And you can't even beat the Samajwadi Party 5 months after building the Ram Mandir.
That was not a political issue. That was not a political issue.
What?
I told you they never politicized it.
I'm
now at least.
I'm partisan. Sneha, was it not a political issue?
It wasn't.
It's going to be.
Come on.
They never politicized it.
It's going to be very hard to see that not part of politics.
Sneha, one line. जो राम को लाए हैं, हम उनको लाएंगे.
ये 2022 का
था. All right.
ये 2022 का नारा था.
All right. Karan and no. Both of you will have to pull it. I'm being joined by right now. No. I'm being joined right now by my. I'm being joined by Mr. Chennithala right now, Ramesh Chennithala at this point. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Chennithala, my first question to you, between a lot of optics that's emerging, a lot of heated rhetoric that's emerging, huge inroads by BJP in Kerala. You have been a top Congress leader in Kerala. You have been rallying for Congress in several parts, including in Maharashtra. But let's just start with Kerala. Huge inroads by the BJP. We are looking at possibility of 2 seats.
I feel that there is a secret understanding between LDF and BJP. They want to defeat Congress party. Last time also they had done like that. And that is why in Thrissur and Alappi, Thrissur and Trivandrum, BJP has won this election. And that is because left pro-sorted to BJP. Because there were so many cases against BJP, CPM leaders, especially the Chief Minister, to have a cover-up that this has been taken place in Kerala. That is why they are leading. I don't feel that BJP has got any foothold in Kerala as such.
No, Mr. Mr. Chanitala, let me tell you something. I have panelists with me, and most of them who will be listening to you would be enjoying your answer for a very simple reason. It's the Congress and the left that have been in an alliance across India. And how are you accusing the BJP of coming into, colluding with the left? That seems completely off.
Yeah, they are always like that. Last assembly election also, 69 seats, BJP voted for CPM, for Congress Mukta Bharat. Where is Congress Mukta Bharat now? Where is Abki Bar 400 par? कहाँ है? देखिए, सारे चैनल क्या बोल रहे थे? Congress खत्म हो गया. What happened now? So you failed in judging the mood of the people of India. Now we are ahead. We are yet to form the government.
Okay, to give you a sense of what you are saying, fair enough. I mean, you've put in a formidable fight in Uttar Pradesh, led by the Samajwadi Party. The India bloc is well ahead. If you look at what's happening in Karnataka, it's well fought. Fair enough, but how much of this would you really say as a takeaway by the Congress per se? Look at Amethi. Smriti Irani is losing there, but it's not the credit to Rahul Gandhi, quite frankly.
I feel that there is a secret understanding between LDF and BJP. They want to defeat Congress party. Last time also they had done like that. And that is why in Thrissur and Alleppey, Thrissur and Trivandrum, BJP has won this election. And that is because left pro-sorted to BJP. Because there were so many cases against BJP, CPM leaders, especially the Chief Minister. To have a cover-up that this has been taken place in Kerala. That is why they are leading. I don't feel that BJP has got any foothold in Kerala as such.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh Chanitala, for joining us. I'm sure this is not the last word. We'll get to hear more of you, but let me just come across to you. Yeah.
See, and this is a serious point. Sambit Patra did it in Odisha in terms of Lord Jagannath, and then he said, I made a mistake, where he said, Lord Jagannath is a Bhakt of Modi. This line that they've been using, and it was used predominantly in 2022, but it was also used in 2024, which was that Jo Ram ko laaye hai, hum unko laayenge. I went to Ayodhya. I was in Ayodhya in January, and this slogan was everywhere. The Uttar Pradesh Janta has sent a clear message कि राम को लाना ये सब sorry, हम आपको लाते हैं और हम आपको घर भी बेच सकते हैं. If you look at the numbers today, Uttar Pradesh has spoken. Hindutva, unbelievably, Hindutva has lost, right? Where in Ayodhya, Kashi, Mathura, none of this has resonated. This existential battle that apparently the Hindus of India are in with the non-Hindus, that narrative has not worked. The polarization in Uttar Pradesh has not worked. Welfare schemes are all in good, but the youth of Uttar Pradesh clearly, Sneha, have said we want jobs. And this is a message to the BJP that we want jobs. Just look at the numbers for the Samajwadi Party. It is Akhilesh Yadav's Youth Connect. And Akhilesh Yadav has only been talking about jobs, jobs, jobs. What does the BJP talk about? Polarization, mandir, masjid, Mangal Sutra chhin lenge. All of this has fallen flat. And I return to that question, Sneha. Do not be so sure that Prime Minister Modi is returning for a third term, because there is a lot of water that is yet to flow under the bridge. Nitish Kumar has consistently changed sides. And by the way, the last time I checked, Nitish Kumar has more seats in Bihar than the BJP.
No, that's
I don't
true.
know if that's changed.
That still holds, I think.
That still holds. So Nitish Kumar has a good 14-15 seats.
And if my team can just tell me that as well, if Nitish Kumar has more seats.
Chandrababu Naidu, you spoke about Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu is, not joined at the hip with Narendra Modi. Chandrababu Naidu has broken an alliance with Narendra Modi in the past. Chandrababu Naidu has asked for special status for Andhra, right? If the India bloc is ready to give special status for Andhra, and Chandrababu Naidu is going to get a real say in the functioning, then that will only help his cause in Andhra Pradesh. The same goes for Bihar in terms of special status.
Let me just take this question to Karan as
Not
well.
a done
Karan,
deal.
a lot has been said about Uttar Pradesh, and of course it's going to be very decisive. It's going to be extremely crucial in seeing how this election results eventually moves on. Fair enough. But let me just come to Karnataka. What went wrong? Because Karnataka, BJP has always been elected with a large number when it comes to parliamentary elections. It's always been the case. What went wrong that Congress seems to be in a much better position than before? Has Prajwal's story played out wrong?
I think a lot of factors.
And has the Ayodhya or the rhetoric around religion as such not echoed in the way it should have?
I think what has happened is, he was talking about polarization along religious lines. Polarization along caste lines has probably worked. That's what I can see. And as far as the jobs thing, I don't think data suggests that. We had record unemployment as per the periodic labor force survey, 3.1%. We have the Scotch report which says 54 million jobs created. So, you know, the fact is you can't really pinpoint at one thing. In UP has made giant strides in law and order. UP was the 7th largest economy when Akhilesh left. It's the 3rd largest economy today in the country. So I don't think data suggests that. I think it's local factors. It's anti-incumbency, and BJP has the dynamic ability to course correct. I think they'll course correct in time. Akhilesh was routed in 2017, routed in 2022.
No, he wasn't routed.
2022, 19 they were routed.
36%
Lok Sabha
share is not routed.
Okay, it's okay. 2/3 the seats, I think.
So whose fault? It's Yogi's fault that they've lost in Uttar Pradesh?
It's the local factors.
So you're blaming Yogi Adityanath.
I'm not pointing fingers at one. It's the collective leadership.
BJP voter deserves an answer from the party.
I'm telling you. I think it's the ticket distribution which was flawed. And that was flawed right from the word go. So many of the Karyakartas didn't turn up to work.
Karan, you never said
I think it's...
I
did. I said they are on... One second, just let me complete one line. They were on a sticky wicket on Eastern UP.
The leader gets the credit and the others get the blame. If it's loss, is that going to be the case? I mean, at the end of the day, we are not looking at a loss or defeat for the BJP.
In Uttar Pradesh, it's very much a loss, Sneha.
Let's look at the numbers.
There were lots of people, Sneha, who said...
Is it still a lead for 40 seats for Uttar Pradesh? How many seats is the Congress UP leading at?
Exactly, that is what
I'm used to losing for several years and being on television.
I'm just telling you...
You'll get used to it, don't worry.
There's no victory and defeat. I'm telling you what has happened. A lot of people said, MP theek nahi hai, Modi ji achhe hain. Modi is winning anyway.
I'm sorry.
Exactly this complacency which was exacerbated by the 400 par slogan, that backfired.
You cannot
That is what I'm telling you objectively.
I'll tell you something, Sneha.
Let's also just try and get some reactions, if we have any reactions coming in to what's unfolding in terms of the elections. Let's just quickly listen in.
At this point in time, with the result that's come in for the JDS and the NDA, are you happy and satisfied with two for you?
I'm not totally happy about this result. We are expected early the alliance between JDS and BJP. Our NDA alliance, we expected more than 25 seats.
Okay.
In that, because of some smaller errors from our side only, we lost 4-5 seats. But the alliance between JDS and BJP, overall, Karnataka voters, they accepted this alliance.
I remember campaigning for Mr. Amit Shah in Chanpatna, with Amit Shah in Chanpatna for Mr. Manjunath. That was a massive campaign at that point. And today, you see the results of that really bearing fruit with, Bangalore Rural, the bastion somewhere of the Congress being, broken away.
When we decided to put Manjunath as the candidate in Bangalore Rural constituency, after the consultation and after the advice from Honorable Home Minister, that strategy worked out very well in this election. Our party workers from BJP and JDS, they worked very hard to get this Bangalore rural constituency. With huge margin, we are getting that seat. That strategy worked out very well.
Last question for Hassan, sir. How do you really look at that?
Hassan, that result, some mistake has done by us also. But future days we will say...
What do you think is the mistake?
Actually, people, our party workers, at that time, they are not happy with some development in Hassan. For that, they advised us several issues, but some error by taking some decision.
Do you think the selection of the candidate, sir?
But because of that error, we lost the election.
Sir, congratulations.
BJP.
All right. There seems to be some admission that there was some error. Now, what error are they really referring to is something that we will have to decode. But for now, a very short break.
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate.
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on
Good
issues.
conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
I have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear saying that the
They said I argued too much for a girl. I said I will win with every argument I make. I am a change maker at UPES. I am tomorrow.
It's at 8 p.m. Only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो. We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is